in black?
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome in. Happy Friday from Levi Stadium, the Tasman studio. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in for Murph and Marcus here on a Friday. 49ers practice about 4.5 hours away here at the stadium. Dieter, it is good to be with you, my man,
yes, sir.
And it almost didn't happen.
It was a harrowing morning for your boy and JD. Listen, shout out to our man Sal in security actually getting us into the studio. It's one thing when you and I both got to, do the 40-minute drive to come on down. We're not going to the normal spot. You're going to figure it out on the fly. It's a whole other thing when all of the doors that are usually unlocked totally locked down.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, we're not letting you do that. We heard the show yesterday. This is not happening on our campus, you guys.
No question. And so, yeah, we get down here, and it's like, oh, yeah, 5:15, we'll get down, we'll check it.
We're feeling
good. Nobody at security.
Nope.
Nobody. Like, doors are locked.
Stadium's empty.
Nobody at security. You got to make a call to make a call.
Of course.
Figure out the number. I'm talking to John Joe Curley, talking to Mike Holler. Talking to Sal eventually in security. He's like, hey, yeah, we don't have this thing staffed till 8:30. Well, that's not good.
No, we do a morning show.
That's not good.
If we start at 8:30, something's gone horribly wrong, and I think the sponsors are going to get angry.
And there were, I don't know, I think around 40 emails, I think, that were sent.
That makes sense.
From our end to their end. And
I've had you blocked for so long, I didn't see the emails come through, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, so all in all, it worked out. And yes, huge thanks to Sal, because finally we got in the building. Just long story short, we get in the building, and it's like, hey, we're here in the KNBR Tasman studios. Yeah. Oh, and there's actually like a hard lock on the door. Not a padlock, but like an actual, it's not like, boop, swipe your key card.
Somebody find the key.
There's actually like a hard key to a dead-bolted door.
Yes.
To get into the studio. So we get into the building.
That's never been locked in the history of the studio.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so he's like, well, I got to go get the key. He was really confident. I was confident that he was going to find the key.
I was stunned at his confidence.
And so he goes and he gets the key. And so he comes back, and, he doesn't know which key. He's got like 15 keys on a big key ring.
All uncharted territory for our man Sal.
And so it was one of those where, like, you're trying to start, like, do you win the car, right? On the old game show, like, where you get the key to try to start the car. And if the key starts, you win the car.
There you go.
So he went 15. He had 15 keys, and he went through like 13 of them.
He was
and he's
working
like,
it.
I don't have it, guys. And then the 14th key out of 15, unlocks the door. We're here with about, 5 minutes to spare.
Yeah. So this is going to be just a ridiculous radio show.
Yeah. So
he's a man of preparation, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And he hasn't had it. So I got to carry it, which means that this is all going to go haywire.
Yeah, no, we're going to be good. Lots to get into here between now and 10 o'clock. Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30, as he always does here on a Friday. But 808 KNBR is the number, 415-808-5627, to give us a call or shoot us a text. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I think the cameras are working. It looks like the cameras are working.
I think we're live on
you
Twitch
can see
and
me.
YouTube.
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube.
I
think we are. Live.
I'll get a comment soon enough letting me know if I am or I'm not.
On YouTube and Twitch, and we certainly appreciate everybody who's watching there as well. Big weekend, Dieter, for the Giants, who, believe it or not, have won 5 of 6. I was thinking about this last night because
2 games against the Rockies count.
Nobody's happy about where the Giants are at, really, or what they did at the trade deadline.
Correct.
And we've spent the better part of the last 2 days, the last 2 months, I think, on this radio station discussing that.
We haven't been breaking down deep, like who's going to regress because of their XFIP. No, we haven't been doing that.
We haven't been doing that. Well, maybe Kerry Crowley has. I think Kerry Crowley may.
Well, and that's why they keep putting Kerry Crowley on the air.
So it wound up being no game for the Giants last night. Right. So I found myself watching the handful of games that were on a Thursday.
You watched baseball instead of preseason football?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I did.
Commitment to the bit.
I will tell you, I watched 0 of the Hall of Fame game.
Wow.
And I know
Not
it was
even
shortened.
for the kickoff.
I know it was shortened. I'm going to see plenty of kickoffs between now and September 8th. Or September 5th, if you want to go with.
It's a valid point. I think that the kickoff might be done well before September 8th. That every team in the NFL might just look at it and say, now we're not doing
Well,
that.
the 49ers are going to play preseason games
Yeah.
at some point.
And if there's one guy I know who's going to go for the risk mitigation route of special teams, it's Kyle Shanahan.
Well, yes, and it is one of the most watched times during practice, and it was the other day.
It's new. It's different. It's strange.
When they were figuring out what the heck they're going to do, and it does look different.
I've written 4 columns on this thing. Like it's the most interesting thing going on outside of the contract negotiations with me currently when it comes to the 49ers. And there's a lot of other stuff that we'll get to as the show goes on. I'm just stunned. Football was available to watch on live television, and you watch baseball. That's a man who is fully committed to his job in this market.
Well, no, I also don't patronize me, Dieter.
I will continue to for the next 3 hours and 50 minutes.
I kind of took it as a little bit of a mini break, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch a lot of baseball. I just had the mix channel on.
Yeah, I know the mix channel,
and just kind of was something caught. Oh, the Cubs and Cardinals. It just kind of caught my eye. The Diamondbacks or whatever. I didn't think they were
There's
playing.
only like 5 games.
Yeah, there weren't many games. The Angels and the Rockies put me to sleep at like 8:30.
My goodness. Commitment to the bit. Angels and Rockies.
No, I wasn't.
You missed the 9th inning where they blew it.
I wasn't watching it. It was just kind of on.
How do you feel about where Michael Toglia is right now?
Stop.
I think he's hot. 45 home run pace.
The point I was getting at, Dieter, was with the Giants not playing, and yes, we're going to get into Brandon Ayuk coming up here.
We got nothing but time for Ayuk. We got nothing but time for Trent Williams.
Yes, about 10 minutes here on the Sports Leader. But I was with the Giants not playing. I'm looking ahead to Cincinnati, and they play the opener of the 3-game series this afternoon, and then they go to Washington for 4. Mm-hmm. And I was just kind of looking back through the notes in the week, and I'm like, oh yeah, they've won 5 of 6, but it just doesn't feel that way because 4 of them were against the Rockies, and then they were able to beat the A's 1-0 back of Logan Webb the other night. But it just goes to show the energy for the Giants right now. They've won 5 of 6, and it feels like they've lost 5 of 6 in the market, to be perfectly honest.
And I think that's fair because there was no commitment made to any direction whatsoever at the trade deadline. And when you are gearing up for the trade deadline, and perhaps this is just general impatience, media fans alike, just general, do something, make something happen. And for them to come out with terribly dissonant ideas of, oh, we want to play the young guys, but oh, we want to win, and oh, here's Mark Canha, and for it to just be this weird hot mess, that doesn't make anybody feel good. You don't feel like you have an idea of the direction of the San Francisco Giants. I don't think the San Francisco Giants have an idea of what direction they truly want to head. And by the way, you say they've won, 4 of their last 5. What's that done for them? They're still 4.5 out in the wild card, and they're still 2 games under 500.
It's 5 of 6 and 6 of 8, Dieter.
Okay, well, they will be 2 games under 500 in perpetuity, JD. There's no way they can get above this mark. If you are a betting person outside of the state of California, or maybe inside, I would go all in on the Reds tonight because there's no way the Giants are going to be 1 game under 500. That's not possible.
No, and it hasn't been possible since, July 6th, I think, was the last time?
They got 2 games over and immediately soiled themselves.
Yeah, they got to a point where I think they even got to 1 against the Guardians and then lost a couple, and then it kind of went haywire from there. They lost a series to the Jays. Again, we don't have to run all that back.
We were there. We know. It was terrible.
For those scoring at home, the Giants did gain a half game on the Cardinals, who are now 56-53. They didn't lose a half game yesterday to the Braves, who got a win. And look, I don't think the Giants are obviously catching the Braves.
You don't
the Braves
think
are 10
Giants,
over 500.
Yeah, they're not going to catch the 59-49 team.
Probably not. But the Giants and Reds,
their new leadoff hitter Jorge Soler
coming up. Giants and Reds coming up 4:10 first pitch here on the Sports Leader, and just kind of scanning around because I've been told they're in the race. The Giants are in the race, so just kind of looking around it.
They're young, they're old, they're in, they're out.
Well, and it's Cardinals and Cubs, it's Diamondbacks and Pirates. That's some of the games to keep an eye on. The Braves are playing the Marlins. The Mets are playing the Angels as well, and then the Giants and Reds. Obviously, Giants, Reds, D-backs, Pirates, all 4 of those teams in that glut. Cardinals are in that glut. So are you going to be scoreboard watching, Dieter?
I cannot give a damn until this team is 500. If this team wants to get out of this under 2 malaise that they've been in, I'm all for it. But until they are a 500 baseball team, why would I ever take them seriously as a playoff contender? Why would I put on the mix channel, JD, and say what's going on with the Pirates and Diamondbacks tonight? Outside of just me being a general sicko who likes stuff like that.
Yeah, I have a general rule at any point that you have to be 500 and within 3.5 games to be taken seriously.
I imagine those two things will not be like they will be happening in lockstep. I feel okay about that. I don't think it's going to happen, but I do feel okay that if they get to 500, they'll be 3.5 back.
A lot to get into. He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR. Brandon Ayuk, are we going to watch him walk by us and into John Lynch's office here between now and 10?
Really
and
dap us up on the way in.
We got you covered on that front as 49ers practice at 10:25, and a lot of eyes on Brandon Ayuk the last couple of days, and there are a few out there that think that this thing could be close, although
name a name.
Doesn't seem like it. Well, we're going to name.
Come on, Colin.
We're going to name names coming up next.
Come on, Colin.
It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to give his perspective on how the Giants handled the trade deadline and why they made certain decisions. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think that given the fact that he's been so reliably available for the 49ers, I mean, I think he missed one game this past season, but that was the first time he had missed a game since 2020, his rookie year. Given that's worth a lot in and of itself, but you talk about the per play efficiency, you talk about the ability to block, his importance away from the football. I mean, he's an A-list player, that's for sure. That's why they are trying to get something done with him.
All right, welcome back. That's David Lombardi talking about Brandon Ayuk as we welcome you back here. It is Murph and Marcus on a Friday. Here from Levi's Stadium, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach sitting in here. All eyes on Brandon Ayuk, as they have been really every day, as he's watched practice and made a point at different times to interact with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on the practice field. Social media ablaze yesterday,
I'm
Dieter.
stunned that they overdid it.
Social media ablaze. Colin Cowherd, quote, "Keep your eyes out for Brandon Ayuk news." This hit right after we got off the air yesterday. Mike Silver, nothing to report. I'm quoting his tweet from last night. I don't have anything to report on Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers contract front. As of earlier today, there was a sense in the building that it still could go a lot of different ways. Obviously, that could change quickly. The fact he showed up for camp rather than stayed away is probably a positive sign. Hope to learn more soon. Dieter, are we finally getting close? I thought it was funny yesterday. We had, it was Papa and Lund, and you had Greg trying to get Mike Silver to break the news on the show by texting Silver.
I'm going to call Silver, who, by the way, used to work with Cowherd. And so you're wondering, hey, what's going on there? Maybe that's the sourcing. And it's like,
and Mike's like, bro,
please leave me alone.
I
have a column to write. You think that if I had
and if I'm going to break it, I'm going to break it.
Hold on. Let me go on a place that doesn't pay me. Yeah. You don't think that the Chronicle's getting that one first? Or just, I don't know, Cowherd. Let me just say to Colin Cowherd, who I need to preface this. I worked with Colin at Fox. He has been nothing but kind to me, and he's a legend in this industry. So I like Colin a lot. We've been looking, buddy. We've been doing nothing but looking. We're making mountains out of molehills with DAPs here. There is not an issue that we've taken our eye off the ball when it comes to Brandon Ayuk's contract extension. It's all we've been talking about for months now. So there's no issue. If it happens, we will see it, Colin. I assure you we'll see it. And as for Silver, I mean, that was an incredible word salad of why are you asking me? I'm at work.
Yeah, and again, that was from a tweet last night. That was not directly his interaction with Greg, as Greg was trying to get him to break the news. But it's basically
a lot of words saying the exact same thing. It could go a lot of different ways. Well, that was, like all things.
But that was the most interesting part. As much as you can say maybe that's nothing, the most interesting part to me is still, and I said this to Mayoko yesterday.
Yeah.
I'd kind of forgotten, not literally, but just put to the back of my mind he requested a trade. Like, he's here.
Yeah.
Like, almost like, okay, that's not in play now. I get the impression, again, I don't want to infer too much in what Mike said there, but it's just when you say something could go a lot of different ways, yes, maybe he doesn't have nailed down exactly where things,
and I don't want to go in on Mike because no one
that's
knows.
No. The point is we're having a conversation, not to talk about somebody's reporting.
Yes.
The point is, when you say something could go a number of different ways, I had been, and I'll let you speak for yourself, but I had been sort of in my mind like, oh, well, he's here. He wants to be here. The 49ers eventually are going to pay him. They're going to figure it out. Like the trade is off the table. The playing on the fifth-year option is off the table. It's just going to get figured out. When somebody is, again, and I know that's a tweet. It's not a report, any of those things. I'm not going down that road. That's irrelevant to me at this point. The point I'm getting at, though, is when it's sort of out there that it could go 5 different ways, I think I need to bring myself back to, and I think maybe 49er fans need to bring themselves back to, yeah, he could sign the long-term extension, but those other options are still very much on the table.
Yeah, and I have never been someone who has taken that off the table. Because there hasn't been any movement. I can't even tell you, JD, if these sides are talking right now. JD, we're so impatient. And this is not a knock on anybody because we are well past the point where everyone should want to get this thing done. I have no problem with fans being impatient. I have no problem with the media being impatient anymore. The time for patience is over. Camp has started. Get your ass in. Figure something. Do something. Do something. Something's got to happen here. Now, I know that technically we're nowhere near a true deadline. We're still more than a month away from week 1 of the regular season, all this stuff. But, man, we're all just tired of this. We just want resolution. So when we have folks out here hyper-analyzing a DAP between John Lynch and Brandon Ayuk, it tells me that everyone is just looking for the answer, as well they should, and that they're just sick of talking about all of the options that are available. But, JD, nothing has changed. There's no reporting that says anything has changed. I can't tell you from who I talk to that anything has changed. And when we talk about the Brandon Ayuk trade request, the reason we put it in the back burner is because we're giving Brandon Ayuk the benefit of the doubt here. We're giving him some deference because everything that he's done during this contract negotiation with all the weird PR stuff that he did with the social media plays, and then a couple of weeks ago, if that, going, oh, yeah, trade me. It's like, buddy, they tried to trade you. They were looking left, right, and center to trade you before the draft. And while I am not someone who thinks right now that they're going to trade him just because they're all in on this season and you won't get anything that will help you win the Super Bowl this season.
Right.
Trading Brandon Ayuk.
You might get draft compensation, but that's not going to help you now.
And you're selling low, and that's not the 49ers MO. Like, if you're going to sell low, at least know that you got the most you could out of the player and then send him on his way a year too early as opposed to a year too late. They're looking to sign this guy to a 5-year deal. Like, it's not a year too early. That's 6 years too early. So I don't see a trade coming, but to say that anything is impossible at this juncture is to imply that something has changed, and it just hasn't.
And I think maybe another part of the reason why I've put it out of mind is my own personal opinion that they really freaking need him. Like, forget about, oh, you get this draft compensation or that. Even if it's great draft compensation, it's draft compensation.
Doesn't matter.
Like you said, doesn't help you in 2024.
That's right.
And I'm of the belief that the 49ers really freaking need Brandon Ayuk this season if they want to get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. Independent of Brock Purdy's leap, independent of Christian McCaffrey's a stud, independent of Ricky Pearsall is awesome, like all of those things being true, I still think for the 49ers to be the best version of themselves, they need Brandon Ayuk as that prototypical X-receiver to get the job done week in, week out.
But he can do that on the contract that he is currently signed to. Like, Brandon Ayuk is not showing up to work. Now, he is sort of showing up to work, but it's his neck, it's his back, it's his neck and his back. Kyle Shanahan's disdain, his scoffing when explaining the hold-in was pretty evident. I mean, I think he held back eye rolls, and I'm just reading the transcript, and I'm like, oh, brother. I can only imagine how much Kyle, who suffers no fools, was suffering in that moment. With your comment, though, on Brandon Ayuk, obviously an all-pro wide receiver at a very, very important spot at the X. Obviously, that is vital to the 49ers going and being the best version of themselves and competing and winning a Super Bowl this year. Have you seen anything at training camp, though, JD, that makes you think this could be okay? Or has it increased your desperation to let's get something done with Brandon Ayuk?
I'm at the same level.
Okay, nothing's changed.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm at the level of they need him. I don't think anything that I've seen is like catastrophic. I just think that they're worse without him, and I think that shows up in regular season games.
Yes.
And I think it shows up in the difference between 13-4 and maybe 11-6 or 10-7. To be perfectly honest, like I think it's that dramatic.
Yeah.
When you also factor in that you're going to have to deal with other injuries at different points. Like,
right.
And again, I don't like going down the path of, just overly fretting about stuff like that. But the reality is Deebo Samuel's probably going to miss a couple games.
Probably.
And Ricky Pearsall was injured coming into camp.
That's right.
And he could be a really productive.
Juwan Jennings is in and out.
Yeah, player. He could be a really productive player, play 14 games. Well, then
have you seen Jacob Cowing lately?
And here's what we've seen from the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. When you take pieces away, even one, the whole thing looks completely different. The whole thing looks completely different. And again, that doesn't mean you can't win a game. It just means that maybe a game you think you're going to win by 2 touchdowns, you win by 3.
You're not the 49ers as we know them, particularly on offense, where Kyle does not get pragmatic. He gets idealistic, and you have to have the full complement of weapons in order to be an idealist.
You don't have Brandon Ayuk, then that means extra carries for Christian McCaffrey.
And when's that going to burn you? It's going to burn you late in the season in the playoffs. I think they have a preponderance of talent. I will note this, though, and I want to get into it with you in the next segment. I am much more concerned about Trent Williams not being here than Brandon Ayuk. And I said this yesterday. I want to repeat this point because I do think that I'm now starting to think this might not be a ridiculous sports talk radio hypothetical. And it's obviously never this true.
That's always a good preface.
I'm just telling you. I don't think there's a soul down the block here, soul in this stadium right now, who cares about the 49ers and wants them to be successful and win, that wouldn't say, I will sacrifice 11 so that 71 gets in here. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, but 71 has to be the priority for this team right now because this offensive line has looked putrid, and it's already banged up without 71.
All right, let's get into that coming up, because I do have a strong take, even for me, on that we're going to get into. Also, reaction to Farhan Zaidi on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday as the Giants get set to open up the road trip in Cincinnati. But right now, let's bring in the one and only Young Tony.
Young Tone.
To find out what's coming up on the program today. What's going on, Tony?
What's up, boys?
How you doing, brother?
How we doing? I know it was an eventful morning getting into the studio, but glad you guys finally made it.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be you and John Joe Curley.
I know.
I mean, we were like one key turn away from our buddy Sal from it being John Joe Curley and Young Tony.
I'll
That
say
would've been
this,
a hell of a
Sal and I
show.
could have taken the door. We could have. Those big boys.
Yes. Sal is definitely of Dieter's stature.
Sal's going to be playing guard today at practice.
Oh, hell yeah.
What do we got coming up today, man?
All right, coming up at 7:30, we have the great Mike Krukow to talk about the big weekend for the Giants. They are in Cincinnati at the Great American Small Park. Kyle Harrison's on the mound versus lefty Andrew Abbott. The big hit is going to be at 7:50, cooler content at 8:15, and then we want to encourage you to stay tuned through the 8 o'clock hour for 2 tickets to see Three Dog Night on September 7th at Mountain Winery in Saratoga. And then, oh, by the way, it's Reggae Friday, so text in your requests, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627.
All right, are we finally getting close to putting the Brandon Ayuk chapter of him being ready to roll for this 2024 season? We finally ready to put that to bed. What's going on with Trent Williams? It is John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach here on KNBR, the sports leader.
The time's now. The time's now. The time's right now. That's it.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
That was a welcome sight that the cap was going up. I think the thing you have to understand, it went up for everyone, so it's not like unique to our team. But we have some challenges. We have a lot of good players who we've rewarded. Brandon's one that we think incredibly highly of. One of my favorite just guys around our building, the way he approaches the game. He's a competitor. He's a warrior. He plays with such a physicality, also with the grace, the way some of the positions his body can get into. And then he's got a flair for making plays when it matters most. And he's served us very well as a franchise. And, I think we've got a nice track record of extending the players that are important to us. And Brandon's a guy we want to keep around for a long time.
All right, that's John Lynch from the Combine.
Yeah.
Going back to the end of February.
And not a damn thing has changed since then.
And, yeah, platitudes upon platitudes. Obviously, they love Brandon Ayuk. How can you not?
He's a great player. He's an all-pro.
Yes.
They just don't love him for $30 million a year, which is also totally understandable. And it's understandable why Brandon Ayuk's like, pay me $30 million a year, because he's looking at this market and saying the time is nigh. So I'm stunned that sound from February holds up so well, but here we are.
Yeah, I'm actually not. And here we are, 5 months later on August 2nd, and Brandon Ayuk is around but not participating.
And he stands ready, willing, and able to fulfill the duties of his contract.
Of the options that are remaining, and I know you want to get into Trent Williams as it relates to Ayuk, because Trent Williams not being here is as important, if not more. I think you're saying it's more, and did in the last segment. But as far as Ayuk and the three outcomes right now, gets extended, gets traded, plays on the fifth-year option. Yeah. Give me the odds for you on those three things, because I do think there's been a sense in the last, 42 hours, basically because of that social media clip, basically because of
nothing.
It was basically
because of nothing.
I really do think that's what got everybody going. Ayuk just handshake to John Lynch, the handshake and the shoulder pat from Kyle Shanahan, and it was this people wanting to believe that this thing was done. And look, maybe it winds up being done here in the next couple hours, and we break the news here on the show. It'd be awesome.
Brandon
and he's out
come
there
in and tell us.
Press conference, later today after practice.
It'd make my weekend. It'd make my weekend. It'd make my day at work a lot easier.
But lay out where you stand as far as the odds of the three outcomes.
None of them have a majority. There is no winner here. Okay? We're talking 40, 30, 30. Ooh. Maybe 40, 40, 30.
Okay. Wait.
No, 40, 40, 40. Let's just, whatever. I'm bad at math. Yikes. It's early.
Yikes.
This is not good.
You had it right the first time.
I had it right.
What do you think is the most likely?
Most likely is he gets extended.
Most likely is he gets. So you're saying 40% chance he gets extended.
Right.
And look, this is all not. It's just your opinion, man.
This is just an opinion. I think that is the most likely outcome, though. I would still say it's plus money, JD.
Okay, I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Second most likely option, and this is now we're talking plus 210, plus 250. Plays on the fifth-year option. And by the way, as of right now, that's the only plan. We talk about all these things that could happen. Seeing as nothing has changed since February, that's the only thing that will happen. because Brandon Ayuk will show up to work at some point. At a certain point, these fines are going to become extremely prohibitive, and he will show up to work. Now, and the 49ers, he won't get to fake an injury because the 49ers are going to stop being cool with this hold-in at some point. And they've been very cool with it up until this point. But once the regular season starts, okay, buddy, you're under contract. Let's boogie.
And even really before, slightly before the regular season starts.
There is a line. I can't tell you when it is. You can't tell me when it is. We know they got a game against the New York Jets on the 9th of September. And Brandon Ayuk sure as hell better be in uniform for that game, so long as he's a San Francisco 49er. I will say this. The odds, or the chances, I should be more specific, of him getting traded do slightly increase by the day for me.
Okay.
The fact that there has been no movement whatsoever is concerning. And it does lead me to believe that the 49ers are more willing to just do something to move on from this saga, which has unnecessarily dragged itself out. We are past the point where this is just staring two guys, John Lynch and his agent, who's also his agent, staring guys down. We're in put up or shut up time, and nothing is changing. So when we're reading into DAPS and stuff, JD, like the best I can say, the most optimism that I can project onto that, as we're all just projecting our personal opinions onto these things, is that, hey, maybe they're actually talking again. Maybe someone decided we're going to move a little bit from our entrenchments and we can get something done here. Because as we were talking with Matt Mayoko yesterday, this isn't that complicated. The contract is boilerplate. There's a certain, here are the numbers. I don't know if you're watching this new Hard Knocks on HBO or Max or whatever.
I've got it in the queue. I haven't.
You haven't watched it. Let me tell you, JD, as someone who talks to a lot of NFL scouts and holds the opinion that most of these guys aren't as bright as sort of the outside world thinks them to be.
Sure. You've got a binder that tells you.
When I say that I think I can do this, I don't hold this in that high of esteem. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Okay, because I know these guys that I talk to, and the fact that they're talking to me means they can't be that smart. But
fair enough.
But this HBO Hard Knocks, where they're doing the offseason with the Giants front office, has fully convinced me that anyone can do this job. It's not that hard. It really is.
Maybe not well, though.
Well, I never said anything about doing it well, because I know Brett Veach is doing it a lot better, and I know John Lynch does it a lot better. I know that there are challenges to actually winning, but to just have the job and be an NFL GM, how many hours of Madden can you play? Because that's good preparation for you. I don't think it's that hard to figure out this contract. The issue at hand is that Brandon Ayuk wants to be the second highest paid receiver in football, third, second, whatever it is, and the 49ers are like, well, you're not the second best receiver in football, so we're not going to pay you that. We don't have just money to throw around willy-nilly like that. So we're going to come in here, you're going to come up here, and at some point it's on you, because you are under contract, to say, okay, I'm coming down a little bit. And if Brandon Ayuk comes down a little bit, I'm certain the 49ers and John Lynch will come up a little bit, because they do want to keep him around, and they haven't changed their opinion on him. But ultimately, Brandon Ayuk hasn't budged at all, to my knowledge, on his $30 million a year. And the 49ers are straight up saying, we're not paying that. And that means fifth-year option, maybe franchise tag, maybe a trade. But as of right now, the most likely option is the only option on the table, which is he's got to play on the fifth-year option until somebody actually makes a move here.
I think what you're saying is plausible as to where things are at. I don't know necessarily about the $30 million demand, but whatever it is.
It's a lot.
Whatever it is, it's far too much for the 49ers to just be, okay, yeah, we're good.
The 49ers are lowballing a little bit. That's their offer.
Right.
Obviously, it's not their best.
They do tend to try and they make guys work for it.
They extract. Yeah.
They make guys work for it. They maybe eventually get there, but you're going to have to earn it.
But it takes two to tango. And right now, as far as I know, Brandon Ayuk and his camp are not interested in actually dancing. They're interested in their number being hit. And the 49ers are like, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, we're not just going to give you what you want because you said it. We made Nick Bosa work for it. We made George Kittle work for it. We made Fred Warner work for it. We made Christian. They actually really didn't make Christian McCaffrey work for it that much, and maybe that's a telling sign. But we're going to make Brock Purdy work for it. We're going to make it. We make everybody except for 23 work for it. And Trent Williams is currently in the process of working for it. He's one of the greatest left tackles of all time and perhaps the most important player in football in 2024 that's a non-quarterback.
Yeah, and we are still going to get into what you wanted to talk about with Trent Williams. I wanted to open that up for a little bit of a longer segment to give you a shot to do that. We could get into Ayuk more specifically in this segment. But, yeah, I know you want to talk about Trent Williams, which we're going to do that.
It's huge.
Coming up here as well. We're also sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. I mean, we're in the South Bay, but they're in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think.
I think that Marin Health might be able to help Brandon Ayuk with these neck and back injuries that he has.
Yeah. What have you made of that?
I think that it's a pretty convenient way to get a hold in. And I think that I think everyone's in on the bit. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, maybe there is something bothering him. Maybe
he plays professional football for a living. I'm certain something's bothering him.
But my whole thing is, like, do you think there was a need for that? Like, did there need to be some kind of I'm a little banged up, but I'm here? I mean, I don't.
You have to be able to pass this off. Otherwise, you're in violation of your contract. You have to have a reason as to not practice.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, see, I just thought, hey, if everybody's cool with it, everybody can be cool with it.
It's technically a holdout unless you have an injury.
Even if you're here.
Okay.
Because even if they agree that you're not going to practice while they negotiate.
There's a difference between there's a list for guys who aren't here. The did not report list.
Right. No, I understand
and that's what
that.
Trent Williams is on.
Correct.
And then there is a not
Well,
practicing.
he's not here.
So the other thing, too, is I'm pretty sure Brandon Ayuk is getting paid.
Yeah.
He wouldn't get paid if he was willingly not practicing. There's a different list.
Well, unless the 49ers are cool with that. Like, again, I don't think they necessarily have to.
I think
it's
with
semantics,
the PA and the NFL, I think there's a little bit of a song and
I don't
dance.
think they have to declare an injury.
Look at them. They're dancing. They're dancing.
Like, he can be
out.
here and not, as long as they're cool with it, I don't think they have to declare an injury. But that's semantics. All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627.
Is Brandon Ayuk's injury real? 808 KNBR.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. He's Dieter. I'm JD. We'll get into Trent Williams coming back next right here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's be honest. Trent Williams has got a lot of leverage. Greg was talking about the value that Brandon Ayuk brings to this team. I fully acknowledge that. I've been talking a lot about how good he is in so many phases of the game, what he unlocks for the 49ers offense. But when we talk about do or die leverage, when we talk about, oh my God, you have to have this guy on the field, the only player in contract negotiations right now that applies to is Trent Williams, especially if the 49ers want to win a Super Bowl. He just plays at a position where it's much more rare to find a superstar player, so that makes him all that much more valuable. So the 49ers are in a tougher spot, I think, there from negotiating position. Because it's a lot like the Bosa situation last year, right, where they ultimately had to cave.
All right, that's David Lombardi of The Athletic. He joined Papa and Lund yesterday. We welcome you back here from Levi Stadium. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach in here on a Friday for Murph and Marcus. Mike Kruko, 7:30. We will get into what Farhan Zaidi had to say to Tolbert and Copes coming up as well. But
this guy.
Let's continue with the 49ers conversation as we await potential news on Brandon Ayuk here, 49ers on the practice field at 10:25 this morning, Dieter. Mm-hmm. But you raised the question, and I want to let you set it up a little bit as we've talked about Ayuk for the last half hour. You, like David, more concerned about Trent Williams and just his situation in not being here and the 49ers having to pay both of these guys.
Well, let's even make it more simple than this. If Brandon and let's just pretend these guys were injured and not holding out. If we were having a conversation about Brandon Ayuk, season-long injury, the 49ers Super Bowl chances would unquestionably be diminished. Unquestionably.
Yes. Agreed.
If we were talking about Trent Williams, season-ending injury, and again, I hate to put it in these terms, but we have to also, this is the essential equivalent right now. If we were talking Trent Williams isn't going to be here, Trent Williams retires, something. Trent Williams does not show up for the 2024 season.
Yep.
That is a grade. I don't even know what the grades are on fires. Everything is on fire if that happens. Whereas with Brandon Ayuk, you go, okay, this isn't good. But you got Ricky Pearsall, you got Deebo Samuel, you got Juwan Jennings. Those are 3 receivers that you can count on for this upcoming season. Yes, I'm including Pearsall on that list. You also have Cowing, and you also have an NFL where wide receivers are just plentiful to the point where you can go to the Jacksonville Jaguars and say, how about a Christian Kirk? You can go to a bunch of teams and say, we'll throw you a 5th rounder. You can throw us a receiver that can catch 60 passes a season. There's so many good wide receivers. It doesn't help Brandon Ayuk's leverage in his contract negotiations that the 49ers went out and got a very good one from at least my eyes in the first round this year. But if Trent Williams was out, now you're starting Jalen Moore at left tackle because you can't slide Colton McKivitz over. That would be even worse. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked from day one.
In terms of winning a Super Bowl.
Correct. You stand no chance. And with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams not in camp, I'm not terribly concerned about the fact that Trent Williams isn't practicing because Trent Williams never practices.
Right.
Kyle literally says he doesn't bend his knees during certain practices.
Him not practicing
doesn't bother
is even, I mean, it's exponentially less of a deal than even Bosa not practicing.
That's right. And I mean, I think the Bosa thing, we did see that it did have some effects.
No, that's my, and to that point.
And they kept talking like, it's not going to be a thing. It's not going to be a thing.
Even though it did annoy him and even though it did have an impact. But that's
Bosa
my point.
barely practices too.
Right.
He's off he gets veteran days when he was on his rookie contract.
But Bosa needs more practice time than Trent Williams is the
Clearly.
point.
Trent Williams can show up on Sunday before that game against the Jets. And you're like, you're our starting left tackle, big fella. Let's see what you got. And I wouldn't feel great about it. But I'm also not going to be like, well, you can't play him. It's Trent Williams. He's fine. The Brandon Ayuk thing, I'm not going to read too much into, hey, he's not practicing. He's not getting these reps with Purdy. I would like him to be getting those reps with Purdy. I would like him to be integrating into an offense, allowing Kyle Shanahan to push it. He is in meetings. That does matter. That is helpful. He's
doing everything except practice.
Except practicing because of this neck and back injury. Who would? But, man, with the way that the cap is structured, with the way the 49ers are just going to be in cap hell in perpetuity because Brock Purdy's about to get paid so much money. So much money. I mean, if Tua is getting this much money, Brock Purdy is going to get so much money. We're talking like $60 million a year. And when that happens, every structure of salary that you currently have on your books has to be adjusted to fit that in. I know that they have the cap space. Everything has to be adjusted around a contract of that magnitude. And we see this with the Warriors, right? It's hard for the Warriors. And not that they wouldn't do this deal 10 times out of 10, but it's hard for the Warriors when you have Steph Curry making that much money. You are always going to be on the verge of a luxury tax because he's making up legitimately half of the luxury tax.
Here's the deal. If you pay Trent Williams what Trent Williams wants and you pay Brandon Ayuk what Brandon Ayuk wants, then down the line, maybe for 1 year, you can keep both. But down the line, it may lead to a path where you have to take one of them away or multiple other players away. I think that's the point you're getting at.
If they both get what they want right now, and we're just talking about the 2024 season, they are very much in an environment where probably one of the two has to go.
I think for 2024, at this stage where we sit on August 2nd, the 49ers can't afford to have either. They need both of them for 2024.
Yes, unquestionably.
And so my stance on that is more, you got to pay both these guys now and you got to deal with it later. Like there comes a point where you got to do it and then you got to deal with it. And I get it. Other guys are going to have to go. You're going to have to make some tough decisions. The one part where look, it's August 2nd, so I don't think it's
we're not
it's
at DEFCON 1.
It's a huge deal.
But we're at DEFCON 2.
But we're getting closer to like, and I've said this throughout the offseason, the one thing I think the 49ers really need going into this year to run it back, which is so difficult for a Super Bowl losing team to do.
As we saw.
They need to have harmony, and they need to have cohesiveness.
Yes.
And even with a guy like Trent Williams who can, hell, he could probably fly in Monday morning with the game at 5:15 and strap it on and be fine.
Are we just going to call it out like 5 o'clock? He could show up at 5 o'clock
and be fine. I don't disagree with any of that as it relates to Trent Williams. But I think if this team wants to win a Super Bowl, I don't think they can afford to not have Brandon Ayuk either.
Correct. They do not have. They have so much skill talent, but it is the NFL. It is a war of attrition. And the idea that you're going to maintain all that skill talent, maybe as it currently stands with everybody healthy, which is not how it currently stands, I should note. But if everybody was healthy, maybe you can absorb a Brandon Ayuk absence. It's just not a reasonable thing to expect over an 18-week NFL season that you're going to be as healthy, by the way, as you were last year.
Totally.
So,
and look, we've seen injuries completely wreck 49er seasons.
Especially immediately after a Super Bowl.
It happens to other teams, but it has happened to them.
What has Draymond Green said time and time again? You play a regular season, then you play a whole other season in the playoffs if you're going deep. I think the same is true in the NFL. And I know it's only 3 games, 4 games in the playoffs if you're going to the Super Bowl. But the difference in physicality, speed, and just mental exhaustion that comes from a playoff game is so much more intense. I can forget. I mean, just think about what we have to do, which is nothing. It's nothing. We get to do this ridiculous job for a living. Just think about how much easier a regular season week is in our preparation to do our jobs than a playoff week is. Playoff weeks are exhausting for the media. What are they like when you're in a meeting and everything is on the line and you're the one who gets nervous for the games because you're the one playing in the games? What is it like for these guys? I would imagine that just 2, 3, 4 playoff games have the weight of 2, 3, 4 games each. When we're talking about the kind of attrition that they take on the body, on the soul. And this is why it's so tough. This is why what Kansas City is doing is so impressive. The fact that they could go for 3 in a row is absurd, because to get back to the Super Bowl in back-to-back years is absurd. So then they won it, and now they're going for 3. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. It's more likely than not that the Niners don't do this. And I think you're 100% right with the harmony thing, JD. I think that what you want right now isn't necessarily to expand the offense, or, you got to figure out some stuff. Don't get me wrong. Every team comes into training.
You want to have everybody that's important back and in their normal spot. Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. And then you want to have the baseline to be basically what it was last year. And then you add Pearsall. And then maybe Pooney is an upgrade at right guard.
But
and then maybe you want all those things
out, but you have to have your baseline set.
And they don't have the baseline's not set yet. And that's where, as we both agree, I think everybody agrees. I mean, Trent Williams has a tremendous amount of leverage here.
The reason that he has so much leverage is because there is a legitimate threat that Trent Williams will never show up to work.
Yeah.
That he just won't. He'll just retire.
I mean, and I said it yesterday, and I know you were there as well in Vegas at the Super Bowl, talking to Trent Williams that week, and there were portions of every media availability where I did walk over and talk to Trent Williams. He definitely gave off the vibe, in my opinion.
This might be the last time you get to talk to
somebody
me,
that was going to retire if they won.
We've talked about this multiple off seasons now. Eric Branch makes a point from the Chronicle to go to Trent Williams around week 13 or 14 every year and ask him, is he coming back? And this past season, I should say, he was like, absolutely, I'm coming back. No question about it. But I did not pick up, because I didn't talk to Trent very much during the Super Bowl week. But you got a good eye for you got a good feel for that. You've talked to enough to I'm going to take your word on this one and say there was some weird vibes going on with Trent.
Yeah, not even weird. Just like
straight up.
Straight up. Like, I'm enjoying it. This is my first time here. Yeah. It's cool. We got a shot to do this.
I heard,
and he's accomplished everything else possible in his career except for that.
I heard from somebody right when Jeremy Fowler, and this was a couple of months ago, and Jeremy Fowler's been out of practice. So if anything happens, trust me, Jeremy Fowler will have it.
And just real quick, want to let everybody know you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
So when Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL reporter, came out, I can't remember when it was, but it was during this offseason, he said, hey, there's some rumors, there's some whispers out there that Trent Williams might be a little peeved about his contract. It might be interested in getting something done with the 49ers. When that was happening, I had a couple other people mention to me, and these people don't know each other, saying, I'm not sure Trent's going to show up to work. I'm pretty sure that Trent is saying, I know what you will pay me. you're going to have to pay me more for me to show up. I'll play for $28 million. I'll play for $29 million.
Yeah, there's a premium now on going through the grind of what it takes to get through the 20 weeks you got to get through to get to the Super Bowl.
And this is why the harmony thing is so important, JD, because the entire team is facing something like this. It's not as expressly stated. Credit to Trent Williams for being like, no, it's going to cost an extra $6 million.
Isn't it in some sense? And I don't necessarily mean that, like, I don't think selfishness is a bad thing. Like, I think sometimes it gets, like, so I'm going to use that word, but it's the old Pat Riley, the disease of me.
Okay.
Right? Where basically you win at a really high level. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't think players should be faulted for that. So I'm not crushing anybody.
They're
for
pretty
it.
Awesome. They do get to feel themselves a little bit.
But yeah, exactly. And my point, when you do a lot of winning, and typically, I mean, Riley, from the standpoint of you win a championship, right? Mm-hmm. Like you win a title, going back to his time with the Lakers in the 80s even, you win a title and then you come back the next year and you're trying to win another title. But now all of a sudden, this guy's doing commercials and this guy wants a renegotiation and this guy's ticked off because the other guy got one. Yeah. He signed a Scottie Pippen deal.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it just.
Who's the Tony Kukoc of this
so
situation?
You've got all of these guys that yes, they want to win a Super Bowl and it's about the team and how can it not be? But there's also, every player is an individual person that has their own individual needs in life and specific point at which they are in their career or in their timeline of getting paid.
Well, I think
which is important.
I think we're seeing this with Brandon Ayuk, right? Like Brandon Ayuk's like showing us the nuance and the complexities of this for any player. Brandon Ayuk should be getting paid a whole lot of money. Now, that's a negotiation issue. We've talked about it enough. But like, you don't think that Brandon Ayuk was a little bit peeved that they drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round? You don't think that Brandon Ayuk took that as a shot across the bow, just a smidge, just a little bit? He's not here to help you.
Like they think they can offer a little bit less?
Correct. Like we got a replacement ready to go. So if you want to just play out your fifth-year option, I'm just
do
saying.
That at your own peril, because I think where the 49ers really get this thing dialed, again, and this is what I come back to, where the 49ers are better than the team that they were last year is when you have Ayuk back. And again, I'm not even – I get it. The way the 49ers do it and structure it, and the same thing with Trent Williams leads to, that might mean you get to keep or not keep another player or two down the line.
Right.
I understand all of that, okay? But for this season, the way that you're better than you were last year or give yourself a better chance or as good a chance to get to the Super Bowl and win it is you keep everything status quo and you add Ricky Pearsall. And it's like, oh, wow, Ricky Pearsall is like awesome. And you still got Juwan Jennings. And now you got four guys that can play all these different positions and come up big. Like that's how you get better. That's how you offset maybe a little less from Christian McCaffrey or
not having Eric Armstead.
Not having somebody 100%. So, you've got all this.
Dre Greenlaw.
You've got this added corner depth.
Right. And they have great corner depth.
And Demo Lenore looks like a Pro Bowler.
That's right.
Or better.
Who's to say?
Early on.
He looks like a man who might be getting a more than $10 million contract this time next year.
And that may be one of the names specifically that the 49ers have to keep in mind. And Mooney Ward is due to get paid again.
And they have to think about this stuff, JD. They have to think about, okay, if we're going to give Brandon Ayuk $3 million more than we want to give Brandon Ayuk, who does that hurt us from maintaining down the line? Who can we get for $3 million less? Because every penny is going to be accounted for here. And I want to go back. I want to go back critically to the harmony point, because I think it's just absolutely spot on. This is going to be the toughest test for Kyle Shanahan as a head coach since he took over. And I give Kyle Shanahan all the credit in the world. The culture that he was able to instill in this operation when he first showed up was nothing less than incredible. They were 0-8. They stunk something fierce, and they had buy-in across the board. And you knew that something was at least being built up and that they had somewhat of a foundation, even if that foundation was simply Kyle Shanahan's in charge. But they had gone through 4 head coaches in 4 years. Everything was on fire here. It was a hot mess. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch came in and immediately stabilized the operation. And like 2 years later, they're playing for the Super Bowl. Okay, so that was a hell of a job.
No question.
And we have not talked one iota about culture when it comes to the 49ers outside of praising it, which we don't even do now because we take it for granted.
Yeah, and I don't even think, I mean, even if Ayuk wants more and Trent Williams isn't here.
I don't think this hurts the culture.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts the culture.
I'm not arguing that the culture's in peril.
I just think it might take a little bit away from this team if it gets to a point that we're not quite at yet.
So this is where I want to go with this.
Because there's still plenty of time where, like, let's
Ample.
just hypothetically, let's just say the Ayuk deal gets done, maybe not today, but let's say the Ayuk deal gets done Monday.
No problem.
He's here Tuesday. Trent Williams comes in before the
and
third.
the neck are healed.
Yeah, Trent Williams comes in before the third preseason game in bubble wrap until September
That's
9th.
right.
All like
No
at
problems.
that point, it would be more than enough time to where it would be as if they were here the whole time.
Correct.
And
we're not talking
happy
about
the
a
whole
Blake
time.
Snell situation where you're like, I don't know how this is going to go.
It's like immediately at which the situations are resolved, especially if we're talking about new deals.
Yeah.
It goes away. It's the braces. It's
Yes.
yes. Negotiations are like braces.
Yeah.
Quote.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. But
You forget about it.
my point is, think about last season and how difficult it was for the 49ers to get through the campaign. Not because they were an inferior team or anything, but because they were only thinking about going back to the NFC Championship game and avenging the loss to the Eagles.
What war on them?
And so they only thought about that game against Philadelphia in Philadelphia, which they put an absolute ass kicking on them as some level of catharsis. And then they were only thinking about get to the playoffs, get to the NFC Championship game, then we get to play in the Super Bowl. Now they don't even have NFC. Now it's simply get to game number 20.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing that matters between us and game number 20. That is a very far goalpost to have to hit time and time again. And I hear their kicker's not very good.
The 49ers kicker?
I'm just saying, when your only goal, when your only focus is Super Bowl, and you've never actually been over the hump, it's tough. And when you get a little bit of dirt in the gears, now I'm not sure how that's going to respond. It's on Kyle Shanahan to hold this thing together and to keep this team focused. And there have been a couple of things in training camp so far which indicate to me, like, I don't know, how can anyone focus? We're not talking about football. We're talking about contracts.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep, like, to your point, to keep trying to run it back. And I think they admitted, Kyle Juszczyk admitted in January that it was, hard. And actually, when they lost, that it's hard to climb the mountain again. I think you never know when it's going to hit you. I think it hit them when they had clinched everything and then had to go play a couple of playoff games, which you wouldn't think it would hit you then. But I think it hit them when they clinched it. They took the Rams game off week 18, then they had the bye, and then it was like, it wasn't even just the Packers game. It was the Packers game and the Lions game, and they were able to save themselves. All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. Appreciate everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Mike Kruko at 7:30. We'll continue to talk some Niners here from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Pay that man his money.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Man, it's a fine line. You know, you want to go out, you want to be efficient, you want to go through reads and obviously protect the ball and whatnot. But right now is the time for us to go out and, you know, you always hear the quarterback say experiment, but that's really what it is. Can I fit it in this window on this hitch? Can I look off Fred or Flan or Devondre in a certain way and then make that throw backside? You got to try it out. I mean, in the game and in the season, it comes down to protecting the ball every snap, every play. So you can't necessarily try those things out. Right now we can. And so my mindset right now is, you know, protect the ball, but let's be aggressive. Let's try this out. Let's figure it out. And so obviously I want to go through my reads, check the ball down, and work on that as well because that's real. That's football. But there's a time and a place where I'm like, hey, you know what? You know, this is practice, and I'm going to drop back and try this out. So, and then you figure out if it can be a part of your game or not for the season.
All right, that's Brock Purdy from a couple of days ago. That was Wednesday with Papa and Lund right here on the Sports Leader from Levi's Stadium. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. Another cloudy
August, baby.
Morning.
They'll break up by the time practice starts.
Here in the
Hope
South
you have
Bay.
your sunscreen, JD.
I do, actually. I've got the hat today. I do have the sunscreen in the bag in case I want to go hatless, but I also, you know, I'll throw... Well, because
you throw some sunscreen on the arm,
on the neck, on the arm. No, you're right about that. I've gotten a lot better at that.
Don't play around with sun health.
I don't mess around with the head, obviously. Now that I
respect it.
But yeah, I'm going with the hat today, and sure, the sun should be out here in the next couple of hours. 49ers on the field at 10:25. Mm-hmm. Brock Purdy talking about being experimental. At practice.
I think everything Brock said is spot on. This is the time to figure it out because he's not the kind of quarterback. He's not the kind of quarterback that's going to be trying that stuff in games. He has to protect the ball. He has to be smart with his decisions. But ultimately, he's got to figure out, hey, can I do this or not? And there's only one place for him to really find out. It's practice for a reason.
Big part of the conversation today surrounding Brandon Ayuk. What's going on with Brandon Ayuk? Could the 49ers be close to a deal with Brandon Ayuk? Trent Williams still a holdout as well. So we're keeping everybody updated between now and 10 o'clock. Mm-hmm. On all of that, and if the news breaks, you're going to want to be right here. Whew. We will have you covered with everything. We've also been shifting toward the importance of harmony for the 49ers.
Good vibes.
And I think, and I've said throughout the offseason, I think there's an actual tangible monetary value that the 49ers should put on. Trent Williams is here and he's happy, and Brandon Ayuk's ready to roll. And even if that means maybe you have to make a tougher decision down the line, you don't know how this season is going to play out. Like if you come up short this season, this season, and some of the things that you do maybe in the next month contractually mean you might have to make a tougher decision in March, so be it. Because it has been my take on it. Because if you come up short, I think those decisions at times are easier to palate. I mean, come up shorter than they did last year going to a super. Like
they don't go to overtime.
Sometimes those decisions are made for you, is my point.
Yes, life finds a way.
Like you fret in my words, not theirs, but you fret about what you have to do down the line. And sometimes some of the things you're fretting about having to do down the line, you wind up not having to do, or you do have to do them, but you're much more comfortable because somebody else steps into a different role. Oh, wow, this guy's, Renardo
Look at the quarterback.
Wow, Renardo Green's awesome. I just hypothetical. Renardo Green's awesome.
He is awesome.
Demo Lenore's awesome. You know what, Mooney Ward, we love you, but... we're
good.
And again,
we don't need you.
That's not a conversation for today. But my point is there is a monetary value on the harmony. And for this team this season, coming off the Super Bowl, attempting to run it back and be better. And I think the Niners are going to have to be better this season to get to the same point they got to last season. Also, and we're going to get into this more in the big hit, but Kyle Juszczyk's comments about the 49ers in big games and hating the narrative that they can't win big games. Now, obviously, they haven't won the big one, a couple of times that he's among the handful of players who played in both of those Super Bowls. That conversation at 750, but the part that I think relates to this conversation is harmony, everybody being here and giving yourself the best chance to get through the slog of, and I think they have reached the point with the Super Bowl appearances and the NFC Championship game appearances and even the COVID year where they got kicked out of the freaking county, and that was the one year they didn't make it.
Shook.
That was the one year they didn't make it, but that year took a toll.
So injured that year.
That year took a toll, though, even though they were done.
Nick Bosa went out, and they just basically packed in the season.
Right. And then
everyone else decided we're going to follow Nick Bosa's lead and also get injured.
So it's been a grind. And again, you were talking about this in the last segment. It's the fact that, regular season games may feel less important because the only thing that matters is January and ultimately February.
Remember how brutal it was during the peak of the Warriors dynasty?
Yes.
Just every day in the regular season.
But they had won.
They had won. But their goal was the exact same as the 49ers this year, which is nothing matters until the very end.
And I think it's even harder, Dieter, on the 49ers because they haven't won and because it's football. But to me, it's harder when you haven't won. When you have won, there's a little bit of, well, we know we can get over the hump. We know how far we can take it to that line of not giving a bleep.
That's right.
And still be okay. And
flip the switch, JD.
And it burned them. It did maybe burn them a couple times they didn't win.
That's right.
But they also knew they had enough to still win.
No question.
And the Niners don't have that luxury because they haven't gotten over the hump.
Correct. They don't actually know what it takes to win a Super Bowl. They have an idea. They've probably put together a pretty good game plan. I'd like their chances over a team like the Texans, who have never been even close to it. But they actually do not know what it takes to win a Super Bowl or a championship, whereas, as you noted, the Warriors very much did because they did it with ease, not just with Kevin Durant when everyone was in the regular season saying, this is kind of boring. And just looking for drama. They'd done it beforehand, and they had won 73 games beforehand. So they knew what success tasted like, and they understood that there's no nectar that is quite as sweet, and that is it led into the malaise of it all. So a very dangerous game for the 49ers to be playing. And by the way, this is a thing that they can say all they want. They can practice as hard as they want, whatever. You'll find out in the results if they're taking this fully seriously or not. If they have their eye on the prize, they're actually doing the thing that they always say they're doing, which is just taking it week by week. We'll find out how week by week they're actually taking it. Because last year, there were moments of lapse. We got to be clear about it. There were moments of lapse. They threw away a couple of games that they probably should have had, and it's because they were just thinking about Philadelphia, NFC Championship game, avenge. Nothing wrong with a little bit of spite in your heart looking for some vengeance. That's a good thing to have in football. But to have that only for the Super Bowl, I think that's getting the cart out ahead of the horse here a little bit.
Well, when you look at the 2 years that they've gotten to the Super Bowl, they were 8-0 in 2019.
Yeah,
they were 5-0 last year and dealt with some injuries as well before they in the Cleveland game specifically.
Yeah, that's when it fell
and
apart.
Then Minnesota, and then
that's
they
Debo
were
and Trent Williams
out of gas in the game against Cincinnati at Levi's at the end of October. Then they hit their bye week, and they got healthier, and they got it back together coming out of the bye week, and went on to run off wins all the way up until the Christmas night game against the Ravens. But yeah, you go back through the 3-game losing streak coincided with
no 71, no 19.
The injuries, and also maybe I don't know, maybe feeling yourself a little bit.
They were a little high on their own supply. I even wrote before those injuries came out, I'm like, oh boy, they are really feeling themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that because you are awesome and you deserve to feel yourself a little bit, but that's how you get got in the NFL.
But the importance of the regular season, the 2 times the 49ers have gotten to the Super Bowl as opposed to losing in the championship game, the difference has been 1 seed. The difference has been bye. The difference has been get off to an 8-0 or a 5-0 start and not a 3-4 or a 3-5 start.
That's right.
That has been the difference.
You cannot be digging yourself out of a hole. They can't do that this year with the way their schedule operates, because the second half of that schedule, and we'll find out, because you're projecting out who's going to be good and who's going to be bad, and the NFL has a funny way of never really lining up that way.
Right.
But, man, the second half of that schedule is brutal, and they have a negative 32 days of rest differential.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about that Bengals game that they got absolutely cooked in. Well, that was their worst rest differential game of last year. And Cincinnati came in healthy. Joe Burrow looked as healthy as he was all year.
Joe Burrow looked as good as any quarterback in the league that day.
Correct. And we know that he has that caliber, but he had the calf injury last year, and he was fighting that through the first half. He gets the bye week, comes off the bye week, Niners coming off a short week, and the Bengals just wrecked him. These sort of things matter, especially on the macro. The Niners have the worst rest differential in the NFL this upcoming season when you look at their schedule. They've been given a marked disadvantage. They have to make hay early, not just because that's when they've been successful, but because those are the only wins that they can almost guarantee. They're the early ones. And this training camp where you had, I just want to read out this list from Wednesday.
Well, and we were talking about like what stood out for practice, and we'll get into this coming up a little bit later in more detail.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that stood out to me about practice, my opinion, I asked George Kittle about it. He didn't necessarily agree a couple of days ago, but from what it seems like, the juice hasn't been there at camp in the ways that it's been there in the past. And I think part of it, and you've got the list, more specifics, it feels like every day there's like scheduled off days
a lot of veteran rest days.
A lot of making sure that everybody's ready for that slog and maybe taking it a little bit easy in July and August.
Brandon Ayuk, obviously. Trent Williams, obviously. But here's who was out on Wednesday, the last practice. Juwan Jennings was out. Curtis Robinson was out. Logan Thomas was out. Isaac Guerendo's got the hamstring injury. He's out. John Feliciano's out. Jared Kingston was out. I don't know why Jared Kingston was out, but he was out. Aaron Banks was out. Spencer Burford, who has the hand injury, he was out. Tay Martin was out. Why was Tay Martin out? Who's to say? Jacob Cowing is out. Do we even know what Jacob Cowing's injury is?
A lot of these are injuries. Running through them.
And Javon Hargrave missed
that
time.
day.
And he's going to get those veteran days because those hamstrings are tighter than the E strings. So it's when you don't have your full complement and you're not necessarily a deep team to begin with, now you get to see practice where the offensive line looks like garbage. And now we're saying, how much is Trent Williams worth?
Well,
a lot.
You see how close you are to being in trouble.
That's right.
Even with a team that's as talented as the 49ers are, you see in real time how close you are to being in trouble. And I think the 49ers know that because they were 5-0 and then 5-3. They know that because they were 3-5 and 3-4 in the 2 years prior to that.
Take anything for granted
before they were good enough to ultimately make those runs to the championship games. All right, we'll pause here. More 49ers coming up with the big hit at 7:50, but we are going to switch gears a little bit. We'll get into the Giants' big road trip for San Francisco. It starts in Cincinnati this afternoon. Mike Krukow joins us next right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. Switching a little gears from the 49ers to the Giants. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here from Levi's.
Hey, yo.
49ers practice at 10:25, but let's go out to the UMA guest line, and brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer for sedan fine savings on every model. It is Mike Krukow joining us here on KNBR. Kruk, how are you? Good to talk with you again.
Well, I'm feeling a lot better thanks to Logan Webb, who kind of took a little pressure off the organization with an incredible performance Wednesday night, which 1-0 ball games are my favorite games. I mean, every pitch means something. There's just so much drama in a game that is decided by a one-run factor. And then a guy out there allowed to go out there and go the distance and get a shutout. Not the first time he's had a 1-0 shutout, I might add, but it was a huge game for this team. They were just kind of in a coma offensively the first two games coming back off after the trade deadline. And sometimes, you know, I'll tell you a story happened to me when I was in Philadelphia. We had this is 1982, and we had good pitching. We had good defense. But for whatever reason, this team wasn't going to hit. And it was pretty significant because we had Mike Schmidt and we had Pete Rose and Greg Gary Maddox and Gary who else we had? We had Gary Matthews. I mean, those guys were hitters. Bo Diaz was an All-Star the year before. Manny Trio. I mean, Bob Dernier, George Vukovic. We had a great team. They didn't hit. So we went through a spell where nobody was hitting, and now Pat Corrales calls a meeting, and he gets us all in there, and we thought he was just going to ream the offense out, right? So we're all sitting there. I'm sitting next to my locker mate. Steve Carlton is on my left, and then you got Tug McGraw and Sparky Lyle on my right. And here we go. The meeting starts. And Pat Corrales, the manager, proceeds to go in there and just chew on the pitching. We were doing great. But he said, you know what, when the offense is sputtering, you better go out and throw a shutout. That's your job. Identify what the problem is and then correct it. You guys are sitting here feeling sorry for yourself. I call BS to that. Go out there and throw a shutout. You know what? That's exactly what Logan Webb did. He realized that this offense was sputtering. He needed to be good. And he needed to be good against an A's team that had the greatest July of anybody offensively in the big leagues. Any team. They had more home runs, scored more runs, and Webb shut him down. And I thought that was just so badass.
Yeah, it was a big-time performance, no question. How did he find his changeup? I know you were talking about it on the telecast. It pitches come and go for pitchers, and you got to figure out a way to get through it. But how from your eye did he lock back in and find better location overall, but get his changeup back?
Well, I think it has to do with the mechanics of his throwing motion. And the beautiful thing about what happens when you go through a slump of the pitch, when you figure it out, you've just become better. I mean, you take that solution, you put it down on an index card, and you just file it away in your brain. You just got better. Plus, in the interim, when you didn't have that pitch, you learn to get outs another way. So in that way, you get better. But I think what he kind of got into was a little bit of a low hand position, which caused a little sling across his body. And I think he was underneath the release point of that changeup. He got into a little bit of a higher hand position. He got out front where he was no longer slinging the ball. He was snapping the wrist towards his target, and then boom, there it was. And he showed up in the first inning. I mean, the very first couple of pitches, and we all know the troubles he's had in the first inning. But he established the knee-high location with the fastball. And then because of that, you have to have a higher hand position to get that ball down consistently, to snap and crack that whip off towards your target. And the changeup followed. And it was a beautiful thing because it was there, and he got his toy back. And it was like, yeehaw, daddy. And he held it for 9 innings. That's the other thing, too. When you're coming back from a little slump with a pitch, you can start with it, and then you can lose it, like in the 3rd inning. But he didn't. He held it for 9. So I think it was just a matter of correcting himself mechanically that got him back on track.
the big thing coming into this season was you have Logan Webb, and Logan Webb looks back, but now you also have this guy, Blake Snell, and the lefty-righty combo at the top of the rotation, dangerous. As dangerous as maybe any 1-2 combo in all of baseball. Blake Snell had a marvelous July, 15 strikeouts the last time he was out. What's changed with Blake Snell from your vantage point?
Well, just the same thing that Webb went through. When we saw him right there at the last start before he went on his second trip to the IL, I thought he had a feel of the fastball and a feel of all of his pitches. He truly had 4 swing pitches. When he's on, I mean, that's where he's at. And then he goes on the IL. Well, when he came back on the IL, I mean, he really took his time coming back. And he knows his body better than anybody. He knows his mechanics better than anybody. Because when he showed up that first start after coming off the IL the second time, the fastball command was there. And that is his key. When he's on top of his fastball and he's able to control the knee-high location with the fastball, that allows him to spot the fastball on both sides of the plate and then elevate when he wants to do it. That high fastball is such a kill pitch for him, and it always has been. But once he gets the command of the fastball at the knees, that sets up his ability to range the fastball from his knees across the letters. And then right behind it comes the curveball. When he was throwing the curveball early in the year, it had a hump in it. When he's throwing right, he's in a high hand release, and that fastball comes off in a flat, or that curveball comes off in a flat plane, and then it just disappears. And the importance of the flat plane, twofold. One, it gives the illusion in the hitter's eye that it's a fastball coming. And two, it allows him to snap that curveball in a more forward position, and that absolutely accentuates the spin rate. And then the break on the curveball just explodes. It falls off the table. That thing literally starts off at your chest and it winds up down around your knees. And that's a Steve Carlton pitch. His shape of his breaking ball is identical to the shape of Carlton's breaking ball. And Carlton was a 2-pitch guy. Never pitched in with a fastball. It was always away. And then he'd throw 150, 160 pitches a game. He'd throw 90 sliders. He called his breaking ball a slider, but it's pretty much the same pitch that Snell's throwing. So the fastball set him up, and he's been able to maintain it his first 4 starts back, and he's been dominant. I mean, he's the best pitcher in the world right now.
Let me ask you, the Giants traded Alex Cobb to the Guardians, and obviously he hadn't pitched for them this season after an all-star campaign last season. But when Farhan Zaidi has talked to the media, he said that they want to go all in on Hayden Birdsong, and after 20 strikeouts combined in his last 2 starts, it's easy to see why. What have you seen from Birdsong since he got called up in that game against the Cubs to now when he is an established part of this rotation, or at least is going to be given the chance to be an established part of this rotation?
Well, 20 strikeouts against the same team. And that is no small deal. When you're a young pitcher, you're getting by in your stuff. And to face a team and then face it in your next start, that team knows you now. The first time that Birdsong saw him in Coors Field, they didn't know him. They didn't know what he had. They didn't know his breaking ball. They didn't know his off-speed stuff or the movement of his fastball. And then the next time they come into San Francisco, they knew him. And they were going to just slap a butt kicking on this kid, right? They were highly motivated. This is a big league team. And he goes out there and he goes at him a different way. He didn't go at him with the curveball. He went at him with a changeup. And that became his dominant pitch in the game. And that blew their mind. And he winds up with another great performance. So, look, I loved Alex Cobb. I love sinker ballers. I love guys who can move the ball around. I mean, I loved everything about his game. And but I didn't know how much of him you were going to get when he was going to come off the IL. I mean, when you come off the IL that deep in the season and you have to build yourself up again, well, that's a 3-4 start process. Well, now that takes you deep into August. And then again, you just don't know if the impingement in his neck and his shoulder were going to free him up, or he was going to have a problem with that again. So that was the opportunistic time I felt to pull the trigger and bring Birdsong into your rotation every 5th day. And I think he earned it. I think he earned it with that two-game performance against the Rockies. That's how significant those 2 games were. Because now he's going out there. And just think about it. When he made his debut, he makes his debut, and everybody's geeked up. I mean, we watch Robbie Ray, a 10-year vet. He takes a 16-month layoff. He comes back in. He's like a rookie with his first start back. And he was so over-geeked, he hit 2 guys and walked 2 guys his first inning. Well, Birdsong makes his debut, and he comes out, and he's calm. The first pitch he throws, fastball down around the knees. That's hard to do when you're geeked. When you miss, you usually missed up around the letters. Knee-high strike, boom, 96. And then he has a 1-2-3 inning. This guy has shown composure, poise, and the confidence and the presence to be a factor up here now. And that's what we're all willing to see. I applaud the move from Farhan to put him in the rotation. I hate to see Cobb go, but I think it's time for Birdsong to sing.
Looking at the standings, the Giants are 4.5 back of that final wild card. They got 3 teams in between them and the Diamondbacks, who currently have the last slot. They have won 5 of 6. Sometimes it hasn't felt like it the last couple of days, at least maybe from a fan standpoint. But how big is the next 7 specifically? Reds and Nats. I mean, this is really the stretch that's, I think, going to determine whether or not they really can make a run at this thing. How big is it for you?
Well, you're right. I mean, and you're going to say that every game from here on out. I mean, that's where they're at right now. They're still, what are they? They're, 2 games under 500 now?
Yep.
They can't afford to have a 3-7 10-day period, or even a 4-6. 5-5 would be disappointing. They got to start making up ground. They got to start making a move because other teams are making a move. The hottest team in the division right now is the Padres. And right behind them are the D-backs. So they're making their move. And the Giants have to follow suit. They really have to wake the offense up. And, they're going into Cincinnati, which is a great place to hit. And Cincinnati's tough to beat in Cincinnati. Then they go right into Washington. That hasn't been a good team for the Giants. They haven't played well against this club in the last couple of years. So they need to have a really nice road trip here. If they come back with the 2 series wins, well, then that's exactly what they need to do. That brings them back to 500, and then you just keep layering series wins and then put together a little bit of a run. But the key is going to be the offense. The offense has to go, because right now you're thinking, okay, we're going to watch this team go in and have pitching for every game. This is what they've done. They've been in every game. That's why they've been allowed to maintain this rotation. This is why they've been given this chance. Now it's up to them to back it up. Remember, this is going on their baseball card. Nobody else's. This is on them. They've been given the tools. They've been given the pitching. Now you need to do the one thing we've all been waiting for. You need to score some runs.
Kruk, great stuff. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
That's it.
Appreciate it. Mike Krukko joining us here on KNBR, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, quick thought?
Yeah, he's spot on about every game being of monumental importance. And no pun, because they do play the Nationals soon. But there is no opportunity to slide. And frankly, there's no opportunity to even play 500 baseball. If they have any shot at making this thing interesting, and that is a low bar, JD, they got to put together some serious wins right now, because this is also the point in their schedule where they can make hay. That September schedule is brutal.
I think it's 5-2 on this trip. Minimum. I think it's 5-2. That would put them above 500 by a game coming back home. I think even if you go 4-3, you're still under 500.
That's right.
At that point. And you're
I love
still probably 5 back.
I love your model. You got to be above 500 and you got to be 3.5 out.
Yes.
That's fair by me. I'd maybe say 3, but you know how the half games go.
Right.
I'll give it to you.
I'll give you that margin for error.
I'll give you that half game, JD. You can't be doing over-unders and not throwing that half game in there. All right.
It's good to get a little palate cleanser off the 49ers. Talk some Giants. We're going right back to the 49ers for the big hit. It's coming up next right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to give his thoughts on how the Giants handled the trade deadline and why they made certain decisions. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
One of the narratives that I hate to hear about us as a team is that, the Niners can't win the big game because, we lost in 2 Super Bowls, which it's just crazy. If you know anything about football, you realize how many big games we did win in order to put ourselves in those positions. I mean, what was in 22, we started like 3-5 and had to win 12 games in a row. Those were big games. And winning in the NFC Championship when you're down 17 at halftime, that was winning a really big game. So I just hate to hear that narrative. But, we do know that, if we get our chance again in the Super Bowl, we just got to finish the job.
All right, that's Kyle Juszczyk from earlier in the week right here on KNBR.
Saucy.
John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. That set social media ablaze, Dieter. Fans going crazy because Kyle Juszczyk doesn't like the narrative that the Niners can't win big games.
I mean, he's not factually wrong, but he's spiritually wildly incorrect, right? Like he is.
Well, yeah, because and look, he wasn't saying the big game. He was saying big games.
He wasn't using the definite article,
and that got kind of construed into, well, you haven't won the biggest game twice, Kyle.
This is what I was talking about with you, JD, yesterday. I hate it when expectations are lowered in this market. If you're in Oklahoma City, if you're in Green Bay, Wisconsin, if you're a fan of the Utah Jazz, lower the expectations all you want because the expectations shouldn't be very high. So you can get variable with it. But in this marketplace, and let's be even more specific, with the San Francisco 49ers, to lower expectations and to pretend that anything other than Super Bowls matter is laughable. And frankly, it's dangerous to the brand overall. So yes, Kyle Juszczyk's right. He went to Harvard. I'm not sure if you knew that about him. He's a sharp guy. But NFC Championship games, they don't hang banners for those. They sure as hell don't hang banners because you overcame a 3-5 start to the season and had to go on a nice run there. Like, oh, wow, what a big game in week 7. What a big game in week 12. I'm not saying they haven't won big games. I'm not saying they haven't.
And I don't even care about that. I don't even care about the regular season games. I mean, they've won multiple playoff games every single year.
It as an example.
Every single year they've won multiple playoff games. They've made the playoffs. They've won multiple playoff games. They won 2 in 19 against the Vikings and Packers. They won a couple
Cowboys
in 21 against the Cowboys and Packers again.
That's right.
Before they lost to the Rams, and they won a couple in 22 to set themselves up to play the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Brock Purdy got hurt, and we all know how that ended up shaking out. They beat Seattle and Dallas. So literally, you've got 6 playoff wins there. You win the games that he mentioned against the Packers and Lions when you're down and really don't play well in either game for over a half. And
they won. They deserve credit.
You've won 8 freaking playoff games. I mean, how many teams other than the Chiefs can say they've won 8 playoff games in the last 5 years?
Not one. They are a wildly successful operation, and yet here we are complaining and moaning about it because they haven't won what actually matters. They haven't won what actually matters. And in fact, this is more infuriating that they're coming this close year after year. They're on the precipice year after year, and they can't get over the hump. They can't figure out a way to get number 6. The expectation is 6. It's 6, it's 6, it's 6. It does not matter about anything else. Those are just things that you have to do to get yourself in a position to win 6. So the idea that, we can't win the big game, or we can't win big games. I should be very specific as to what he said. We can't win big games. That's fine. Your definition of big games is not the right definition. The definition of big games is singular, and it's the Super Bowl. And fact of the matter is, you guys haven't won the big game now twice. And both times you can look at a lot of reasons as to why, and we've done that ad nauseum. Congratulations on winning all of these playoff games. Congratulations on, Kyle Juszczyk we came back from 3-5. Save that crap for the Jacksonville Jaguars, JD. Save that crap for the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, you better not be 3-5. That's the first thing.
That's for damn sure.
This year.
Only thing that matters is winning the Super Bowl. And honestly, I kind of appreciate it, as difficult as it will be to handle this emotionally, mentally, and physically, where the only thing that matters truly is getting to the Super Bowl and winning it again, where nothing matters but game 20 of this season. As difficult as that is going to be to manage that, I appreciate how binary it is. I appreciate that it is cutting out all the riffraff. They're not worried, big game in week 13 against Seattle, big game. This playoff game's big. Nothing else matters but the Super Bowl when you're the San Francisco 49ers, and at least this year we're being honest about it.
But I think it also speaks to the fact, though, all of these games are important if you want to set yourself up to win the big games. I can't get down with you got to win 2 more playoff games minimum to get to the point where you're in the Super Bowl and you start devaluing those games. I
am going to devalue them because they don't stack up to the only thing that matters, JD.
But if you don't play well and or win those games, then forget about the rest of it.
No doubt about it.
Forget about it. We're not even going to be sniffing Super Bowl conversation, January 20th. If
we're in a semantical argument right now, and This is what Kyle Juszczyk wanted. He wanted to tear us apart, JD. And what is happening is he is now saying, actually, they're all big games.
I think
all games matter.
What he's
JD.
saying is we've won 8. Again, they're 8-4,
and we can celebrate that after they've won.
They're 8-4 the playoffs.
They're awesome.
Shanahan.
There's no question. And and you get some nimwits out here saying that Kyle Shanahan's not a good coach, and I got 8 playoff wins that prove otherwise. But again, the standard has to remain the standard, and the standard for the San Francisco 49ers is that you bring home Lombardi trophies. And so there is no game that you can even amalgamate. You can't amalgamate 8 playoff wins and, that's one Lombardi trophy. It is you win the game or you lose the game, and they have lost the game twice. That is the narrative, and until they disprove it, I don't give a damn what you've done.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on the phone lines or on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach as you listen to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Into hour number 3, we're out here at Levi's Stadium.
Yes, sir.
In the KNBR studio. Practice now a little under 2.5 hours away.
Will they have 11 for practice today?
They will have 11 for practice today at 10:25. I think this conversation, Dieter, relates to the conversation we were having earlier, because I think it's a bad mentality for the 49ers to get into. And I'm not saying they're in it. And I think Juszczyk's quote tells you that, they have to value all of these games. What I don't want, especially with Trent Williams not here yet and Brandon Ayuk not an active participant yet, I don't want this team getting into the mindset that, the regular season games don't matter because we're going to be judged pass or fail by whether they're playing in February in New Orleans in another Super Bowl. Right. If you allow that mentality to creep in, it relates to what we were talking about with the Warriors and the slog of a season that you have to get through and where you're just trying to get through it and you're sleepwalking. You do that in the NFL, you're going to end up losing 7 games.
You're done.
Minimum.
You're done.
Minimum. If you start no-showing for first halves. And
that's if everything's going well for you. What happens when you get a quarterback injury? What happens when your left tackle
gets... it. Because you're going to also deal with injuries on top of that.
Yeah.
So
you can't be giving away games in the NFL.
I think Juszczyk's point, I think there has to be an appreciation for that grind and an understand, and you don't want to allow it to seep in.
Yeah.
That you can't, the notion that you can't win the big one.
I'm not
or that you can't win big ones, but you don't want that. You don't want that to become a thing. And I feel like it's already permeated the fan base at a pretty high level.
Yeah,
because of the standard of the 80s and the 90s, in part because there are a lot of people around that have seen it, but there's also a lot of people around that haven't seen it.
That's right.
If you're 35 or under, you've never seen this team win. Well, let's be
very specific. The standard is not just winning one Super Bowl, but it's many. And I do think that standard has been lowered based on the parity of the modern NFL and the fact that they don't have that guy wearing 15 in red as their quarterback, who's about the only dude who could do it. He's the only guy who can break the NFL's rules in order to win multiple championships.
Well, yeah, they are the epitome of, they can have kind of a whole, Two times they've won it, they look dead in the middle of December.
I'm not going to lie. They kind of sucked last year.
Their defense was really good.
Their defense was really good, but like
their offense was not, other than him, really.
Patrick Mahomes,
and 87.
It was like the two Steelers quarterbacks, and then Patrick Mahomes had the highest screen rate pass last year. I mean, they were rocking Kadarius Toney in big games. The word that came to mind, as you rightly said, you have to pay attention. You can't casual. You cannot be casual about the regular season in the NFL. You will die. I mean, almost literally. You will get taken behind the shed by even the worst teams. And you are in a division, by the way, JD, the 49ers are, that is sneaky really good. I think we all know that the Rams are no joke. Mike McDonald's now the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. You can have your questions about him. I have plenty. He's going to get that defense right at least halfway through the season.
Well, and that's a defense that messed with the Niners last
They
year.
are a pain in the ass to play against because they are crazy multiple. He might be, I know this has been tossed around a bunch. He's the only guy that I feel strongly that it might be the case. He might be the Kyle Shanahan of defensive coordinators.
Well, and it's interesting specifically, too, because the 49ers had gotten to a point with Brock Purdy where they started to own the Seahawks.
That's right.
Which we had never seen in the Pete Carroll tenure, whether it was
Seattle,
going way back or even more recently.
That's right.
With Russell Wilson, before he went to Denver, they were still either beating the 49ers or within a play of beating the 49ers.
And if you're Seattle and you're thinking to yourself, well, this can't stand, well, what do? You go get the guy who ruined Brock Purdy's Christmas. I mean, and ruined all of our Christmases, if we're being honest. That game was abysmal.
And ruined his MVP chances.
No question about it. So they have that guy in the division now. He's around. They call him Boy Genius back in Baltimore. That's a pretty smart coaching staff, a pretty smart operation. They viewed him in the highest esteem. I don't know if I feel the same way about Jonathan Gannon, but I will say this about the Arizona Cardinals. That team played really hard all year, and they were a super spoiler down the stretch to a couple of teams, and that offense has the potential to be really, really good. Now, they might end up being in a bunch of Big 12 games, which is exactly what Kyler Murray wanted. But, man, they are going to get somebody. Actually, they're going to get more than somebody. Because last year they got somebody down the stretch. I can't remember who it was. They played somebody, and they kind of knocked them out of the playoff thing. They played hard. They're going to be sneaky good. I'm not saying they're making the playoffs. I'm not saying they're going last to first, anything like that. But I think that you overlook the Cardinals at your own peril. The NFC West is back to being a juggernaut division. Maybe I'm a year too early on that, but there's an inevitability, and that the 49ers cannot overlook those 6 games that they have in the division. Casualness is death in this league.
808 KNBR, let's get to the phones here. Jim in Manteca gets us kicked off here on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Jim?
Hey, it's Tim.
Oh,
That's
hey,
okay.
Tim.
Yeah, I think, you guys are right, man. The Niners have to win the Super Bowl. Like, this is it. Like, this is enough talk, enough, big games, enough getting to the NFC Championship and almost making it, getting to the Super Bowl, almost winning. I do think that the Niners would have won that Super Bowl if Dre Greenlaw was healthy and continued playing. I think that they were humming, and I think they could have ran away with the game before his injury. But they got to figure out how to stay healthy all season. Like, I don't know if their strength and conditioning coaches need to be replaced or how that works. I'm not really too sure.
They just had their guy leave for the Atlanta Hawks. Something like that.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a blessing. Like,
maybe.
Because,
I think
mean,
they play professional football.
Yeah, I know. But you know what, though? You look at, like, other teams like the Chiefs, right? Like, how you can't say that injuries have I mean, maybe they've had certain injuries, yes, throughout the year, but, like, has it really, like, kept them from winning the trophy?
Well, they got 15. No. Again, we're comparing apples to oranges. Every other team is playing football, and they're doing something else.
You know what, though? I think Brock Purdy can be just as good as Patrick Mahomes. I think he will be just as good or better.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. That's a great call.
Thanks, Tim.
Let's go on the Drake Greenlaw thing real fast.
Let's you got to win the big game.
Yeah.
And
Mahomes has got rings on his fingers and is 27, 28 years old.
Well, it was all fair and valid points, and then it was Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes.
I'll say this. I was going to say this about the Dre Greenlaw thing, which is, if my mother-in-law had 2 wheels and brakes, she'd be a bike. Like, there's a lot of things that we all think could happen in a hypothetical world. I guess we could also imagine in a hypothetical world that Brock Purdy is going to be as good as Patrick Mahomes. I'll say this. I think Brock Purdy's a very, very good quarterback, and I think that he can win multiple Super Bowls in his career. I don't see the reason why he cannot, given his head coach and his play on the field. This is a head coach and quarterback league. Look at Kansas City. I know they got other stuff going on, but it's about the head coach and the quarterback, and the 49ers are in a pretty good situation there.
They are.
So when we're talking about the big game stuff, and Kyle Juszczyk's comments specifically, it's all good if we're looking back. You can say, hey, we have won some big games. We've come through in some clutch spots. Looking back, I got no problem with that. Reminisce all you want about your glories. You're in the moment. You cannot lower the standard looking forward. You can go ahead and reminisce and have all the positive vibes that you want off of things that you have already done. That's great. No problem with that whatsoever. And I'm not implying that you should be casual at all about any step that it takes. And every step of this 18-week regular season is necessary to go and win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying you can be casual about it because that is an immediate disqualifier. But you cannot lower your standard looking forward. Go ahead and think all you want on it back. Don't lower it looking forward. And the 49ers, we talk about their Super Bowl window. Let's be explicit right now about what this Super Bowl window is. It is 1 year. They are all in for 1 year. And next year, they might still have a Super Bowl window, but they're going to have to scrap, fight, and claw to keep that window open just a smidge. Right now, it is still open, and they have to take full advantage, and it stinks that 11 and 71 aren't here because it does make me feel like that window is just a little bit shorter of an entryway than it once was.
Yeah, and you said it. I mean, the whole discussion about big games and the big game, it is semantics. I just don't think it's a fair narrative that the 49ers can't win big games. Have they not won the biggest game? Of course, that's a fact. They have not won the biggest game. We can get into all the reasons why. When we've done that a lot.
When we talk about this 49ers era, do we want to end up talking about, hey, they won a bunch of big games, or do we want to talk about their Super Bowl victory?
The latter, but at the same time, I don't think it should be completely dismissed. And I think this is what happens. What happens is when you don't win the Super Bowl, at some point, it starts to feel like, not maybe in the locker room, although I do think it can seep in. Mm-hmm. I think externally, it starts to feel like you're actually worse than you are because there's a certain level of expectation that can't
Everything is expectations versus reality, and your reality is not met expectations.
Like, if that seeps in, you're sunk. So I get where Juszczyk's like, hey, we've won a lot of big games. Like, you got to have a clear head on that. Now, maybe if you get to the Super Bowl and you've got 2 weeks to think about that and look, the Niners get to New Orleans, all the conversation is going to be, regardless of who they play.
Yeah.
Maybe more so if they don't play the Chiefs, because it'll be, well, you're not playing the Chiefs this time.
You better do it now.
But again, that's a conversation for 6 months from now, obviously. But the point I'm getting at is, like, it's okay to have that discussion if they get back, but to have it seep in like they can't win big games, or that it devalues these games to a point where you start losing them and then forget about the Super Bowl at that point.
Totally. I will make this as clear as I can. I don't give a damn how Kyle Juszczyk views what the 49ers have already done. We will have that conversation whenever this era, be it 1 more year or 10 more years, is over. We will look back and we will be able to officially say what it was and what it wasn't, and we can celebrate the wins even if they weren't the most important wins because, hey, it was pretty good. But you cannot, I don't care what he's thinking about the past, you cannot get casual about the present.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. If you want to jump in, we'll continue this conversation. Also, reset everything going on with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. Is there anything going on in the 49ers? Why are the expectations so high? Well, they got a lot of NFL top 100 players. We'll get into that coming up next as well. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think Brock Purdy can be just as good as Patrick Mahomes. I think he will be just as good or better.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. That's a great call.
the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to share his thoughts on being teammates with Patrick Willis and to discuss his induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, back here at Levi's Stadium, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. As the 49ers on the practice field, what's going on with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams? Well, nothing with Trent Williams. I think we can kind of put that off to the side at this point. He is not here. Brandon Ayuk has been here the last 48 hours or so. There's been quite a social media stir as to whether something could be imminent regarding Brandon Ayuk. And again, we'll keep you posted if something does break.
Social media stirs. I mean, just what a empty statement that is.
It really started with the video from what was it, RSF Niners? It was one of the fan sites on their social media
Big
account.
ups to them, man. I hope they made some money.
Well, it was great. It was a great. And
it's a thing.
It was a great video. Like it was a video that you could infer a lot of different things from if you wanted to. But it was
a Rorschach test of a video.
You know, it's Ayuk walking down the sideline at practice and giving Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch the handshake and the arm pat and all that good stuff. And it made it. You know, one could look at that and think, oh, they just got the deal done. You know what I mean? Like they just finalized the deal.
He had to mark who he wanted the hitman to take out, so he had to go and these guys.
and so really since then, and look, Colin Cowherd was part of this. I mean, Colin Cowherd yesterday said, "Keep your eyes out for Brandon Ayuk news."
Buddy, my eyes have been open this whole time.
And you know, Mike Silver, who is piped in and connected, we had the fun exchange yesterday with Greg Papa and not Greg Silver, but Greg Papa.
Keep Greg in there, why not?
And you know, try like, what's going on? Are you hearing anything? And Mike Silver put out the tweet last night that he didn't have anything to report, and that he did say that there was a sense that it still could go a number of different ways. So nothing really new on that front.
Right.
Until he knew more, and when he knew more, he would report it. So
as we would all do, because that is our jobs.
Yeah, we're all kind of waiting and anticipating, and you know, is he going to be out there today? And did this thing get done? Is there going to be some leak or announcement here in the next 2 hours? Possible, I suppose.
Sure,
but I think it would come out of nowhere a little bit more than maybe we've been led to believe the last 48 hours.
I'll give the Niners credit for this. They keep things really buttoned up when it comes to the front office. If you want to know something about the San Francisco 49ers, you got to ask other teams. You got to ask agents, because they don't leak out of 49-49 unless they really want something leaked, which has been rare. If the 49ers do have something with Brandon Ayuk, it wouldn't shock me at all, just based on the fact that as much as we've talked about it, we haven't really heard anything. And I'm not just talking about Mike Silver and Colin Cowherd and Dieter Kurtenbach and JD. Like, I'm talking about Schefter, Rappaport. Like, there's been no TikTok on this.
Yeah, there's been a lot of the Niners are not trading him and want to keep him, and Ayuk wants more money.
We don't
is being offered currently.
You know, they in the news biz they call it a TikTok. I know that word has been co-opted, but you get the play-by-play maybe of how this is going.
Yeah, this is going. Yeah.
Oh, they've come with this, and now they've countered with that. No. We've got none of that. None of that.
Which doesn't mean they're not negotiating.
It just means that no one really knows. So, again, it wouldn't surprise me if we were surprised. Does that make sense, JD?
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
This thing could very well be buttoned up and done, and Dapgate, as we just had, did in fact mean something. And we'll find out, because there's a press conference with Brandon Ayuk today or something to that effect. But it could also mean nothing. And I think we have to go to Akram's razor. Like, we go for the simplest explanation. The simplest explanation is Brandon Ayuk's just being a nice guy, because he's generally a nice guy, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't want to be, off-putting to a guy that they want to give a lot of money to. So Brandon Ayuk comes up and wants to dap him up, maybe some sort of weird social media power play or anything like that. Cool, whatever. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan hold no ill will towards Brandon Ayuk at this point, and I doubt they ever will. But that doesn't mean that a contract's imminent or anything like that. And I hope I'm wrong, and that it is imminent, and that we get something done here in the next 48, 72, 128 out, whatever. I hope that something gets done, because I'm certain everyone listening, and I know the San Francisco 49ers are just so over this. So they got so many more things to worry about than a difference of $3-4 million a year with Brandon Ayuk. They got to get their left tackle to show up to work. They got to go and they got to get this offense to go to another level for the 2024 season, because the defense is going to take, at the very least, a small step back, if not a pretty significant one, because of the personnel they've lost. This team has things to work on in camp. It is not fait accompli. This is not the Warriors of the salad days, where all you have to do is show up for the playoffs and be healthy.
Well, they haven't won. I mean, that's where I think we were talking about the Kyle Juszczyk comments, his frustration about the narrative that they can't win big games, even though literally they haven't won the biggest of games. That's where I do think that comes into play because they have not won the title already. Like you can like if you want to be
know when to flip the switch.
Yeah,
when
if you want to be like the Chiefs with the Super Bowls that they've won, the 2 against the 49ers and another one.
Yeah.
Like if the Chiefs want to do that and get to a point where they're 13 games into the season and they're 8-5 and it doesn't look great,
but
they can do that.
There's a big difference between the 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs that is not being talked about. And it's that the Kansas City Chiefs have played in a division where they get the Broncos, who have been generally mediocre at best, the Raiders, who they have owned for a decade straight now, and the Chargers, who they've also owned for a decade straight now. Now, I'm not saying that the AFC West isn't going to be good moving forward. What I'm saying is the 49ers play in a division that is much tougher. It's going to be much tougher than people give it credit for going into this season. And again, the Chiefs, because they've won, they know what it takes. They can lollygag. They can be casual because they also have 5 wins out of 6 in their division locked up before the season starts every year. And the 49ers cannot say the same thing going into the NFC West this year.
I don't disagree with that. And maybe you're just saying specifically, hey, the Chiefs know they have wins in hand.
Correct.
Coming, even if they are.
The Chiefs can, as you said, lollygag into week 13 and then turn it on. They can do that because there's 5 wins in the book.
And there may come, but there may come a time where those games have already been played and they're 8-5.
Right.
Or most of them
Maybe.
have already been played and they're 8-5. So
But
my point is
they
more
need 10 wins. They got 8 already in that scenario.
The point is, and that's fair too. The point is for me is once you win it, you can have that mentality at your own peril.
And then you're cool with playing on the road, and you're cool with going that extra playoff game.
See, they've seen it all, right? Like
when you're a champion, you don't get intimidated. When you're not a champion, everything is going to be a bit more difficult because you don't have that internal confidence that only a champion can carry.
The one thing that has played out linearly for the 49ers over the last 5 years here is when they've been the 1 seed, they've gone to the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Like that's the one. So in that sense, I do think
you're playing in this building, your playoff games, you go to the Super Bowl.
And so I think from that standpoint, there is still that to fight for.
Mm-hmm.
And there is still that to try and keep them out of
I would hope that
the
they're
slog.
I would hope that they're thinking about
because I think what inevitably happens, and this happens in the NBA a lot too, is like the team will you get the 1 seed and you get beat, and then it's like, well, we don't need the 1 seed because we had it.
The Warriors openly
had it, and it didn't matter.
We're cool with being the 3. We're cool with going on the road.
So then it's like, oh yeah, exactly. And then when you're cool being the 1, then you can be the 2, and then you can be the 3, and then you can be the 6.
And now suddenly you're the 10.
Suddenly, exactly. We won as a 6. Well, yeah, you won 1 series as the 6,
That's right.
and then you lost to the 7.
That's right.
So
That's right.
That type of mentality eventually can burn you. But my point is, the Niners still should be fighting for a 1 seed because in their mind it should be, well, we don't go to the Super Bowl even when we don't get the 1 seed. It should not be, well, we can be 10-7 and still run the table, even though they have done that. To the point where they've gotten a step away.
I would sure hope that they're not thinking, well, we couldn't possibly go to the Super Bowl unless we're the 1 seed. But you're right.
But all of these things are connected. My point is all of these things are connected. There should be a premium to get the Ayuk and Trent Williams things done.
Yeah.
There should be a premium on Harmony.
Mm-hmm.
It should be all in on this year, even if it means a couple of guys maybe next year, at least in my mind, are not around.
Well, next year's not part of the Super Bowl window, so you better prioritize this year.
You figure that part out. Once you see how this year plays out,
don't go crazy.
And then the expectations and the narrative, I'll use Kyle Juszczyk's terminology, the narrative that they can't win big games. Like you don't want any or all of that to seep in. It's all interconnected, Dieter.
I totally agree because it is part of the season, and this season is going to throw a ton of pitches. Some of them are going to be fastballs right down the middle, and the Niners are going to hit them out of the park. And some of them are going to be curveballs that they couldn't hit if they tried. And there's going to be a lot of sliders, and there's going to be a screwball in there too. It's not straightforward. It's not binary. The NFL, and this is why we love it so much, and this is why we can talk it year round, is so unpredictable. Every year, a team goes from last place to first place in the NFL. Every year. Every year is encapsulated in and of itself. You can think about the 49ers and their success over the years. But every year is its own thing that has to be treated as its own thing. And we don't have that in the NBA. You don't get that in baseball, where you have these juggernaut teams. Even the best team on the planet, the team that can go for 3 straight Super Bowl wins, they got some questions. They have to work some stuff out in the preseason. They can't just lollygag into the campaign. It's not fait accompli for anybody, including Patrick Mahomes in the NFL. And as good as the 49ers are and have been, I don't care if the game is big, gigantic, or humongous. As good as they are and have been, they got to go out and earn it. Nothing is given to you in this league.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. We'll switch gears. We got the cooler of content that's coming up next. We'll hear from Farhan Zaidi as he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday in that, and then back to 49ers between now and 10 o'clock before we're back out on the practice field, and the 49ers will be as well. It is John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, everyone.
Chill.
This is the Cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of Content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. Cooler of Content coming up here shortly, but also want to let everybody know that we are going to be giving away a couple of tickets at some point between now and 10 o'clock. Not now, but between now and 10 o'clock.
Not now.
2 tickets to Three Dog Night at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga. That is coming up on September the 7th. So when we give you the cue to call, you know, we'll tell you when it's time to win those Three Dog Night tickets, September 7th. But not now.
Not now.
It's not now.
It's not now.
At some point.
And call the contest line, David.
Well, yeah, again, we don't want to confuse.
It's not now. Okay.
Don't want to confuse
but it's
anybody.
not now.
Correct.
Okay.
You want me to say it a few more times?
Wait,
you
is
want
it now?
It's not now, Tony.
It's not now.
It's not now.
And because people are going to call now, or?
If you call now, it's not going to work. It's not now.
All right, Cooler of Content.
That's now.
Is coming up now. Did we play the thing? I don't even know. Did we play the thing? We played the thing. All right, we
There's
played
an
the
intro
thing.
to the Cooler of Content.
There isn't it? Yeah, there is.
Well, good for them. Young Tony getting his
So
salary.
let's just get right into the cuts. Be taking shots at young Tony.
I'm not taking shots.
Listen to me. You want to mock me repeating the fact that it's not now?
It's not now.
That's fine.
It's
You
not
can
now.
mock me. You
I
start coming after Tony, we're going to have words. I'm
This
just
was
saying.
not your opinion yesterday.
I'm just
JD.
saying.
You are an enigma,
Well,
my friend.
I run hot out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'll go from 0 to about 250 in a blink.
I sometimes go cold out of nowhere, so this is going to work out.
So it's just,
Call me Elliot Ramos. Sometimes I just go cold.
You can call me Al.
Da, 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 da.
There's my
Chevy Chase in that music video.
Is he really?
All timer. You got to watch the Call Me Al music video. That's like a VH1
That's pretty
classic.
good. Here I'm thinking, what can I reference that is like
You'll be over Dieter's head,
and it's
buddy. You're
well, not even
You're not getting Graceland over Dieter Kurtenbach, my friend.
Let's get into our
Boy
Cooler
in the
of Content.
bubble. Bring it.
The guy who's never over anybody's head is Farhan Zaidi.
I'm not going to lie. This whole thing is over my head at this point. I can't make sense out of anything this guy is saying. I have done a 180-degree turn on Farhan in like the last 5 days. I have been red-pilled with Farhan.
We had a lengthy discussion yesterday, really the last 2 days since the trade deadline when Marcus was here before his vacation on Wednesday, and then Dieter, you joined the conversation yesterday. And there's just a lot of frustration. What are they doing?
Now
What's
I got
the direction?
people getting frustrated at me for being frustrated.
No.
Not even you. I saw the comments on the social media post yesterday.
It wasn't me. No, it
wasn't JD.
Yeah.
That was just his burners.
I loved it.
It was great.
I loved it, but it was, you're right. It was the Farhan burners, I think.
Woo!
We're out hot.
I didn't know that there were all 4 of you.
Well, no, that was one of those. No, and I got lost there for a second, not to get in the weeds, but I was like, oh my God, like what are these notifications? And it was like all the notifications that I was linked to because I was in.
Yes.
But you were the star of the video.
Yeah, let's go with star.
You were the star. I mean, look, I've had my Farhan moments in the last month.
We're all losing our minds over here. I'm starting to think that this might not be working out, JD.
Yeah, possibly. Let's get
Let's
into it.
hear what he had to say.
Let's hear what he had to say. His he's on.
He was on Tolbert and Copes.
Tolbert and Copes yesterday. He's on every other week, and after the trade deadline
on these airwaves, we can play this sound.
Was his week, and so here is cut number 1. Farhan he talks about the fact that he understands that doing nothing and
pain.
Holding on to things is not sexy.
I understand, I'm a fan of other sports, transactions, free agency signings, trades, that excites people. You want to see news. And, so holding isn't, the sexiest thing. I completely understand that. But, we're a couple days removed from the trade deadline. And the story of the season is going to be how we play down the stretch. And I think there's an aggression to holding our cards in the position we're in, trusting the fact that our starting rotation has a chance to carry us. And again, we just have a lot of conversations about where we were in spring training, why we brought Blake Snell aboard. And he and our starting rotation are finally in a position to do what we thought they had the chance to do for us in the second half.
I feel like I'm being gaslit, JD.
And I'm going to let you take that. I just want to make one quick comment. I mean, he's Mr. Transaction. Like, I understand in other sports, transactions, and fans love transactions.
He made 3 moves
movement.
yesterday.
No, fans love big moves. Fans love big names.
The Kyle Juszczyk standard of big or the Dieter Kurtenbach standard?
Both.
Anything other than this.
Fans love transactions. And again,
Trenton Brooks. Everyone was so excited. Oh, no, it's a little bit different.
But fans want to talk about Blake Snell, and they want to talk about Vlad Jr. They don't want to talk about Trenton Brooks.
Sorry, Trenton Brooks, who just keeps getting strays on this show.
Like,
so to be fair, it'd be the only thing he hit.
Nobody loves transactions when it's Derek Hill and David VR and Casey Schmidt and Luis Matos and Jackson Reitz.
You give that guy an extra guy
and
for
Colton
the taxi
Ingram.
squad. That's Farhan's
and
dream.
Raymond Burgos.
Ryan
McKenna.
Yeah.
That's nobody cares about transactions.
That's not even
there.
mentioning the bullpen.
So have at it.
The whole thing is just, yesterday I said he's insulting our intelligence. He just doubled down on it, man. I feel like I'm being gaslit. He's out here saying, and these are paraphrasing, but you tell me where I'm wrong here. Actually, being passive is being aggressive. What are you talking about? We didn't do anything. That's really the most aggressive thing we could have done.
Is nothing.
That's a crazy statement.
Or not nothing, because they did get Mark Canna.
Oh, right.
He's a foodie, and he's local, and Bob Melvin loves him, and the vibes are great.
Well, you traded
He's a
for
big vibes guy.
Congratulations. You traded for an assistant manager who you have to use a roster spot on.
I'm going to tell you right now, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I'm, again, very short. Mark Canna is going to win the Giants a freaking game with a bomb in the late innings.
Good, because they'll still be under 500.
More than one. I'm going to make you a bet right now.
Mark Canna gets a game-winning hit, or are we saying he's the player of the game?
I think Mark Canna is. I'm going to set the over/under at 1.5 game-winning hits for Mark Canna, and I'm going to take the over.
Sir, I'm taking the under.
Okay,
that's a good bet.
That
shake
is a
on
bet.
It on the air.
Shake on it. Yep, we're shaking on it on the air.
The Mark Canna bet is on. I look forward to losing it by Friday.
Even though I actually low-key hate the move, I'm still going to bet. I am betting on Mark Canna.
And I actually really like Mark Canna. I think he's a great guy. But again, you just traded for an assistant manager, effectively.
Okay.
And I'm not too sure I want him up in the bottom of the ninth.
And now back to your take.
Okay. Farhan is saying, the story of the season's yet to be written. Well, not really, because 70% of the season story has been written, and it's been ass. It's been absolute ass. And so the notion that being passive is being aggressive is to imply that what we have already seen is actually not ass. And it's it's all going to be defined down the stretch. The reason that people wanted this team to make a move, whether to sell or buy, just to do something, to change things up, is because we do not like the status quo. And again, they're going to say, we want to go young. Well, you could have gone young at the beginning of the season. We're still going to go to the playoffs. We have the best rotation in baseball. Well, then help that rotation out so that you don't have to get a Logan Webb performance where he cannot give up a run at all if you want to win. Go do something then if you really believe in this team. But what they did, which is nothing, as Farhad admitted to, somehow that's the most aggressive thing they can do when, again, all it does is reinforce, hey, we really like where we're at. We really like where we're at. You're the only one who likes where you're at with this baseball team right now. You're the only one, Farhan.
It was interesting to me because I took his acknowledgement of, hey, the season's still to be determined as I'm going to use that again as part of my evaluation. If he said that, okay, then you're going to be evaluated based. I think
somehow he gets to start the test right now. That's fine.
But that's him leaning in. I think and I could be wrong on this.
No,
I feel like that's him leaning in on the fact that he knows that the last 2 months determine his fate potentially.
But then we had Susan Slusser on yesterday, and she goes, "I don't think Farhan's on the hot seat," and that's one person's opinion. But she's an informed person, very informed person. And so when she's not getting that sense and she's plugged in with ownership.
But is it crazy to think that the last 2 months can't significantly sway that? Because I'll put it to you this way.
Should.
A year ago today, Gabe Kapler was safe.
That's right.
A year ago, August 15th, Gabe Kaplan was safe.
It did take, let's call it what it was, a catastrophe down the stretch.
Well,
for him to lose his job.
That was the final 2 months.
I'm not arguing that Farhan should keep his job.
It was
no matter
really
what
the final 6 weeks.
It
really
bad.
started with the Rays series and Wade Meckler and all that stuff.
Yeah. I am 100% in agreement. Farhan is framing it as actually none of this stuff that's happened to this point has mattered. It's insulting. It's insulting again. He built this team, and this team is not a playoff team right now. They're not even particularly close to being a playoff team right now, and you don't get to just exonerate yourself from everything that has happened to this point, particularly when you did nothing at the deadline to fix the problems.
All right, one more cut, because he did address the non-trade of Blake Snell and some of the hang-ups in those negotiations. So here's Farhan.
We have talked about the fact that we have young players that we're trying to get over the hump, whether it's a Luis Matos or Casey Schmid, who's up right now, or Luciano, who we're able to create this opportunity for. And if you're going to another organization and just getting a couple of their guys who are in the same boat, are you really adding anything, or are you just, creating more of a crowd for yourself? So that level of guy was not going to compel us. It would have had to be somebody that, we looked at and said, hey, this guy's going to man this position or be in our rotation the next 6 years and, has a chance to join with some of the young players and the rookies that we've broken in over the last couple of years. And again, whether it was the contract structure or the fact that, Blake has missed time this year and, really just got in the last month and pitched great. And that's why we're excited to see what he does the rest of the way. Those can be complicating factors in a market. And again, when you're talking about elite players, it's just hard to match up, with other teams, whether they're a rental, whether they're under control or not. And especially when you're in the situation that we're in, which is, we still feel like we're in the race. We're one hot streak from being, right in the middle of things again. So those were some of the complicating factors.
Apologies, the last 30 seconds of that, to those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, my eyes glazed over. I woke up at 3:45, so I had a natural glaze. But
it's an unbelievable word salad. All you had to do, Farhan, is say no one wanted to give us a good enough prospect.
It was the Charlie Brown teacher from about 30 seconds in.
I look forward to this guy's podcast because he's not going to be doing this job much longer. And I'm sure he'll get another job in baseball because he is really good at the microtransaction, much like micro trading with the hedge fund that he could have worked at out of school, where it's just about these microseconds, and that's the difference between the trades being successful or not. He's really good at that stuff. I'm sure they got a fiber optic line running into AT&T Park, whatever the hell they call it these days, Oracle Park.
We're going to call an audible. We're going to continue the Giants conversation for a little bit into the next segment.
JD, I literally yelled in that segment. And that's the only time I've done that.
That's why I'm going to give you a little.
I'm going to take a break.
Opportunity to calm down.
I'm going to take a break.
And we'll finish up.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The Farhan conversation, because I had no idea it was going to make you that crazy.
Either did I.
I'm zen now. I'm like, yeah, well, let's see what happens.
You're in a much better place.
Let's see what
happens. I need to read some stoicism.
They've won 5 of 6. I couldn't believe it.
I'm going to do some deep breathing, but JD, and this is something that, you have to be conscious of here. We're going to do a show together all next week.
That's right.
I hate being talked to like I'm an idiot. I might be an idiot, but you don't get to talk to me that way.
No doubt. And I mean, I'm trying to at least personally not do that until
working
next
your
Wednesday.
ass off to
until
do it.
Next Wednesday.
And you know what? That's why you're a pro, buddy.
You get downhill on the week, and then it's
no question.
No holds bar.
At some point, you're going to let loose, and that's A-okay. Because I understand I push people to that limit. There's no question about that. And you know what? You've been a pro to this point. Don't talk to me like I'm ignorant. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. Because you know what? I might not be a representation of the fan base, but these fans, if they're nothing else, they're smart. They're smart fans. Okay, and I don't say that about a lot of people in general, and especially not a lot of fan bases.
You hate everybody.
I hate everybody. I am misanthropic to the core. Do not pretend as if the fan base isn't smart. These guys, they might be dumb enough to give you the benefit of the doubt, but they're smart people. Don't talk to them like they're idiots.
All right, he's Dieter. I'm JD. More Giants conversation, and maybe, not now though, maybe a chance to win some 3 Dog Night
but
tickets.
Not now.
But not now.
Not now.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Supposed to have a job for life?
Hamilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For us, obviously, we kept him with the DH spot. We got off to a slow start. Certainly picked it up the last couple of months and did a nice job for us. But again, as we looked at our roster, not just this year, but going forward, the opportunity to bring Luciano up, the opportunity to bring Encarnacion up, who, could possibly factor in at DH, but will also play other spots. And we just thought we had other guys who could work into that, provide Bob with a little bit more flexibility. And then obviously it does open up things for us this offseason. So I think the fact that the Braves had him in the past, the fact that they're in a position to play him in the outfield, that's what kind of led to the match.
All right, Farhan Zaidi yesterday with Tolbert and Copes as he joins them every other week, talking about the Jorge Soler trade, among other things.
The fact that the Braves are flush with cash and were willing to take on the rest of his contract probably should have been led with, but, that's Farhan.
And look, I've said this last couple of, you want to move off Soler and get them to pay the freight? Fine. Like that, and to me, there doesn't necessarily have to be another move attached to that specifically right now for that to be a good move, because Soler projected to be a bad deal next year and a bad deal the following year. So Maybe. If you end up, and I know there's not a guarantee you're going to replace him with somebody better or any of that. But like, if you're just in simplest terms saying, yeah, I wanted to move off Soler and his money because that's going to give me more flexibility at some point, I'm actually good with that. He was a player that just the mere sight of him in the batter's box, I think, frustrated a fan base.
Well, and he didn't get an opportunity to change that narrative. I mean,
correct.
First impressions last. They matter. And he did not get off to a good first impression or second or third or fourth. But he was starting to come together. And if this team is in any way competitive down the stretch, Jorge Soler, I thought, was going to be a big part of that level of competition, that level of quality. And as I said yesterday, JD, this team has 4 home runs outside of Tyler Fitzgerald, who somehow has 7 over since the All-Star break. But outside of Tyler Fitzgerald, they have like 2 from Matt Chapman, 1 from Casey Schmidt, and there's 1 from Elliot Ramos. That's it, because they just traded away their best home run hitter. And it's not Tyler Fitzgerald. Sorry, this is a nice flash in the pan. He's a nice utility player. I like Tyler Fitzgerald. But if he is the bulk of your offense, you're cooked. You're done. You just traded away your best power hitter. You can trade him in the offseason, by the way. You could have traded him in the offseason. And here's my real issue with it. Okay. You want to move on from Jorge Soler because you want to free up a spot for Marco Luciano. Weird, but I'll hear you out.
Why is it weird, though?
These things find a way to manifest themselves. You can't play him in the outfield. Fine. Jorge Soler can go on the IL tomorrow. And now, hey, you're bringing up Luciano anyway. Or maybe you teach Luciano how to play first base, a concept. Maybe difficult to do at this juncture in the season. Or second base, and now you need him there. If you want him in the lineup, he'll find a way to get into the lineup because he keeps hitting. And it's not as if this is some Iron Man team that plays 150 games, all their players across the board. Like, there are going to be opportunities and spots for him. It's stunning that the guy that they thought could be their starting shortstop this season now is no longer allowed a glove. That's a different conversation. Here's my issue. If you want to get rid of Jorge Soler so that you can free up a spot for Marco Luciano, I don't necessarily agree with that logic. The idea that they're just trying to get off of Soler's money is what I find to be, I'm challenged by this. Because if you hold on to some of his money, you can actually get something that helps your organization. You didn't add anything to help your organization. All you did was rid yourself of salary.
Buy the prospect, buy a better prospect.
Buy the prospect. Hey, we're willing to take on the entirety of the freight of his contract for this year, and we're willing to take on half of next year. You take the other half of what's left on this deal, and now I can maybe get just a moderate prospect. I'm not saying you're getting anyone good for Jorge Soler, but you can get someone that you and your scouts can say, hey, this guy can help us. And you look at what they got for Alex Cobb. They got the 491st ranked prospect in last year's draft. Sorry, ain't going to help you. You look at the kid they got who was he's playing for Eugene now. I think he had the stat. He went like 3 for 4 in his first game.
Yeah, Caballos.
Caballos, the former Oregon
Saban
Duck.
Caballos.
He ain't going to help you. He's not a thing.
But Encarnacion, he's been crushing it at AAA.
Well, and they signed him out of the Mexican League this year. And just forgive me for
he's on the taxi squad, by the way. He could get activated at any point.
Forgive me for thinking that he's not the answer to their problems, much like the vast majority of randos that they've brought in have not been the solution.
What if he's Luis Matos for the next week? What if he gives you the
Which Luis Matos?
The Luis Matos that won the player. What if he gives you that his first week up?
Great. Then you have to figure it out for the week after that. And the week after
they'll
that,
send him down and bring somebody else up.
Listen, Farhan's very good at that.
Well,
no one's better at the microtransaction.
But yet he thinks fans love transactions.
Well, yeah, they just love movement. They just need things to move. It doesn't matter how small of a weight you're moving.
Encarnacion could be added to that list. Matos. Maybe you go Encarnacion for a week and he's dominant, and then you come back to Matos, and then Matos recaptures May for a week.
New platoon. It's a new platoon. It's a macro platoon. It's incredible stuff, JD. We're reinventing baseball. My point is merely this. They didn't do anything at the trade deadline to make their operation better. So they lost a player who could help them in Jorge Soler. Why did they do that? Because they wanted to get off of his money. Call it what it is. They wanted to get off his money. It didn't fit. They go, oh, we want Luciano in there. You already had Luciano. All right. You already had him.
One more clip here on from yesterday, Farhan. You mentioned Luciano, so our alarm bells went off for me. Let's hear from Farhan on Luciano's defense, which obviously has been an issue.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. I mean, look, some of this is we want to figure out what we have, at least in terms of his bat. We know his defense is a work in progress. We're trying to win games, so we're not really in a position to, see him develop defensively at the big league level, which is why the DH spot opening up for him has value. But from what we've seen in AAA and what we've seen in little stints in the big leagues, I mean, he has quality at bats. We know he has power, and we want to see what he does with these 150 at bats down the stretch.
All right, so more about the offense than the defense, which he's acknowledging is a work in progress, to use his terms.
That's a nice way of saying we're not going to find out anything about his defense because they're not going to play him in the field.
And again, if you're trying to win games, which they clearly are, that's the goal, is to be as good as they possibly can while also playing some of the young name players that I think get the fan base somewhat excited. I think that's the reality of this. They're trying to highlight the young name players that they have. Yeah. And then they also wanted to keep the big name pitcher that they signed in an attempt to, in my words, I think they're just trying to keep the buzz going as much as they can or generate a buzz.
They're trying to be something for everybody, in which case they're something for nobody.
I think what it is look, Farhan's, and John Lund said this a couple of days ago, like Farhan's making a 10% bet. Right, he's making, but the bet is
he's going for the long shot.
The bet is that they're going to be good enough in the last 2 months to where they make a run, even if they come up maybe short. But then the Blake Snell signing is not going to look nearly as disastrous as it did up until the last 3 weeks. And all of a sudden, Ramos is pretty good, and Fitzgerald, and maybe Encarnacion comes up, and Luciano can hit, which mutes some of the questions as to his defense for now. They have a spot to put Luciano maybe for next year at DH because Soler's got again, it all comes back to, for me,
could have traded Soler in the offseason.
The fact that he's trying to hedge and create as many lanes as he can. And look, it's not an easy task, but as many lanes as he can towards saying, hey, this is why I should survive.
He is
survive for 25.
He is weaving across 7 lanes of traffic. He is going to go into the embankment. Okay,
we'll see. 5 of the last 6, man, and they got some winnable games.
Your sarcasm doesn't translate on the radio.
I wasn't overt. I wasn't being overt. That was more of, hey, don't be surprised if they go 5-2 in the next 7,
and they'll still somehow be 2 games under 500. I don't know how that math works out. I cannot jive with the statements, the juxtaposition of these statements. We're trying to win games. We just want to see what we have. Those are two completely different ideas.
And those are 2 things that could potentially garner him coming back.
Which one of these works best for you as I try to save my job? Would you like me to say that I'm trying to win games, or do you want me to see? We want to see what we have.
Again,
we think we can build a young core.
The
2 things cannot exist
He's
at the same time.
trying to placate both narratives, basically. Because there is a certain portion of the fan base that wants to see what they have. Yeah. So that fan base, that portion's like, all right, we're seeing what we have. There's another portion of the fan base that's like, they better make the playoffs, or this is 5 out of 6 years and he should be done. He's trying to answer to everyone in some sense. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's JD and Kurtenbach, hour number 4 here on a Friday from Levi's Stadium. 49ers conversation shortly.
He is saying both of these things inside the same word salad. And people don't have selective hearing enough to just not hear the other thing. If you're going to be talking out of both sides of your mouth, make sure that the audiences that you're talking to aren't in the same room. Okay? And that's what he's been doing over the last 2 media appearances. He is trying to throw spaghetti against the wall. There's another word, but we're going to call it spaghetti. And see what sticks with the fan base. And let me tell you right now, that's a Teflon wall. Nothing's sticking right now. Nothing's sticking. You have to win baseball games to survive another year. Okay? And I don't think they did anything at the deadline to appreciably help their chances of winning baseball games. They got rid of their best power hitter for nothing so that they could bring in a young guy so they can see what they have there. They got rid of, everyone goes, oh, we like our rotation. We think we have the best rotation in baseball. Well, we're going to find out this weekend. Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong are going to go at the Great American Small Park. We're going to find out just how good they are. And by the way, an unfair burden for them to carry, but we're going to find out just how good they are on the back end of this rotation this weekend. And by the way, what if, Harrison needs to be shut down because of the innings limit? What happens if Birdsong, he was really good against the Rockies, but everyone else, he kind of isn't so good and he's not ready yet? Wouldn't you like to have an Alex Cobb hanging out? Wouldn't you like to have another pitcher that you can rely on for 4 or 5 starts down the stretch that you can really count on? Last year All-Star and Alex Cobb, because he would have taken some time to ramp up. Maybe you only get him for September. But, God, that'd be a nice boost to have in September. You might need a starting pitcher in September.
No, you might. And let's hear the final clip from Farhan yesterday, again, on with Tolbert and Copes. He talked about both of the young pitchers, Birdsong, who's been tremendous, and Kyle Harrison, who has found himself, at least against the Rockies, the last couple of starts.
The key with some of these younger guys is maybe limiting the high-stress outings. It's not so much about making every turn, starting every turn the rest of the way, and what your total innings count is, as much as it is avoiding those really high-stress innings and high-stress outings that can really set a guy back. So, we may be careful with that. Bob himself talked about maybe being preemptive, going to the bullpen in some of the games where these guys are working pretty hard. But we expect them both to be in the rotation the rest of the way.
All right, there you go. That's a clarification, because I think initially – and again, I think it should have been addressed. Like, there was a sense that maybe they were going to shut those guys down at some point. Yeah. So I think they're
not going to shut them down. They're just going to preemptively slow their workload.
Right. Which,
it's
again,
the same thing.
Well,
they're going to limit them in some way.
There is a difference, though, between coming out and saying that you have the best rotation in baseball with Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong in that rotation.
That's right, as your 4-5.
And then having the immediate speculation and reporting from reputable reporters well, the discussion's been that they're going to shut one or both down at some point because they are approaching limits that they haven't been at before. Well, but you can't have that's one where even I'll say you can't have it both ways on that.
They're trying to.
But and I think he didn't like the way that sounded. The fact that they were going to, so it's like, well, wait a minute.
Let me change the PR on this one too.
Because you can't say you have the best rotation in baseball, and then 40% of that rotation is going to be not in the rotation in a month.
We really only have 3 starters.
So, but again, I would much rather see them start those guys, and Jordan Hicks is going to be in the pen, and they go 5 innings. Fine, okay.
That'd be a gift.
And
they usually only go 5.
And you limit them if they're struggling. You get them out of the game early. Which, oh, by the way. That's what a team that is in have to win every game they possibly can mode would do anyway in August and specifically September.
But when I talk about talking out of both sides of your mouth, Farhan's on the airwaves saying, we're just trying to limit the high-stress innings. But what we're really looking for is high-stress innings. What we want to be is in a bunch of situations where, these games are big. As Mike Krukow told us not that long ago, like every game from here on out is big. And now here's Farhan saying, we want to limit the high-stress outings. We want everything to be easy. And this is why I just cannot jive at all with this logic that they're presenting, because it isn't logical. You are trying to have it both ways. And to your point, adroitly mentioned, he is spending so much time worrying about the PR. I wish he would have put a little bit more time into thinking about how he can improve this baseball team. I really do.
I think he's hyper. I don't know if it's sensitive, but aware of everything that everybody's saying about him.
Then he's done.
I think
it's over.
My opinion.
That's
what
we do here.
I think he's as obsessive in knowing what people are saying. Doesn't always address it, maybe.
No, yeah.
Directly or harshly. Like I think he's a pretty nice guy. He probably tries to channel it in a certain way.
Sure.
I think he's hyper aware of the things that frustrate. The things that fans are frustrated, and even media members as a
collective,
I think he's aware of it. And so I don't think he addresses it directly in that that Dieter's a jerk, or
that's true,
or damn, JD's been kind of crushing him for the last 2 months.
Right.
Like I don't
understand. He can read the room.
He gets that part is like part of the deal. Yeah. It's more just, okay, well, these are the 5 things I'm going to point out, and and make sure that they are like I have my bases covered basically in a general sense.
Okay, so let me be, because Farhan, I think I agree with that statement.
I hope that wasn't a word salad.
It wasn't.
There was a little bit of a word salad.
You got a little Farhan-y there.
It was a little.
You got a little
there was a
Farhan-y
little
there,
word
and that's
salad.
okay. I'll try to be succinct.
We get close to having to take a timeout.
I'm with you. I
start reading my sponsor sheet.
You're good.
And then I get a little word salady sometimes.
It's not a problem at all. That's my job. Let me do my work over here. What I'm saying is this. If Farhan's listening, let me be very clear. Stop contradicting yourself. You're embarrassing both yourself and you're honestly insulting the fan base. That's the succinct argument here. What you're saying doesn't make sense to anyone who's willing to actually analyze your words. And this fan base will absolutely do that. And I think they already have. And if some people out there are big Farhan fans, credit to you. I was part of that group for a long time. Baby, I'm out. I'm out. Because he hadn't been condescending to this point, and he hadn't been pretending as if there was a different reality that his baseball team operated in that we don't get to see on a nightly basis. We all see what this team is. We all understand where this team is going. It doesn't take a genius to extrapolate this bad boy out. I hope we're wrong. I hope that this thing turns around. I hope Farhan is vindicated on all counts. The problem is if he's vindicated on all counts, he's going to be wrong about half the stuff because he's telling two sides of the same story.
Well, and I'll just add, I mean, I was somebody that, and I was one of the few, and I guess we were aligned on it, although I don't recall. I thought, give him another year going into this year.
My stance has always been, tell me who you'd replace him with. And if you come with some old school baseball guy like bring back Sabian, it's never going to happen. And I just felt like the idea of replacing Farhan, it's like so that they can bring in another dude who runs a baseball team the same way.
Well, they probably won't do that.
I don't know how many of those guys exist anymore.
That's a fair point as well, and one that we can be sure to get into coming up.
I think we're going to have a whole offseason talking.
We're going to have a whole offseason, and we're going to have we'll see what they do over the weekend against.
Should they
Cincinnati.
hire Dave Dombrowski?
I don't want to.
Bring Scott Harris home.
The answer, Scott Harris would be good. Dave Dombrowski wouldn't be bad.
No, Dave Dombrowski would be great. I think he has got a pretty good job right now.
He does have a pretty good job. Exactly.
What's Jared DePoto up to?
All right. Right now is the time where you can win the 2 tickets to 3 Dog Night. Right now, we're going to take
2 tickets, 3 Dog Night.
One winner, caller 10 specifically. Right now, 415-896 KNBR. 896-5627 wins the 2 tickets to see 3 Dog Night at the Mountain Winery September 7th. That price furnished by AEG/Golden Voice. Retail value $120. The winner receives 2 tickets to the show. And your chance right now, caller 10, 415-896 KNBR. Speak to John Joe Curley. We'll get back into the 49ers. Coming up next, right here, it's JD and Kurtenbach on the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, we've been playing the sound all day. Farhan Zaidi joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to give his perspective on how the Giants handled the trade deadline and why they made certain decisions. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
it sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
My favorite part of Brock Purdy's year was the NFC Championship game. Seeing him getting up with the ripped leggings, bloody nose, and he's still dishing the ball out to go to the Super Bowl.
Purdy pressured, Purdy throws, caught!
These Lions just dialed in, running around, throwing darts.
Purdy has hurt Detroit with his legs today as a runner and a passer.
What are they down 24-7? In a playoff game? Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
Put the respect on your name!
You can't doubt that man anymore after that.
All right, Alec Ingold and Tristan Wirfs on Brock Purdy. That from the NFL Top 100. They do a little video compilation with some quotes from
do a nice
opposing
job with
players. Really good. I watched the Fred Warner one last night 3 or 4 times. It was like 3 or 4 minutes. I just watched it 3 or 4 times. I thought it was that cool. And then before I knew it, I was asleep, and it was 3:45, and it was time to drive down to Levi's.
What number was Fred?
Fred Warner was number 11.
Wow.
So we are now
that's saucy.
Only with the top 10 remaining. So they've done 11 to 100. And we welcome you back here from Levi's Stadium. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader. 49ers practice coming up in a little over an hour. We're going to be out there watching practice. And, of course, we'll have our observations for you next week.
Yes, sir.
Right here on the morning shows we sit in for Murph and Marcus. The NFL Top 100. Final 10 announced tonight.
I've had it on my calendar for months, JD.
When we talk about expectations and we talk about the Niners being all in and everything that goes with this 2024 season, yes, it's about championship games and Super Bowls and getting over the hump and all that, but
big games.
They have big-time players.
Yes.
And I'm looking here at the top 100 to this point. Dre Greenlaw, 76. Dre Greenlaw, 76. Brandon Ayuk. A lot of talk about Brandon, 66. Deebo Samuel, 30.
Damn.
Deebo Samuel, 30. Nick Bosa, 27.
What?
I think Nick Bosa might be a little low.
There's a lot of good defensive ends, though.
But great point. And then you got to fit all the quarterbacks in and other players.
And also, like, this is voted on by players, I'd imagine, which is why Deebo is so high. Because, like, if you're a football player and you don't love Deebo Samuel, are you really a football player?
Brock Purdy, 28.
Okay.
So you got back-to-back, Bosa 27, Purdy 28.
Okay.
And then George Kittle and Fred Warner.
Kittle was what, 14?
Kittle 14, Fred Warner 11.
A little saucy on both of those. If I'm analyzing this, a little saucy.
And now the top 10 are still to come, and it's reason to believe Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey are there to be had in the top 10.
If neither of them are in here, it disqualifies the entire list.
So that's a big deal. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like Trent Williams and Warner back-to-back 10-11.
I mean, it'll be Mahomes 1.
Right.
And then I wouldn't be shocked if it was number 2, Christian McCaffrey. And I would bet that Trent Williams is closer to 5 than he is to 10.
Okay. Fair enough. And I mean, rightfully so.
Can we handicap this? I mean, if I can get some action on this.
Well, you can get action on anything.
That's right. Except for video games. Apparently you can bet on video games, but the Ohio State guy is so good, they don't let you bet on Ohio State anymore.
Although there are people that obviously do know the outcome because it's a pre-produced television show.
So it probably wouldn't be a good thing to bet on for us.
So you probably can't bet on that.
Going full Jeff Merrick on that.
Given the fact that somebody, for all we know, somebody leaked it to Kurtenbach.
Now that's the kind of insider
Trent
trading
Williams is like, I don't know. I kind of wink. I think Trent Williams is number 4.
Yeah. Listen, me and Martha Stewart, we can both go to jail.
Meanwhile, you've
trading.
got a guy at NFL Network that.
Don't be telling my secrets. I do have a guy at NFL Network
that was like, hey,
somehow survived.
Hey, that list is coming out.
Yeah, you want to know the top 100? We did have to put it together. They don't put it together live. They had to do all these interviews months ago.
Exactly. And you can rank them where you rank them. But yeah, again, the reason we're talking about this is the 49ers are oozing talent.
They're loaded. You didn't even include, it wasn't you.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, Jay.
Right.
A guy like Charvarius Ward, not on the list. He's one of the best corners in the NFL. I'm not going to say he's like the best, but he's an elite player at his position. You're talking about, Dre Greenlaw at 76 is a little bit spicy. That's interesting to me. Who else should have maybe even made on it? What kind of fringe players we talking? Hufanga didn't play last year. I think he was on that list a year ago. He's on there. I'm not a big Hufanga guy. Folks in the league love him. I think Madden gave him like a 91 rating this year. A lot of folks ready to get on the Hufanga bandwagon again. I won't be one of them. Hope I'm wrong about that. Diamador Lenore, probably too early.
Lenore might be there next year.
He should be. He really
on the
should
fringe
be.
of on there next year.
Because I thought he was outstanding last year once they stopped messing around and throwing him outside. And once they just said, you're my nickel, that's when he really took off. And he really, really thrived. He was as good as anybody at that position in the league this past season. And there's some damn good slot corners, which I know is an oxymoronic statement.
Well, and I think this conversation also relates to some of the things that we've seen at practice, and I think we're going to get into that in greater depth coming up at 9:30, but we can even start now. I mean, the 49ers corners
loaded
specifically. I mean, that was something that stood out from day one. Like they might be a little thin at safety, but they've got a lot of corners.
I mean, Ambry Thomas was a starter for this team last year, and I know Ambry Thomas gets a lot of flack, and a lot of it is deserved. But Ambry Thomas was a starting caliber corner for a team that played in the Super Bowl last year. Now, he might have been the weak link on the defense, but again, they started him. He might get cut. This roster is so loaded. In fact, I would say it's probable he gets cut.
I'm looking at it right now. You've got Mooney Ward. You've got Lenore. You've got Yadam.
Yadam has been incredible. That is John Lynch's best piece of work this offseason.
Yadam has looked really good most days.
And he did good work this offseason.
You've also still got Rock Yassin.
Who, you know what? Rock Yassin didn't look very good in minicamp. He got injured almost immediately. And I thought, well, that's the Rock Yassin story. I got guys with the Colts, and they're like, this dude could be the best if he could ever play.
You've got
unbelievable.
Samuel Womack still around. You've got Luter still around.
People love Womack. People love Luter. Womack, good special teams guy, too. People are very high on Luter in the building.
You've got Ambry Thomas still around.
And capable. And by the way, he's probably going to be doing some kickoff returns here. I've been seeing him back there. He was a pretty good one in college. They're loaded, man. Every single one of these guys is of high value.
When you start talking about Samuel Womack and Rock Yassin and Ambry Thomas and Darrell Luter
One's got to go.
Basically third string, a couple of them are third string.
Yeah, like straight special teamers.
And that's what one of the things, I mean, I mentioned this to Demo Lenore the other day is in just kind of asking him, and he was like all over. Wow, yeah, all the depth. Like they can pick they've got a competition for that back end.
We didn't even mention Renardo Green.
Oh yes, I specifically did.
You were holding him back.
I was holding him back, and I forgot about him.
Renardo Green, 2nd round pick. This guy's unbelievable. And I don't want to overbuild expectations. Cornerback is such a difficult job. It's almost a fool's errand.
Well, they've been moving him in and out to see what he can do.
He looks special, JD. And we saw this in rookie minicamp, and now you put on the pads, and nothing has changed. He looks special. And so we talked a lot on this show and yesterday and for months now about the era of austerity, which is what I call it. When the 49ers pay Brock Purdy $60 million a year or whatever that number comes out to be, it's going to be a ton. It's going to be a blank load. Whatever that is, you're going to have to make cuts elsewhere. When you are this loaded at corner, now you can go and you can say, hey, Mooney Ward, you were so vital to us taking that step forward. You were so vital to this operation. But we're doing pretty good elsewhere. We can put Renardo Green on the outside. Or, hey, Diamador Lenore, we don't want to pay you $13 million a year to be a slot corner like you're a Kenny Moore or somebody like that. We're going to move on because, some positions we just can't do it. We just can't do it. Because we got Renardo Green here, because we got a Darrell Luter here, because we got a Sammy Womack here, because we can use some draft picks and add another guy to the mix, because we have Brandon Staley in as a shadow defensive coordinator, operating the think tank in the defensive coach's room, coming up with his plan for 2025. This guy, he is special with defensive backs. And I'll say this, I think that Steve Wilkes did a terrible job last year. I was on the record about that early. It was not a hard thing to say late. He did a pretty good job identifying and coaching up some of these defensive backs. A lot of the positivity that we have about this defensive backfield right now, which is earned, Steve Wilkes deserves some credit for. That might be the only thing he deserves credit for, but he deserves some credit for it.
Well, and some of the guys who have been here that are even backups now, again, they look better with some of the added depth, right? You make Yadam a starter.
Yadam's awesome, man. He's so good.
Renardo Green's in that mix. Obviously, you spent a high pick on him. Rock Yassin, solid. You've got options now to where you're not, one step away from necessarily being dependent on Ambry Thomas.
Yeah.
And that in turn, I think, gives Ambry Thomas a better chance to grow and get better.
It also gives the 49ers an interesting possibility here at the end of training camp, whereas you don't really actually want to cut any of these guys. You have to. You have to get rid of someone somehow. But what about a trade? Because there are some positions where they're lacking a little bit.
And we're going to get into that coming up next. You took the words out of my mouth as far as that goes. And also, how do you make up for transition in the defensive line and not having Dre Greenlaw, well, you got to have really good corners.
No doubt.
And so it looks as if early in camp,
they look whole.
They look really good at that particular position. Where maybe they not look as good, we'll get into that coming up as well. And just the expectations discussion with this team. And is there going to be any news on Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams? It's all straight ahead right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Man, we can be great. We can be great. I think we can be one of the best secondaries to come through here, honestly. Renardo Green come in, and his man coverage is outstanding. His ability to pick up concepts. Mustafa the same way. His ability to pick up concepts, ability to pick up the play. These guys learned the plays, as soon as they came from rookie minicamp, they had this thing like they going. So the sky's the limit for the secondary, man. It's all about how much work we put in, the little details we follow, and executing down the stretch.
All right, that's Jair Brown.
Ooh, coming in hot.
Earlier in the week here with Papa and Lund on KNBR. So welcome you back. We're from Levi's Stadium. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach.
Mm-hmm.
We're now inside an hour till 49ers get back out on the field.
Get amped.
Keeping you updated on everything going on. If something breaks here with Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams, doesn't sound like it right now, but you never know. We'll be all over it for you here on the Sports Leader. But yeah, wow. Jair Brown with some high praise for the 49ers secondary. We were talking about the corners specifically in the last block.
Loaded.
And I mentioned, and maybe not my best moment, it will prove to be that the safety depth is a little bit in question.
Oh, no, I agree with you, JD. I think that to say that this safety group is going to be at the same caliber as the cornerback group, which is what Jair Brown insinuated there, because it does take two to tango in this situation. And I am someone who firmly believes that in this modern passing NFL, safeties are destiny. And when I look at this safety core, there's a lot to love with the talent. But talent only gets you so far in this league. You got Talanoa Hufanga. I still am going to be skeptical of Talanoa Hufanga.
And still on the pup.
And he's still on the pup. To me, he's a Sam linebacker. He needs to be in the box. You put him outside, and I hate to be so direct and crass here, but you saw what happened when they lined him up outside. His knee exploded. Like, he gets on Brandon Godwin, and it's done. It was barbecue chicken. And that was something that teams were really starting to exploit before his injury. Putting him in open space wasn't as effective. Now, that said, Niners are going to a cover 3 system again this year. They're going back to their roots, or at least they say they want to. That puts a lot of onus on Jair Brown as the free safety. They want to be reminiscent of the Legion of Boom defense. That's what they want to go back to, harken back to their rivals' peak and play that cover 3. Okay, well then the Jair Brown has to be your Earl Thomas and Hufanga or Malik Mustafa, who has looked insanely good and wise beyond his years, like a Mustafa would be, of course.
Yes, and to this point, it's been Jair Brown and George Odom. Hufanga's coming back. Mustafa, I think, has looked really awesome. Good to this point.
But those guys can be in the box
in camp, and then you've got Taylor Hawkins and Eric Harris. Some veteran guys there.
Really,
Harris.
This thing really hinges on Brown, because not just is his position so important now in this system as a single high safety. It's vital, and it's the most difficult job on defense, without a question. Forget middle linebacker. I mean, last year they were having Fred Warner as the middle linebacker drop back to play free safety in a Tampa 2 system like it's 2003 because they didn't trust their safeties. So now this year you're going all in on Jair Brown, who is as talented as any player on this defense, and I include Nick Bosa in that. This dude's absolutely teeming with talent, and he's sharp, and he's smart, and he can be that guy. He absolutely can be. But he is limited in his experience, and don't forget, this past postseason, I know he was coming off a bit of an injury, but they just straight up did not play him against the Green Bay Packers. And they were forced by schmucks like me in the media going up to Jair and saying, what the hell happened? They were sort of forced into playing him against the Lions, and he was good in the Super Bowl. But, man, it's a lot. This is a guy who hasn't played a full NFL season yet, at least as a starter. And now you're putting a lot on his plate. This secondary will go as Jair Brown goes. And frankly, I think this defense will go as Jair Brown goes, because you can fill the strong safety role. You really can. I like Mustafa a lot. And Hufanga, if he's in a true strong safety role, perfect for that. Elite for that. And now you have 7-8 guys in the box every single snap. I like that a lot. But, man, you're putting a lot on a single high safety, middle of the field, having to make decisions, having to fool the quarterback. It's a lot to handle. And that's what made the great free safeties, the Ed Reeds, the Earl Thomases. They were the best player on those defenses, and those defenses were legendary. That's the standard that Jair Brown wants to hold up. He is the one who is the linchpin of this operation. I think he can do it. I got to see him do it, though, before I get really optimistic.
And we mentioned it before the break. You look at how do you offset, a turnover at the defensive line spot. I think you and I differ a little bit on the D-line.
I'm not bullish on the D-line right now.
I like the moves that have been made. I think it's hard at times to decipher how much of positive defensive line play at practice is also coinciding with poor offensive line play and no Trent Williams and all that. So
I think it's more the latter. I think it's more the latter right now, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Well, and you do, and I don't really have a hard and fast take on that. I like
McGill,
some of the moves they've made, but it needs to play out. And I think in some actual games it needs to play out before I can really have an evaluation as to how much better and in what ways specifically is the defensive line better. I mean, it should be better at getting to the quarterback.
Should be comparable.
Should be.
And defensive end, it should be better. Defensive tackle, I think they're going to have some issues.
We'll see, yeah.
And there are some big questions, not just about Collins, the new guy, but certainly Hargrave, who fell apart at the end of last season because his hamstrings weren't going. And this is a guy whose game is entirely predicated on get off at the line. Well, you know what you need for that? Good hammies. And he doesn't have them. And he's already missing practices and taking veteran days. And I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my hamstrings that the hamstring injury's coming. I can feel it. I can feel that they're going to say, you need to take a little bit of time off. The hammies are acting.
And then maybe there isn't the depth on the interior.
And now you're going with Evan Anderson, an undrafted free agent, or Shakir Brown, who they signed off of. I think Tennessee released him. They really liked him 2 years ago. Guy out of Troy. I really like him, but let's be honest, he can't be a starting caliber player. You're going with Jordan Elliott, a guy that the Cleveland Browns willingly gave away. Jordan Elliott, JD, restructured his rookie contract. Have you ever heard about something like that? When he was with the Browns, he restructured his rookie contract because they were going to cut him, and he said, actually, I'll take less money on my rookie deal. No one does that. The only way you do that is if you fear no one's going to sign you on the back end. So credit to him for getting some money from the San Francisco 49ers, but I don't think that's a player you can trust in the middle. Yeah, and hope I'm wrong about that. But man, I'm not loving the defensive line, but right now it's mostly the offensive line stinking that makes them look good because there are guys like Barrett and T.Y. McGill who we've seen practice a million times, and they look awesome. And I know they're not awesome. So that tells me the offensive line isn't awesome.
Well, and I think the other part, too, is run defense. I mean, when the 49ers have struggled, it's run defense.
And they struggled last year anytime Eric Armstead, who isn't that great of a run defender, wasn't in the game. And so he's gone, full stop.
I think you start to look at, where is this team vulnerable? And it's run defense.
Right up the middle.
Specifically up the middle, run defense. And then, you lose a top 100 linebacker.
Yeah. So I'm feeling okay about linebacker these days, JD. Like D. Winters.
But it's all connected. But yes, to that point, they do have to figure out how they're going to handle. Yeah, Graham and Winters had.
And by the way, you still have
good
Campbell
days
there.
The other day. Yeah, you have Devondre Campbell. So I mean, that's going to have.
You got options.
There are options, but somebody's going to have to step up and truly win. Like I think that no shade at any of those players, the two young players or Devondre Campbell. But we're talking about Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Like so regardless of who wins it, and they will earn it.
Yeah.
It's not Dre. I mean, again, we're talking about the top 100 and Dre Greenlaw's in the top 100.
And we're talking about a guy who set the tone for that entire defense in Dre Greenlaw. That guy.
I mean, you have two of those guys in a set. Like you have two tone setters in Warner and Greenlaw.
Right. And Fred's going to bring this. The cerebral aspect of the game. He's going to be everywhere. He does bring a lot of juice, don't get me wrong. But Dre Greenlaw electrifies. Dre Greenlaw, if we're looking at it from a coach's perspective, which I know is dangerous for us to do, like Dre Greenlaw isn't actually that good of a linebacker. He often takes bad routes to the ball. He often has bad tackles. He does a lot of things that you go, oh, brother. The problem is anytime he actually does something, it is explosive. And defense, as smart as it is in the modern NFL and as complicated as it's gotten, it's still about running through a blanker's face. It's still about setting a tone, man. And when Dre Greenlaw's out there sacrificing his body in a way that no one else is willing to do, even the craziest of crazies, when he's out there doing that, the entire defense feeds off of that energy, and you can't replicate it. I will say, though, I've seen D. Winters out there, and if he's on the other side of the field, he's on the opposite hash marks, you could be fooled into thinking he wears 57. You can be fooled.
Okay. So pass rush, I think, should be better. Interior defensive line, I don't know. You couple that with being down a linebacker and an impact player in Dre Greenlaw, and I think there are some question marks there on the defense in addition to some areas where they are great. I think we agree they're great at corner.
That's right.
And there are enough options potentially at safety to where it'll flesh out. Although, again,
they're young and unproven, but they got the talent.
Regardless of where they go at safety, though, I feel like they're an injury away from maybe being in trouble.
I think they
that makes
probably
sense.
need to bring that depth in today. I mean, Justin Simmons, I believe, is still out there. I'm not saying he has to start. I'm not saying you take anything away from Jair Brown. What I'm saying is you got a whole lot of salary cap money. Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk aren't taking all of it. And I think that if they could add somebody during this training camp, I make sure that you have a reliable veteran backup for Jair Brown, because with George Odom last year, they signed a dude off a Disney cruise before they let him play free safety.
All right, so we got into the defense here. We'll get into the offense coming up to wrap things up here as well. And also the top 100. Who's maybe a little too high, who's maybe a little too low.
Oh, that's my favorite, Jamie.
We'll get back into that between now and 10 o'clock before we hand it off to Papa and Lund right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, welcome back. Final segment. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, and it is time for the Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. Let's get into it. Tristan Beck, the right upper arm aneurysm. He continues to be out as he has been. Tyler Matzik with the elbow injury. He could pitch at some point, maybe at the end of August or into September. Wilmer Flores and Tyro Estrada remain on the injured list as well. From doctors who never stop answering questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop healing and helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org. That your Sutter Health injury report.
I feel like Farhan's going to come on after and be like, actually, injuries are health, and everyone who's injured is actually healthy.
All right. We haven't gotten into it in at least 20 minutes, so let's – no, kidding.
Well, there's not going to be resolution. So we might as well move on.
Final segment, Pop and Lund coming up at the top of the hour. We also have a lot of great guests coming up with them. Matt Mayoko, 10:30, as he's going to sneak it in, I think, right before he heads out to the field, or maybe he'll be off to the – remember when he was –
Sometimes Matt just hangs out in a corner.
Yeah, remember when Brandon Ayuk walked by him as he walked –
he just hangs out in a – he's got a little spot.
The little radio hit corner.
Yeah.
Not on the field, but close enough.
You huddle in the corner. You hope that no one from 49ers PR sees you.
So Mayoko 10:30. JT Snow's going to be on with Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50, and Mark Spears, our buddy Mark Spears from Paris,
living in Paris,
in that 2:00 hour as
He's
well.
Got a tiny mustache and a beret now. It's terrible.
Why are the guests early? Well, because the Giants are playing 4:10 first pitch in Cincinnati.
Looking forward to that,
as the Giants need a big trip, and we'll be talking about the first 3 games of it and that series in Cincinnati coming up on Monday. All right.
Yeah.
Final segment, we talked 49er defense and observations from training camp. Let's talk a little bit about the offense. We will also get into the top 100 and wrap that up. What stands out offensively? Brock Purdy's had some interceptions.
Yep.
I think, Christian McCaffrey's had more. They're really limiting him.
Yes, they are.
I think they're making a conscious effort.
I think not subtle.
I think because they know
they don't want him on the Sutter Health injury report.
Well, they don't, but I think they know they may not. There always could come a point where you're just not going to limit him in the regular season because I think their go-to is when things start to get a little wonky or awry.
Just give it to Christian.
Yeah, get the ball to McCaffrey. McCaffrey, go get the ball, right?
Yeah.
The two plays that they run. So
Kyle Shanahan, offensive genius.
Yeah, whenever they and you even sometimes see it. It's funny and look, this could be me just reading too much into it. But the running joke in my head is always, whenever there's an interception, it's like, all right, the next play is going to be that, toss left.
Yeah, that's right.
To McCaffrey. And I feel like even in practice, even on a Brock Purdy interception, it's like, all right.
Got to go through the song and dance here.
You get the ball to McCaffrey just to settle everything down.
What'd you call the segment earlier, palate cleanser?
Yeah,
that's Kyle Shanahan's reset.
It's the reset. Yeah, we're gonna run. Okay. We're gonna run toss left.
We're all overthinking this. We're gonna run behind 71 with 23. If 44 wants to get along for it, he can. Otherwise, get the hell up out of the way.
And I don't think I'm speaking out of school too much in terms of strategy. I know they don't want you don't want if you're out there you don't want.
Yeah, here's some strategy. 2-3 good.
It feels like it's that way. Even
71 good.
So
not that we'd know anymore.
Offensive line has struggled. I think that to be fair,
they're injured and they're struggling.
And,
it's a deadly combo.
They don't have Trent Williams, so that's a big deal. I'm just going to give you some general thoughts. I'll let you get into more depth. They miss Ayuk, obviously, in terms of the wide receivers. They're trying to figure out who the next tight ends are going to be. Like, there are some things to figure out at those positions. And who's the backup running back going to be? Guerrero, I think, out of the mix because of injury for the time being.
That's brutal for him.
He looked really good that one day.
But and he's I thought he looked good in rookie OTAs and such. But the deal is, I hate it. I hate it for the player and the team when a rookie misses his first training camp, because that's your opportunity to really show coaches what you got and to set a standard and to establish a floor for your NFL career and to just get in the mix. Because now if Guerrero misses the entirety of training camp, he's not going to get reps once the regular season starts. He doesn't know the playbook. He hasn't been practicing the plays with the team. He's a depth player. So they're going to find maybe some spots in special teams, this and that, but they don't have the time during a regular season week to like coach this guy up on the side. You got to show up from training camp ready to rumble when you're a kid. And next year, okay, he gets to training camp. That's fine. Well, now they got a new batch of running backs in there. They're not just going to hand him anything. They might go out and draft another guy because they don't know what they have in Guerrero. And you just see it time and time again. And it's not just running back, it's any position. If you don't get a first training camp, your career is irrevocably damaged, and you can overcome it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far on Guerrero, but again, you're right.
I'm sad for him because that's a really tough break for both him and the team.
Well, I think it really sets him back in terms of being able to make any meaningful
100%,
impact. That
100%.
I will say. I'm not going to get into like his career and all that.
No, but it's a major. I think that people will say, oh, next year, whatever. Like
well, that's a bridge too. It's just a bridge too far to me to be like, oh, his career might be on the line right now. But I'm
not saying his career's on the line. What I'm saying is that it really puts him in the hole to start, and that's a really tough place to be when you're a young player without big guaranteed money, anything like that. So,
no question.
And this is him, any other young player that's in a position like Isaac Guerrero. Let's go through one thing that's really stood out to me is Drake Nugent, the Nuge at center. And it really does seem, Jake Brendel is coming off of a surgery in the offseason with his knee. There have been some reports and rumors, maybe more rumors than reports, from folks who were around when I was hanging up in Seattle that Brendel hasn't looked so hot, that the snaps aren't coming in good, the protections are kind of looking a little funky, that Brendel has not hit the ground running in training camp. And I come in the practice and a half I've seen, it looks as if they want to put Drake Nugent, the undrafted free agent, out of Michigan, out of Stanford, that they're trying to give him more and more reps, and they're throwing him in there at right guard, and that's very telling as well, because that means that they're thinking about keeping him on the active roster. I think Brendel, who will be given every opportunity to win the job, because he already has the job, the incumbent gets the right of first refusal. I think that his seat's just a little bit hot. I think the Nuge is going to make this thing interesting down to the final stretch. And then another thing that stood out to me in practice 2 days ago, they had Braden Willis working with the offensive lineman. And it's not to say he's transitioning to being an offensive lineman now. He's not built for that.
Just working on blocking.
Working on the blocking. We all know, if you've been out at a training camp practice, open practice, whatever, this dude can catch the ball
yes,
like
he
few
can.
other guys.
Yeah, he has the
got
potential to be a big-time weapon.
Sick mitts, number 9. If he can learn to block a little bit, he can be a real weapon for this team. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Long way to go, liking what I'm seeing. I think that they have their 3 tight ends on this roster right now. It's obviously George Kittle. I think it's Braden Willis has been given every opportunity. And I think Eric Saubert, the guy that they brought in from Houston, has been impressive. He's a big boy, too. And I think they got some depth here. But I think Cam Latu is done. I don't think Logan Thomas, who is injured currently, has a chance in hell to make this team, given the situation at hand. Mason Pline goes to the practice squad. I think tight end's actually fairly wrapped up, and we'll see where it goes from here. But Braden Willis being given every opportunity to take this number 2 job, and I wouldn't be shocked if he takes it.
What do you think of wide receiver as you look at, obviously they got to get Ayuk back in the fold. Deebo Samuel, Jennings.
Yeah.
I'm still, how much is Pearsall truly going to be trusted? We'll see. I think there's
so good, though.
I think there's potential for that to not be an issue.
He is so good.
So that's 4, assuming Ayuk's on the team that are on the roster.
Yeah.
I think Ronnie Bell's on the roster.
Well, he had a really good day on Wednesday. I'd heard that he had not been having good days. Ronnie Bell, it's going to go right up to the wire with him.
Yeah, but special teams are a part of it for him.
But that's returning for him. So that's, there's a lot of options returning. They have, Kyle Juszczyk back there. He might be a better option for them given the new kickoff rules. Tariq Owens isn't going to make this team, but I've liked what I've seen from him. That's a good practice squad player to have. Danny Gray, I haven't seen anything yet. Trent Taylor, don't sleep on him. Kyle loves him. There are worse players to have than Trent Taylor at the very end of your wide receiver roster.
All right, very quickly, let's bring back in young Tony and find out what he learned today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
I mean, couldn't have been much, right, Tone? I mean,
not after this show.
Yeah, I got nothing. Honestly,
JD has a temper.
Probably Rounders. Give the audience an update. I did purchase the film, have seen the first few scenes, and I will finish the film over the weekend.
In the year 2000, purchasing a film.
Always a pleasure.
JD, let's go do some practice.
Let's watch practice. We'll reconvene on Monday.
I got to play left tackle, so I need to get out there.
Absolutely. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts as you listen to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
I think Brock Purdy can be just as good as Patrick Mahomes. I think he will be just as good or better.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. That's a great call. I hate being talked to like I'm an idiot. I might be an idiot, but you don't get to talk to me that way.
No doubt.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleepy Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The San Francisco 49ers select Patrick Willis, linebacker, Mississippi.
The one thing I do like about the kid Willis is that there's some nastiness there. There's some giddy up.
It don't matter what the outside say. All that matters is what we believe. Hey, we believe in ourselves. We believe in us, man. So no matter what happens today, no matter what happens, hey, believe we're going to win this game.
Now goes across the middle, caught, fumbled, incomplete. Going to call it incomplete. What a hit by Willis. Was that awesome, the way he smacked Hines Ward?
We saw the exact same thing last week.
Smash him. Smash him.
Has time, goes for the end zone, ball deflected. Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up to right sideline. Beats one man, gets by Hasselbeck, needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85-yard deflected interception touchdown for Patrick Willis and the 49ers.
Let's go. Excuse my language.
You know, I was sitting at the in the restaurant last night, and some of the old heads were speaking. Some of the Hall of Famer old heads were speaking, and they said, we already have a bet on which one of you all are going to cry first. And I said, well, who's the bet on? Like, who are y'all betting going to cry? And they all kind of got silent, and I'm like, wait a minute, why y'all looking at me? So, you know, we're going to see. Again, it's a special moment.
It really is.
And so if some tears come out, you know, y'all cry with me a little bit.
An ode to Patrick Willis. It was cool at the Hall of Fame game to see Patrick. It is going to be all about him and others, of course, this weekend. But Patrick Willis is going into the Hall of Fame. And, of course, the 11th overall pick in 2007 by the 49ers. Joe Staley was the 28th pick. Maybe Joe's getting in there as well. Tons of Giants to get you going on. They got to solve the road woes. We'll get into that conversation as well. Training camp resumes as the guys were down there this morning talking all about it. Dieter and JD, they're going to be going out to camp as well. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Grab some pine meat.
Let's go.
I'm in the Mike Krukow chair at NBC Sports Bay Area, all set up here. We got Giants baseball. I got a live shot of the Bridges in Cincinnati, so we're ready to work TV right after we get done. But Matt Mayoko is going to join us right away, and it was Matt that presented Patrick Willis, and I don't think there was any doubt, right away when he had that incredible rookie year and was the AP Defensive Player of the Year, John, and had 174 tackles the first year, 136 solos, and the way he transcended the position that he would be a Hall of Famer, but the toe injury, the way he hobbled around, all the different cleats he tried to play, he just wasn't the same guy, and it was painful to watch him at the end of his career, especially in 2014 when he hobbled off after just 6 games. But he did change the position, I think. Brian Urlacher was a guy who also changed it when he went in the Hall of Fame, John, in 2018. He was the Mike linebacker in the cover 2, the buck 2 defense. And in the middle linebacker in the cover 2, you got to turn like Fred Warner does a lot and play the deep middle. And that is hard to do. So Urlacher was special. We've had some other linebackers go in undersized, Zach Thomas, so we had to wait a little bit for Patrick to go in. But when you look at the list, of the middle linebacker position. And we're talking the true Mike and Patrick didn't even play that. He was one of the inside linebackers in a 3-4. So, but I think he was made to play the position. Bednarik and Bunakani and Butkus and Harry Carson, George Connor, Bill George, Sam Huff, Jack Lambert, Willie Lanier, Ray Lewis would be a guy you would put in the conversation for best of all time. I think with Butkus, Les Richter for the Rams back in the 50s, Joe Smith. Junior Seau played it differently, and to me, he was not a true Mike. He was more of a will. He would blitz a lot off John Perella and had Rodney Harrison behind him. Mike Singletary, obviously. Zach Thomas, we mentioned Urlacher and Patrick. But as far as pure ability to be able to do anything you wanted him to do, John, whether it was turn and run, man match, tight ends, or backs, I mean, who guarded Jimmy Graham better than Patrick Willis? You can make the point, honestly, that he changed the position with his speed, running a flat 4-4, and the way he could also scrape from sideline to sideline and tackle like Butkus and Nitschke and Lewis, but those guys couldn't cover like the great Patrick Willis.
No, when you ran across the middle, and that was what became so hot in the NFL days, those quick crossers. And when you had Patrick especially, but Navarro Bowman as well, in that middle, and you hit it right on the head, they didn't miss tackles. And that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get what used to be the Levon Kirklands of the world, in space against these backs or quick receivers like Edelman quickly coming across the middle. And it was a no-fly zone when Patrick was in there, because you might get a few yards, but you're not going to get much. And because of his speed and just vice grip hands, he wasn't letting you go. So they had to change things, and that's what everybody started looking for, like you said, is the quick, the speed, but you couldn't get the combination of what Patrick had, which was his ability to tackle, just everything that he did so well. He was so smart. And he just, those two guys, but especially because we're talking about Patrick, they didn't miss tackles.
And obviously, the Niners are going there in mass, and we'll talk to Matt Mayoko at 10:30 from Canton, Ohio. He was the one that presented him, but the Chargers are going to have a huge contingency going as well. Jim Harbaugh saw what I saw, when it came out, when Bryant Young went to Patrick Willis's sister's house in Nashville, Tennessee, or wherever it was, and knocked on the door, and Patrick just broke down. His kids were all there, and it was really emotional, his nieces and nephews. And Jim Harbaugh saw that recently in L.A. with the Chargers, John, and they're flying. The lightning bolts are going. Cool. So Harbaugh's going to be there. His linebacker coach is Navarro Bowman of the Chargers, and he will be there this weekend with Patrick Willis, along with Delaney Walker, Jonathan Goodwin, Mike Upati, Tukuafu. Our guy Deshaun Goldson, who was a Niner coach last year, is going to be there as well. So this is Harbaugh's first player that he coached to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And certainly, Singletary in that group before, Mike Nolan, but what a player. And he's going to break up. We talked to him right after he got in or the days before. We'll probably get him on next week, but a big weekend for him tomorrow to be Cantonized.
Very cool. Plus, I was looking at this. I was looking at the 07 draft, and obviously it starts with Jamarcus. That's not great, but Calvin Johnson at 2, Hall of Fame. Joe Thomas 3, Hall of Fame. Adrian Peterson at 7. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis at 11, Hall of Fame. Darrelle Revis, 14, Hall of Fame. Is Marshawn getting in? Is Marshawn a Hall of Famer?
Borderline. Greg Olson was the first pick of the second round.
Right.
I was at that draft. I was at that one at Radio City Music Hall. Derek flew in because Jamarcus was number 1. But so how many Hall of Famers did you just rattle off?
Well, there's already 4 in the top 14 with Calvin Johnson, Joe Thomas, Patrick Willis, and Darrelle Revis. Definitely at 7, Adrian Peterson is getting in, so that's 5 in the top 14. And if Marshawn gets in at 12, which eventually may happen, then that's 6 of the top 14 getting into the Hall of Fame, and already 4 with Revis, Willis, Calvin Johnson, and Joe Thomas. That ain't bad. that's
didn't make
good.
It. He didn't make it number 1.
Yeah.
I remember going to that draft, and a high-ranking NFL official told me, if the Raiders draft Jamarcus Russell, you're going to be back here all over again next year with the number 1 pick in the draft. I don't think it was quite that dramatic, but we hear you. Did not go right. I remember going to a function in Chelsea Pier before the draft and just looking at Calvin Johnson. He was the biggest wide receiver that's ever been. Jamarcus was the biggest quarterback that's ever been. And then you had, Adrian Peterson sitting over there going number 7. But how about Patrick Willis, number 11? And then Darrelle Revis, number 14. yeesh, you're talking about. I just rattled them off, and I'm not going to say he's the best Mike linebacker of all time. I think if he would have played a true Mike, the middle backer in a 4-3 and not been in a 3-4, where there was guys next to him, the responsibilities were different. First it was TKO Spikes, then later it was Navarro. But still, I think he's in the conversation for one of the best linebackers of all time, and likewise for Revis Island, John. That guy was a shutdown corner, one of the best in the history of pro football. Same draft, 3 picks apart.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then for the Niners, it was an amazing draft. Patrick Willis at 11, Joe Staley at 28. I think Joe eventually gets in, right?
Joe's on the ballot next year. Oh,
yeah.
Joe Staley, he's on the All-Decades team.
Right.
So I think he will be a Hall of Famer. I'm not sure he's a first ballot Hall of Famer like Trent Williams, but he will be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt.
Yeah, so there you go. Patrick Willis, the big story. We did have football last night in the Hall of Fame game. We did see your kickoff, by the way, before everything was cut short due to weather. What was I couldn't help but think of you the whole time as I'm watching this thing. What did you think of what we saw?
I was thinking of Brian Schneider and how it's going to work and Bones Fossil. I think they're playing it conservatively. There wasn't a lot of long returns. I think the longest one was out to the 32-yard line. There was one new touchback, and if you just kick it in the end zone on the air. There was one that could have been that the returner from the Bears took it right on the goal line and ran it out, but it goes out. It used to be the 20 years ago. Now it was the 25, and now with this new rule, they moved it out to the 30-yard line. I think it's going to be interesting. The one thing, and you can see it on the practice field, you got to stay perfectly still. And we had a couple of people false start on the kick. I think it'd be more of an issue for kickoff coverage, because your back is turned to the ball. Or actually you would see when the ball is caught, going that direction. For kickoff return, they got to have some kind of a fire call or a yell call to let the guys know that it's either on the ground or it's been caught and it's time to block. But, they've been liking it to a line of scrimmage play. You're all there at the line of scrimmage. You can see the ball get snapped. Your head, you got to turn and then, pick. It's kind of like everybody's playing center now, where you got to snap the ball and then turn and pick up where to block. So there are a lot of wrinkles. And then I know the weather got gnarly in the second half, and they wound up calling off the game. What is the Hall of Fame game? It seems like they have an issue with the field, or last night the weather. They don't call football games off for weather, but it was pretty strong. But they actually brought a 12th man on the field to hold the ball for the kickoff, and then he ran off the field. And I did get the rule book. I got them all. You are allowed to do that. I guess that was done in years past, where you're allowed to bring the 12th man on the field. You got to make that kind of a fan item. Do you want to be the holder for
you
Jake
just nailed
Moody,
it.
and then you run off the field rather than have one of your players do it? Because they got to get off the field. Got to be somebody fast, though. You don't want to have too many men on the field. If you're lumbering to get off the sideline when the ball's caught, that could be 12 men on the field. That was weird, wasn't it?
It was weird. He comes running off like, what are they doing? But you're right. It'd be awesome if it was a fan contest, but then the fan would leave the field, or he couldn't get off fast enough or something like that.
Well, in the old days, they would have a guy run across on the sideline to grab the tee.
Right, or a dog. They'd have a dog run.
You could train a dog.
Yeah, there you go. Hold the tee.
Stop trying to race down Frisbees. Go get the kicking tee.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. Farhan spoke with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, but we'll keep it on 49ers because, like you said, we have Matt Mayoko, and we'll talk Patrick Willis and the Hall of Fame and what he's seen in training camp and all that stuff. But he is in Canton, and like you said, Jim Harbaugh's charting a plane, so there's going to be a bunch of Niners. It's going to be very, very cool. So we'll get into all of that. Plus, I got to tell you, man, you're looking good. Is that the Kruko background that you got going?
This is the Kruko background,
I like
right? This
it.
is where Mike does the games when he's not, and when they're on the road. I got the whole setup here. They've already given me the screen of the truck feed from Cincinnati. I'm looking at a bridge in Cincinnati. I think that's Kentucky across the river there, John. Wotus is over there getting moonshine, I think. Flan would go right to Kentucky.
Of course he would.
The moonshine there. You don't want Skyline chili.
No, hell no.
You want the Kentucky moonshine.
Yeah. Especially if you're, sitting where you are. That's a quick bathroom break. That's not going to be enough time if you got Skyline chili going on. Man, that is a bomb. That is a gut bomb is what that is. All right, so we'll keep it all going. We'll talk some more Niners, get into camp. Looks like I'm not going to say it's a false story, but nothing moving on Brandon Ayuk, at least. As yesterday, we got a little bit of hope, and then nothing has happened, so update you on that as well. And then Matty Mayoko from Canton at 10:30. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Did you miss Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations with Tolbert and Copes yesterday? Well, if you did, you're in luck. Check it out on all our socials at KNBR.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bob and Lund on a Friday. Hope you are doing outstanding. Hope you have some great plans this weekend. Here's what we got. Matt Mayoko is going to join us in about 10 minutes from Canton. We'll talk Patrick Willis and his impressions so far from camp. Joe Rizzo at 11:30 to talk Giants. If you missed Farhan from yesterday at about 11:50 during your lunch hour, stay in your car, hang out, or you can check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well, however you want to, or stream us, whatever you want to do. But we will play some of those cuts from Farhan and react to those as he recapped the deadline, what he thinks is going to happen from here. So, again, if you missed that conversation yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, in which the president of baseball operations of the Giants comes on every couple of weeks, we will play a few of those cuts for you, let you hear them, and give you our opinion on it, that at about 11:50. But we got all worked up yesterday, I think it was a little bit after this time, about Colin Cowherd put out a tweet that said essentially that we could get some news on Brandon Ayuk at a camp, maybe signing a new deal. But everybody we talked to yesterday hadn't heard anything, and it seems like maybe that was a bit premature because I was trying to track down the source of that, didn't have any luck, and I haven't heard anything from anybody in regards to progress or an imminent signing of Brandon Ayuk.
Well, they're back on the field today. In fact, they're starting to crank it up right now. They're starting to walk on the field. They've been on since 10:05 in activation and stretching. So we'll find out from people there where Brandon is. He is there. He's just about, I think he's been in every single practice so far, and he's been in a golf cart, or the video we saw the other day was him on the field, and John and Kyle came over. So he's there. He's present. It's not like Trent Williams' situation where Trent is not there. But again, they're back on the field. I don't know what they're going to do as far as padded practices. They're going to work 3 days in a row. So they did go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in pads every day. Took yesterday off, and now they're back. And it's today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And I'll be there in full for both days over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And then they take Monday off, and then they get ready to fly to Nashville. Would he travel with the team if he does not have a contract? It's a long trip there and back. I wonder if they'll bring everybody. But it's a good sign that he's around. These things go up and down. We'll find out more in the coming days and hours today where he's at, and we'll see him over the weekend. But he's obviously a vital player. Everybody's got a different opinion on how valuable Brandon is to the team because you got a galaxy of stars. And we went through it. We talked about it all last year. The 5 eligibles, and you're keeping Jawan Jennings out of the mix and putting a fullback out there, but you've never had a higher price probably grouping. And there's been some great ones. A lot of them are in the Hall of Fame. But McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk as your 5 is just incredible. You got a surplus of talent. You'd like to have 6, 7, 8 eligibles on the field, but then you're not going to have enough offensive linemen to block. So you could play Trent, I think, as a double slot. He's so good. But Ayuk is a valuable guy. They know that. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned about it because he's not practicing with the team, but he's there, and he's taking part. He's being a good teammate. As I said, I think Trent is the one that's going to take a little time. And now that Tristan Wirfs has got his deal, you would think we'd have some movement there. But we are going to talk to Mayoko coming up from Canton. And we talked to Fred Warner the other day. Mm-hmm. And we asked him, Fred and Patrick Willis are close. Patrick comes to practice occasionally. I remember him breaking down the team a couple of times last year and watching practice with him. And, Fred doesn't run a 4.4, but he plays fast. For Fred, he's really a version of Patrick Willis, a little bit different in how he plays, very effective. And, Fred's made all pros and Pro Bowls. And I said, do you want to go to Canton? And he flat out said yes. They're not ducking it. George Kittle says the same thing. They got a lot of work to do. But when you look at this current roster, as far as Hall of Fame ability, Trent Williams is in. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer right now. If he retired and contract thing, he just said, I'm done. He is in. And there are a bunch of guys on this team. Christian McCaffrey is heading that way. George Kittle with the production. He's already got more yards than any Niner tight end in history. He's got a ways to go to get Vernon Davis with touchdowns, but when he's said and done, in his blocking ability, if Gronk is going to the Hall of Fame, George Kittle could certainly be in that conversation. Debo's got work to do, but his combination of being able to run the ball at a wide receiver position has never been done in the NFL, or very rarely. Ayuk's got tremendous ability. And then over on defense, obviously Nick Bosa, as a Defensive Player of the Year award winner, is in that conversation. We mentioned Fred Warner. Other guys have some work to do, but how many did I just name? 7 guys, John? 5 on offense? Brock's, he's a starting. Who knows where the career is going to go? How many teams, when you go down there, everybody's doing their rankings, the NFL Network and the players and Madden, and this is the time of year when camp is to rank all the players. How many possible Hall of Famers do the Niners have on their roster right now versus any other roster in the NFL?
Well, like you said, Trent Williams is definitely a bunch on offense, and then at least, Fred Warner, the kind of thing that he's putting together, and, it's injuries and all those things can happen, but if we just assume health for just a second, Fred Warner, he's been in the league, isn't this his 7th year? It's flown by, but Fred Warner is, to me, they just ranked him, and this doesn't have anything to do with Hall of Fame, but they just ranked Fred Warner 11th.
I was surprised by that.
Just
he had a really
outside of
good
the
year
top
last
10.
year. To rank, and Mike is a different player, and you could run it, Mike. I thought 11, and I love Fred. I thought that was a little high for him, to be honest with you.
But I think he's kind of a Patrick Willis type in that everybody's trying to find Fred Warner, right? The prototypical, played a lot of safety, kind of hybrid at BYU, but then a guy who can run, a guy who can cover ground, a guy that can tackle, a guy that can cover, a guy that can blitz. If you made up a linebacker for today's NFL, wouldn't it be Fred? As close as you get to it, wouldn't it be Fred Warner?
No doubt. His ability to drop into the hook zone and curl zone and playing zone, play with his eyes, and then also man match. I know Kelsey had some plays on him at 1/3 and short. It's a tough route to cover, the crossing route. But they came right back before the game went to overtime, and they took a shot one-on-one of the back shoulder to Kelsey, and Fred locked him up. So he has a tremendous ability. You can blitz him. He plays the run. He's so instinctive because he works so much. He just diagnoses plays because he's just a smart guy. It's amazing what he's become. He never played middle linebacker his entire life. He never called a defense before he got here. He played everywhere at BYU. To take him and think we're going to make him a Mike linebacker, but that's why the interviews are so important, because you get him in a room and you talk to him and you're like, wow, this guy really is a CEO type of player. He could easily be the quarterback of the defense, even though he's never called it. He's so articulate. Everybody gravitates to him. Bosa with his work ethic, but there's no question the leader of that defense is Fred Warner. So, Patrick Willis is in the Hall of Fame. Mike Singletary didn't play here, but he coached here. And then, is Fred Warner going to follow Patrick Willis in the Hall of Fame in 15 years from now or so?
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's talk more about Patrick Willis getting into the Hall of Fame. What Matt Mayoko expects to see as far as a 49ers contingency. Yes, Harbaugh's taking a bunch of former Niners out there as well, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's talk about what it's going to be like this weekend and his impressions from camp. We talked to Matt Mayoko from Canton, Ohio next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a special day. I remember being that kid watching classic NFL games and wanting to inspire to be an NFL player. And, man, here we are years later and going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's truly special.
That is Patrick Willis at the Hall of Fame game last night. Bears beat the Texans in a shortened game, but the big news, who's going to the Hall of Fame? And, of course, for local interest is Patrick Willis, our pal, and that's where Matt Mayoko is. Make sure you're following him. Make sure that you're reading him. Make sure that you are following him on his social media ventures, listening to the 49ers Talk podcast as well. And he joins us from Canton, courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing well. Have you guys ever been to Canton? That's the question.
I have.
Yeah,
I've been there. Been there a few times.
Isn't it neat? Like the museum is just really good. And I have come quite often now that I think about it. And in fact, I was just here on my cross country drive with my daughter.
Yeah.
And it's great to be back, and it's always good to be back when someone that you followed and gotten to know is being inducted. So this is a great thing for Patrick. His career didn't last as long as the typical Hall of Fame career lasts, but man, he packed a lot of exceptional play into a relatively short period of time.
Well, we just rattled off the list of all the middle linebackers, and Patrick wasn't a true Mike because he plays an inside backer in tandem with Takeo Spikes and Navarro Bowman on the 3-4. But as far as the inside stack linebacker position, you can make the point as far as skill set. Urlacher could run. A few guys played the position the way he played, but he didn't play as long. And the toe injury and hobbling off the field at the end. Terrell Davis got in a couple of years ago, Matty, and I think that opened it up for guys. Gal Sayers, obviously, the Kansas Comet, was so brilliant, but he had a short career. You were the presenter to get him into the Hall of Fame. Was there any pushback on that? Yes, he was great, but he didn't have the length of career of these other guys.
Yeah, he was eligible for 2 years and did not make it into the final 15. So he went 2 years without being a finalist. And the discussion only really begins at the final 15 when the voters get together and go through all the candidates. And, there was a lot of stuff behind the scenes going, come on, people, like Patrick Willis not in the final 15. So I think that was kind of I can't speak for all the voters, but I kind of think he was like, well, he's a Hall of Famer, but not quite yet. There were other people, I think, that were kind of in the queue ahead of him. And then once he got into the finalist mode, you kind of got the sense that the momentum was really building. And one of the interesting things that happened was Zach Thomas was up for it. He was a finalist along with Patrick. I think at that point they were the only two inside linebackers who were up for it. And so in many cases, whenever there are players at the same position, I think it's just human nature. Most people they'll pick one player at that position and kind of spread it around with different positions. One inside linebacker, one wide receiver, one whatever the case may be. And Patrick publicly supported Zach Thomas. And I think I know that had a really big impact on, I don't know if it swayed votes for the next year, but last year I guess it wasn't last year, it was this year, in I think early January when we got together and met for the Hall of Fame, I got the sense that he just went flying through. There was zero pushback. In fact, there were other people presenting their cases saying, my guy, the guy that I'm presenting, some scout told me that the two slam dunk people are, my guy and Patrick Willis. It was to the point where other people were making the case for Patrick Willis. And so, I think he was just a slam dunk this year after Zach Thomas got in. I'm glad that he got in before Luke Kuechly, because we'll see what Kuechly what happens with him, but it's basically the same career as Patrick had. And Kuechly will be in the Hall of Fame. Is he going to be a first ballot guy? I don't know. I think there's a chance. The only difference is that Kuechly was voted NFL Defensive Player of the Year one time. And, I made the argument in talking about Patrick is that, there were several years that he could have made it if it weren't for somebody getting, 20 sacks or just having a crazy year. And I wish they had the voting structure that they have now, where the voters vote for more than just one person. So then you could see where someone actually, finishes in the MVP voting or the NFL Defensive Player of the Year voting. But the other guy you didn't mention is Tony Baselli. Once Tony Baselli got in, and you mentioned Terrell Davis and Kenny Easley got in, once it became kind of a new way of looking at it, where maybe you don't need the longevity, you just need to be dominant for a period of time, whatever that number is, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. And that was Patrick Willis. Patrick Willis was dominant for 7 seasons.
Matt Mayoko is joining us from Canton. Patrick Willis among the group this year to get put into Canton for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The other thing Pop and I were talking about, too, is when you change a position, and all those short crossers and all that kind of stuff, and everybody started looking for the Patrick Willis, the Levon Kirkland at 290 pound middle linebacker, that pounder in the middle. That's not what you were looking for. You were looking for Patrick's speed and vice grip hands to grab those receivers and those short crossers, and he and Navarro, but especially Patrick with his speed, did it better than anybody.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. That is a point that I made this year, maybe even last year, talking to Jeff Ulbrich, who was on that 49ers team when Patrick came in. And, the way Jeff Ulbrich explained it was, and Jeff Ulbrich is now, part of the game. He's been defensive coordinator. He's on the Jets coaching staff. But he said that, before Patrick, teams were looking for thumpers, the big guys with the rhino roll and the huge shoulder pads, and just kind of fill the hole and take on blocks and make tackles, inside the box. And after Patrick, teams were like, oh, that's a better idea. Let's get somebody like Patrick Willis. But the problem is teams are trying to do that every year. The top linebackers chosen are Patrick Willis, guys out of that mold. But still, even so many years later, even as athletes, training gets better and athletes, seemingly get better, teams are finding it very difficult to get a Patrick Willis guy. He's rare. That kind of ability is rare. And, the 49ers have been fortunate. They've had more of those types of players than probably anybody, but there's probably only a handful of players in the league that even come close to stacking up to what Patrick Willis brings to the table. So yeah, the day of the thumper inside linebacker, those days are gone. Now you need versatility. You need guys who can run sideline to sideline. You need guys who can cover. You need guys who can stay on the field for all 3 downs.
And the Niners had 2 of those guys inside, and they had, Alden Smith outside, Ahmad Brooks outside. It was arguably one of the greatest quartet of 4 linebackers in one team, but it was Patrick and it was Navarro Bowman, 52 and 53 side by side. Navarro Bowman is now the linebacker coach for Jim Harbaugh. So they're all flying from Southern California. I think they're leaving crack of dawn tomorrow morning. They have an off day in the schedule before they have a joint practice with the Rams on Sunday. So what are you hearing? We're hearing Harbaugh's obviously coming back. Navarro Bowman's coming back. Mike Upati's coming back. Deshaun Goldson's coming back. I think Bryant Young will be there. John Lynch goes back every year now since he's made the Hall of Fame. What kind of a 49er contingency do you think we're going to have tomorrow?
Yeah, I know Frank Gore will be there. I know Keena Turner will be there. I don't know if the last time I talked to John, he was kind of up in the air because I don't know if you've been noticing or if you've paid any attention, Greg and John. There's stuff going on with the 49ers where John Lynch.
Haven't noticed.
Yeah, no, it's kind of gone under the radar. This whole Brandon
nobody talks about
Williams stuff. No one's talked about it at all. So I think he was feeling a little bit uneasy about pulling away from Santa Clara for a full day to come here. So I don't know for sure if he's going to be here. But yeah, there will definitely be a lot of 49er flavor people coming here. But yeah, that was very pleasantly surprised to hear that Jim Harbaugh would be here because, we know how serious he takes his job and how it's all about the team right now. And, he's set on doing all he can to make the Chargers a winning team. But also, this is his first Hall of Famer. And I talked to him at the owners' meetings, and that point did not go unnoticed. So I know he has a fondness for the history of the game and just a love and a passion of football instilled upon him from his dad, who's a longtime coach. So there was part of me that was a little bit surprised, but also with Harbaugh, it's like you can't ever be surprised with anything that Harbaugh does or says. So this one, it makes a lot of sense that he would show that reverence for Patrick Willis and all that Patrick Willis gave him and those 49er teams.
Matt Mayoko joining us from Canton, Ohio. Patrick Willis going into the Hall of Fame this weekend, or giving the speech this weekend. Since you brought it up yesterday, there was a report, and I tried to text him, but Colin Cowherd said maybe something would get close with Brandon Ayuk, or suggested that. Obviously, the Trent Williams stuff. Go ahead.
He did more than suggested.
Yeah, he basically said something was happening.
New deal SF or something like that.
Yes, yeah, that was the hashtag. So that doesn't seem like, because we're talking to you now, so I'll ask you, but in both of our kind of trying to pick around, I didn't hear anything like that. He was the only one to report anything like that. Is there any truth to that?
Not to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of hard to pin down. I mean, you would think that somebody of that stature wouldn't just put something out there unless he heard it on very good authority. So I don't know if people were like really reading into, the handshakes and the interaction between Brandon Ayuk and John Lynch and
that video
Kyle
the day
Shanahan.
before.
Yeah. I mean, that happened on the practice field before practice. And so I don't know if people just saw that and said, oh, that looks like a congratulatory handshake. It must be getting done. And, I mean, frankly, you see it, and it's easy to read into it. But, you got to ask some questions. And, I mean, I read into it that, something looks interesting there. But then when you ask around, I just didn't hear anything. Like, no, everything's pretty much the way it was. But what I read into it is kind of what I've seen all along, is that even though Brandon Ayuk requested a trade and things seem to be heading toward acrimony, it really seems as if when you watch the body language and you see how John Lynch has been interacting with Ayuk, and maybe more importantly, how Ayuk has been interacting with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, it just seems like both sides are really keeping this professional and that there is no bitterness, at least not outwardly. Brandon Ayuk wishes he had his contract. He wishes he had it 4 months ago, but he doesn't. But it just seems to be like everybody kind of has an idea, where the other side is coming from, and now it's a matter of seeing if it can all work out and make it work for both sides. So I don't know where it's going, other than I would be absolutely shocked if Brandon Ayuk is playing for another team this season. But beyond that, I just don't know what the end game is for both sides.
He is there. He's not holding out. He's holding in, and he's going to everything. I see him around the building all the time. So, and he's right there on the practice field with his teammates. Not the
and you
same
see him,
for,
Greg. He seems to be in good spirits.
Yeah,
I
that's why I think something's going to happen, or he's already resolved to the fact that he'll play under the fifth-year option. But Trent Williams is not around. And you're in Canton, Ohio, and there's a lot of great 49ers that may get there one day. But Trent's already there. The moment he retires, he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He knows how good he is historically and with the current groups. How do you see that getting done? Now that Tristan Wirf's deal is done in Tampa Bay and he's the new highest-paid tackle in football, is there a yardstick to go over? What's going on with Trent Williams, do you think, Matt?
Yeah, well, I think that, when he signed that deal, and he does have 3 years left on the deal, but, look at that contract. That last year they put on that contract was almost kind of funny money just to bump his average to be over, to become the number one paid offensive tackle in the league. And so now, with no more guaranteed money left on that deal, he's seeing guys that play his position and haven't played it as well for as long, making a lot more money than he is. So, he's averaging $23 million, but that includes that final year of $32 million, which kind of bumps up that average. So, I think it's twofold. I think that he would love to be and wants to be and is determined to be the number one paid offensive lineman in the league, but also he wants guaranteed money. He doesn't want to just be going year to year and wondering what the future holds. So, it's a sticky one because, he's now, what is he now? The sixth, I think, highest paid offensive lineman in the league after Tristan Wirfs gets his deal done. So, the 49ers, part of that contract a few years ago was you sign him to, a long-term contract. You expect to have him for that long term. You don't expect to go back to the negotiating table with 3 years left on the contract, but that's where we are. So the question for him is all those things you outlined, Greg. Yes, absolutely. He's the only guy on the team that if he were to retire today, he's in Canton, no question about it. So what drives him? How prideful is he? How much does he need that $20 million that he's on the books for right now? And only he can answer those questions.
Hey, an interesting signing on the offensive line today that it just barely happened. Pat Elflein, who has started 64 games in his career, started for many years for the Vikings, started for the Panthers, started for the Jets. He was signed this morning. Is there an issue there? Or is he just a camp body? What is that?
Yeah, well, they have some injury issues there, where they don't have great depth on the interior offensive line, specifically at the center position. With a guy like him who's a veteran, who's been on IR each of the past 3 seasons, including last year where he lost, the entire season. I think he's a long shot to make the team, but if he shows some stuff, if you keep him on that roster to begin the year, I don't know that is the tack that they would take, but maybe if he shows like, hey, he can still be a good player, maybe he's one of those guys that as a veteran, they keep him on the practice squad and then have that ability to bump him up. It very well could be that, he could be the backup center, but not even be on the 53 man. Obviously if they need him as a backup, they wouldn't be able to, if he's on the practice squad and not bumped up, they wouldn't be able to put him in there during the course of a game. But if something were to happen to Jake Brendel, the following week, he might be in that position. That's kind of one of the interesting things about what they've done, the NFL's done with the practice squad, is that now you keep 16 guys, you can bump 2 guys up. There's more veteran guys you can keep on the practice squad, so it gives a team that kind of versatility to just kind of have a guy in the wings waiting in case he's needed later in the season.
All right, just double checking on that one. By the way, what are you going to be doing tomorrow? Hanging out with
tomorrow?
Patrick? Yeah.
Tomorrow. Well, right now I did see Patrick earlier today. They had a walk down Main Street and had all the Hall of Famers who are here posing for some photos. And we'll be seeing Patrick a little bit later today. Tonight will be when he gets his gold jacket. And then tomorrow is induction speech. And then it's time to party.
Very nice.
Time to party right now. Do you get to go? They used to do it at the Nitschke lunch. Now they do it at night, I think. When he gets the gold jacket, is that open to the public? Or can you go watch that? That's probably the highlight of the weekend.
I will be there tonight. I think it is open to the public. The Nitschke lunch is, I'm trying to think. That's only Hall of Famers. Like, I think it's only Hall of Famers and like wait staff. That's like,
right.
It is all
That's
them,
the one where all the Hall of Famers line up on each side and you come down the middle and they welcome you to the club.
Yes. So that's the super secret
you can't
thing
get into that one. Not even you?
No, cannot. No, well,
aren't you a Hall of Famer somewhere?
You wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame if it wasn't for you, Miyoko.
Yeah. His play had nothing to do with that. I might just grab like a waiter's, like a towel and like serving water.
Do the Bill Walsh. Be a bellhop.
That's a good idea.
Bellhop at Super Bowl.
Be walking around with my phone, like doing a little social media capture.
That would be amazing.
That I tell you what, this would be the final time I'd be in Canton if I
would.
You'd be good.
That's true. Hey, have a great time. We appreciate the insight. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matty.
All right, that is Matt Mayoko in Canton. Give us a little insight into Patrick Willis. He's a waiter with a phone. Who's that guy, man? That waiter's not doing anything. He's just videoing everything. All right, a few of the things that Matty said there. An update on Brandon Ayuk, as we said. And here we go again. We'll explain. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday only here on the Sports Leader.
And Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us on a Friday. Hope you're doing well. We'll get into a little Giants at about 10 past the hour. And then we've got Joe Rizzo on, and he'll preview an important road trip because the Giants have been struggling on the road. So can they get it going on the road? We'll get into that conversation. But it is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Just spoke with Matt Mayoko from Canton, Ohio. That's where Patrick Willis is going in this weekend. But another thing we talked about was this whole Brandon Ayuk thing, and we kind of got excited yesterday that there was a national report that he might be getting close to something, but then that has kind of fizzled, and as far as what we've been able to find out, we haven't heard anything. So no progress there. Is that accurate to say?
Well, I wouldn't. No, I think they've been meeting, and you heard Matt say that John Lynch may not go to Canton, and John's been going back to Canton for a number of years. Obviously, when he went in, but he makes a point to go back just about every year to be. It's just a great weekend. If you're a member of the Gold Jacket Club, you want to be there and go to the Nitschke luncheon today, but it also, it's tough when you're in training camp. So he has, in years past, taken a day off or two to go and come back. But there's a lot of business to take care of here, obviously, with these two players out. And they just signed Pat Elflein, who's been strictly an interior guy. He's mainly a center, but he also can swing and play guard. They've had a lot of interior line issues. I haven't seen John Feliciano on the field at all. Jared Kingston, the young guy, Aaron Banks, they are back at practice.
Burford broke his hand
today. Burford's been out. They're debating whether to have surgery. But Dominic Pooney it looks good. Now you got to see when he actually gets in a game. But man, he looks the part, and he's really good in pass pro for a guy his size. But anyway, Banks and Feliciano and Jared are back at practice today. Elflein, who took Mike McGlinchey's old number 69, is out there working out. So when you sign a player like this, it's, yes, the 53 and the practice squad of 16 more guys, total of 69. But you also got to get through training camp. You got 90 guys. You're going. They don't do double days anymore. But when they go back to work today, you got 3 straight days of work: Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you have to have enough bodies to just get through training camp. And they've been. And they're not going to use guys. Also play preseason games. They're not. I don't think Brendel's going to play in a preseason game. The young guys will. When I saw them, and they have all the quarterbacks line up, and also Mordecai. So Brock is working there with a center, usually the number 1 center, Jake Brendel, and but then you have Brandon Allen having a center, and Josh Dobbs, and then Mordecai. They all, one of the first things they do every day in practice and training camp is just the quarterback center exchange, and they just all line up. So they've been using a lot of different guys at center this year. Obviously Jake is the number 1 guy at center, but you got a lot of guys. Ben Barch is a guy they've been moving. Last year they didn't play him much at center. He was coming back off a bad injury. Drake Nugent, the young guy. They have another guy named Mays. So they've just been rotating a lot of guys. Nick Zakel has been jumping in and learning to snap the ball. So by signing Elflein, you got a veteran guy. He's played a lot of snaps in this league, interior, but mainly he's been a center.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I brought it up to Maddie, because, if it was any old guy coming in, but, this guy, he's a former, second-round pick, and he's started a ton for the Vikings, started some for the Jets, started for the Panthers. Now he has been hurt, but, he's a guy that started 64 of his 65 career games. He's a center, so I thought, okay, obviously something's going on here. Could be, just like you said, a camp body. Could be something a little bit more. And as Maddie said, could be a guy that now for years now they've been doing this with the the practice squad where you have veterans on there. So just
right. Ever since the pandemic,
Yeah.
they've increased the number of practice squad guys, but now you can put veterans on the practice squad. So if he doesn't make the 53-man roster, and a lot of times with a veteran like him, you put him on the roster for week 1, you have to pay him the whole year. So you may not have him right away, put him on the practice squad, but veteran players, really good players. We've seen a lot of guys make the conversion from practice squad to game day roster. Veteran guys that would ordinarily be out of the league because they couldn't be on a practice squad, hang around, and they find themselves back on a 53-man roster somewhere.
Yeah, so, and then one other thing, and I don't know why this pisses me off, but it's the reason why we asked Brock about it. We have on our socials right now, but Pro Football Talk and Florio and Chris Sims had a conversation today about Brock's interceptions in camp, and we did this all last year, and then he was great during the season, and it's been talked about again this year. And then it's the very reason why we asked him the question, and he explained to everybody that you're throwing passes that you wouldn't normally throw, but you got to find out what your limits are, and that's what training camp is about. So all these training camps, I've heard it, Pro Football Talk is making it a big deal, Florio is making it a big deal today on their website, but like I've heard it from Denver with Bo Nix, all these different camps, it's about these quarterbacks throwing interceptions. Can't somebody stand up and say, a coach or something, this is why we're doing this? I can't believe that this is a talking point again with Brock Purdy. It drives me
It's
crazy.
social media. It's the world we live in. They react and overreact. A lot of people really haven't been to an NFL practice. They have no idea how it works. And now that they're allowed in during training camp, a lot of uneducated eyes are having an opinion. When the season starts, they're all out and they can't watch. So the other part of it is, and Jimmy Garoppolo, he had a streak. 2019, my first year with the Niners, he threw 5 passes and all 5 were intercepted. Then we went to Dove Valley, that Monday night game. We practiced with the Broncos and played the Monday night game, and Jimmy struggled. A lot of it is you don't have a lot of game planning going for the games. But with this specific situation, you've got Fred Warner on the other side and the defense. They know the 49ers offense. I'd love to see a game. The ultimate game would be the 49ers offense playing the 49ers defense in a real game, and just to see what they would be able to do. That would be the biggest challenge. And there's been some other defenses that have given the Niners trouble. Obviously, Spags and his blitzing, and Cleveland did a nice job. But it's just it happens in camp because Fred Warner can call out the Niner play before it happens, and he does sometimes, and he gets so excited when the defense makes a play. The other day, he batted the ball away, come running by me, and he's going nuts. I'm like, your teammates are on offense too, so you don't get so excited when you make a play on defense. But he's the leader of the defense,
He loves it.
There is great competition there, and you like that. But they know the playbook. They know what they're going to do. And Fred Warner in particular, he's an all-pro player against the other teams in the league. Against the 49ers offense in practice, there's no better middle linebacker in the history of football than Fred Warner. And then the other guys that have been there for a number of years, how do you block Bosa? It's really hard to block Bosa. Now, especially when you really can't block Bosa in training camp or you're going to get cut.
Right.
So no one's doing that. And then Charvarius Ward's been here, and Demo, and, Dre's not working out right now. But it's skewed where the Niner defense in training camp, and it's not just the first day of camp and the last day where I'm watching New Orleans a little bit in their video, and we're going to play them week 2 of the preseason. The Niners are going down to Irvine to scrimmage with them. Their defense is really good. They got a great defense with Dennis Allen. Their offense is trying to figure it out, so the defense is dominating there, and it could be a lot of what I'm talking about, but that's just the strength of their football team. The Niners are loaded. And you don't have Brandon Ayuk right now, obviously. You don't have Trent to slow down Nick a little bit. But every year in training camp, the Niners' defense dominates, and it's mainly because of Fred Warner. And that's why they all love Brock Purdy right away. When he jumped in that first year in 21 and ran the scout team, he was able to step up and do some things. Trey Lance really struggled.
I remember Fred telling us that.
We saw it. I saw it. Jimmy, when Jimmy got there, Trey Lance really struggled against the scout team. There was one stretch where he hurt his finger his rookie year.
Have you seen him in Dallas this year? Oh, my God.
No, but I watched him in practice, and he would throw a pick six all the time. It was like, what's wrong with Trey? And part of it is the defense is good. And then when Jimmy got in there, Jimmy would he'd battle. He'd step up in the pocket, Bosa would come around the edge, and he'd just battle him. He'd probably hold the ball longer than you're really allowed to. But then when Brock got in, he had to struggle a little bit initially, and then that's why they all loved him, was Brock was able to make plays. And you thought, wow, this scout team quarterback, who is this guy if he has to play? We already knew who he was by then, but it's just set up for even an offense as good as the Niners to be dominated by a defense we hope is as good as the Niners defense, because damn, Fred Warner's a cheat code. He knows the offensive plays.
Well, in addition to that, as Brock told us, and I've been told by other quarterbacks, that they're trying to push their limits in training camp. They're seeing what they can get away with, see where they can fit a ball. That's what they're told to do, is push it a little bit more. And we saw this exact thing last year, and then everybody freaked out and everybody panicked how many he was throwing. People were charting the whole thing, and then he gets in the regular season and he's fine. And he told us the exact thing, is that's what he's told to do. So in addition to what you just said about knowing the offense, and that's why they want to do these things where they're going to practice against New Orleans and the such, is that they know it, and he's trying to fit it in. We're seeing it all over. And then, look, it's one thing to me if fans are saying it or whatever, but then to have it be perpetuated by a guy like Florio and Sims has been in training camps too, and he knows exactly what, and yet he's not explaining to Florio what exactly this is. Training camp interceptions mean nothing. The only thing to be worried about in training camp are holdouts and injuries. That's it, man. If you have a holdout or an injury, that's going to impact your season.
You want to get rid of them and you want to play well, and they'll peak that way. But to your point, what I don't like when I see the quarterback break the pocket and they just run with the ball. Now, that's part of playing, and there will be plays
they
like
can't touch
that.
You.
But
can't hit you.
Just go ahead and give the guy, if it's a 50-50 and you don't like the matchup or somebody's open, that's what you're trying to do, is evaluate everybody on the roster.
Right.
So let's look at Ricky Pearsall. Maybe he didn't get the kind of separation he typically gets on this play, but let's see if he can go up and adjust. Throw him a back shoulder, do something to see if he fights for it. Throw a bad ball and see if he could come back and break it up for you and now allow it to be picked. So it's not all about the quarterback's play on every play. You're evaluating everybody on the roster. So the coaches know that. And there was a talk last year. Brock threw like 11 interceptions last year, and people were freaking out. I mean, how many picks did Brock throw? Most of them were in just a couple of games.
3-game set, right?
Well, the Minnesota game,
Cleveland,
after Jordan Hicks hit him on a 3rd and 1
Cincinnati.
sneak. Not the Niners' new reliever, but the Vikings linebacker hit him, and he was concussed. He threw 2 of those to the safety that came from Cal to end the game. And then the Cincinnati game, he was playing great, and he made a bad play in the red zone. And he tried to force something. They were behind, and he threw a couple. Then, obviously, the nightmare was Christmas night when he threw the 4 picks. But a lot of that was, Baltimore and their coordinator really knowing how to choke off the middle and all those in-cutting routes. And that guy's now the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, which is a bit of a concern because I think he knows how to play the 49ers. But, no, I'm not the least bit concerned about interceptions in training. I look at it, when the Niner quarterback throws an INT, a Niners defender made a play. They're all 49ers, so they're all trying to get better.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, let's flip it over to the Giants, as we're going to talk to our good friend at the bottom of the hour, and we'll make sure that we get into a little Giants here. But this is huge right now. Going on to the road, a place that they have struggled. We got the pitching matchups coming out as well, so we'll give you a little preview of the Reds. You got to go to the Nationals. They got to start winning on the road. That's the bottom line. We're going to do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, spoke with Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss how the Giants fared at the trade deadline and how he believes this Giants team could get a wild card. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Pop and Lund. Bottom of the hour, Joe Rizzo. Talking some Giants. We'll also let you hear Farhan this hour. He was with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, so we'll do that as well. The Giants hit the road, and that's probably the key to the season at this point. So 21-33 on the road, 52 games to go. They're 2 under, 25 home, 27 road. And of that, and I was hearing how easy the schedule was, but they are playing 34 of the 52 games against plus 500 teams, 500 or better teams, and they're playing 28 of those games against playoff teams. They start with the Reds and the Nats for 7, then come home for the Tigers and the Braves, White Sox, and then they hit again Brewers and Mariners. So the one thing, and there's a lot to discuss in terms of how they can get to the playoffs, but the first and foremost here with these 7 games against the Reds and the Nats, back-to-back, they got to start winning on the road.
They do, and they do play well in Cincinnati historically. For whatever reason, John, they don't play as well at Nationals Park in Washington, and they traded some guys, so they're not quite the same team they were early in the year. But as far as Cincinnati, they're right there. They're 52-56, so they're tied with the Giants in the loss column. They sold some players off, certainly. Frankie Montas, the former A, and Austin Slater goes to Baltimore. The Giants do have a 1-game lead on them, but it's just because they played 2 extra games and they won. So 54-56 Giants are. Reds are 52-56. So the Reds are not dead yet. And so you're going to have to go in there and win 2 out of 3 or sweep them and take the season series tiebreaker. You could kind of push them down. But if it goes the other way and they sweep you, then they're right back in it, and the tiebreaker goes to them. As we anticipated, and Andrew Baggerly did right. We visited with Bags on deadline day on Tuesday, so we're not going to have him on today. But the roster moves that he was talking about were made this morning at 10 o'clock our time. Blake Sable and David Villar have been optioned to AAA. Derek Hill, who was here ever so briefly, has been designated for assignment. Sean Jelly has been reinstated from the bereavement list. Mark Canna has been activated. And I think we'll ask Joe Rizzo how to exactly pronounce his first name. Gerard, something like that, but Encarnacion.
No, that's going to be nice.
Is here, and I think Canna and Encarnacion are both in the lineup tonight. You are going to face a left-handed pitcher in Andrew Abbott, and just watching video of him last night, John, he's a lot like J.P. Sears of the A's, who really shoved against the Giants the other night. Just a lot of mediocre fastballs. The plus Major League fastball now is mid to high 90s, and this he'll throw a lot of fastballs. It'll be 92, 93, 94, but they're all up, and especially to right-handed hitters. He likes to pitch away to right-handers. So that's Jorge Soler, who would not take that pitch the other way. I assume Marco Luciano will be in the lineup somewhere. Encarnacion, can he take the pitch the other way? And likewise for Mark Canna, all the right-handed hitters, try to pull this guy, you're just going to roll over. You've got to take him the other way. And then the big story, though, is they did not sell Snell on deadline day, and Blake Snell's pitching tonight. So this is the very reason you did not make him available. You did, but you didn't like the offers coming back the other way. We'll hear from Farhan exactly what went on, but and the way he's pitching right now, you need Blake Snell. And that mound in Cincinnati, the Turtleback mound, is flat. It's going to be hot there, and the ball does fly. But the way he's pitching right now with the swing and miss stuff that he showed in his last outing with the 15 punchies and 6 innings of work, you said you had the best rotation in baseball. Robbie Ray went out that night and gave up 3 homers. Logan Webb pitched a shutout the next night. And now as you resume after a day off, if you do have the best rotation in baseball, and I know Logan's been here longer, John, but Blake Snell's the most accomplished guy on the staff with the 2 size and winning last year and the way he's pitching. Blake Snell needs to back up the fact that he was not traded and he's still a Giant by pitching them over the Reds tonight.
Absolutely. So the rotation, Blake Snell versus Abbott tonight, Harrison versus Hunter Green, and Robbie Ray is going to the mound in the third one. So like you said, this is going to be the ultimate test. It's not an easy ballpark. It's not Colorado, but it's not an easy ballpark to pitch in. So, and you still got a team in the Reds that are tied with you in the loss column, 2 less wins. But this is what they got to start doing, because 21-33 on the road, and we can talk about all the different things they need to do. And, okay, be the best pitching staff, as Farhan said. But it comes down to, what is this lineup going to do They're continuing to search at this point for the season, obviously bringing in Canna and bringing up Encarnacion and seeing what those guys can do. They're desperate to find hitting, as great as Logan was the other night. It took a shutout to beat the A's, so they've got to start winning on the road. It's got to start tonight. And Farhan also talked with the guys yesterday, and we'll play this for you, some of it at 11:50, some of the cuts for you, is, just talking about runners in scoring position, those kind of at-bats that you and I spoke about yesterday. It's just got to get a lot better. And then he just talked about he believed that this team could get on a run. And what better time with 52 games? Time is starting to run out. There's a third of the season left, but they got to get on a run specifically on the road because they've been better at home. So it's got to start tonight in Cincinnati. The Nationals have fallen out of the race. They're 49-60, so you got to take advantage of a team like that, although they have some really good young talent on that team, so that's not a given. Everybody wants to look at the sub-500 records and say, well, the Giants have a great chance, but anybody on the road has been a problem for the Giants, so they got to get it going tonight.
The runners in scoring position, I want to hear what Farhan had to say, because it's been a problem all year.
Yep.
Really, the A series, they were 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. And the one run they scored the other night, they didn't get a hit. They got a sacrifice fly, but they haven't had a sac fly since July the 5th, so we're going to take it. But in the month of July, they hit 216 with runners in scoring position. Only 3 teams in baseball were worse. And I remember before Farhan was with the A's, I would have so many discussions with Billy. Billy would get mad at me when during a broadcast I would cite runners in scoring position stats. And I would, I'd bring up certain players that were, I thought, pitchable. As good as Alex Rodriguez was, when he was a Seattle Mariner, you didn't mind when A-Rod came up. You could pitch to him. It was Edgar Martinez that you had no answer for. Where are you going to throw it to Edgar Martinez? You throw it away, he's going to whack it down the line, you come middle in, he's going to pull it. He's going to hit it hard somewhere. And he was great with runners in scoring position. So, and then the whole, clutch factor and guys in big situations. But I remember Billy coming in and, that runners in scoring position stats, all bull crap. It doesn't, whatever you hit all year long, you're going to hit the same with a runner in scoring position. I said, well, that's just not true. Yeah, but it was more, the numbers have a way of balancing out. So I would like to hear what Farhan has to say about that, because I think the big reason that they grew agitated with Jorge Soler was the approach. He had a terrible approach with runners in scoring position. He would not do what Teoscar Hernandez does with the Dodgers and shorten up with 2 strikes. If it was a pitch away, he'd try to pull it, and he'd either swing and miss it or he'd roll over, and he'd hit it hard sometimes. So I was surprised when Billy and I had that. We had that back and forth many times, but I want to hear what Farhan. I don't think I've ever heard Farhan discuss the RISP stat in baseball, because I do think it's like the red zone in football, John. You can get down there. If you can't come up with a winning play, you're kicking field goals, you're going to lose. And if you're leaving guys on second and third base, you're not going to win baseball games doing that.
Total due respect to Billy, who knows a hell of a lot more about baseball than me. I disagree wholeheartedly, and I think, and I could be wrong in this, but I think Farhan does subscribe to the theory because it's about being clutch, and that's a trait in sports, being clutch, hitting key shots at a certain time, getting key hits at a certain time. I mean, that's what Derek Jeter made his career off of. I think that there's absolutely a trait to that, where a guy gets up to the plate and he puts a little too much pressure on himself. If there's runners in scoring position, or if the team has struggled with runners, I think that there's a clutch gene in sports. And when there's runners on base, I mean, it's been shown certain guys step up with guys on base, guys in scoring position. It's a clutch gene in sports, is it not? When you have more pressure on you to get a hit.
That's a big point of what I said, but it's also guys can put up, Mark McGwire was a hell of a great player. He had a lot of home runs, but Mark had a lot of holes in his swing. You could get him out, but he hit mistakes, and he hit mistakes a lot. He hit them a long way. But in big situations, was he the guy you wanted up to drive in a run? No. Jorge Soler was not that guy that you wanted up to drive in a run. He did not have the proper approach. He was pitchable in big situations. Is Marco Luciano going to be better at that? We've seen, both of his hits this week, John, have been opposite field hits. What kind of hitter is Encarnacion as a right-handed hitter with an 18-game hitting streak? Is he hitting the ball where it's pitched? Do they care about that? So it's clutch, there's no doubt, but it's also, do you have a hole in your swing and we can exploit your hole at the critical time to get you out.
All right, let's talk to Joe Rizzo about it coming up next. He will be on the road trip with the Reds and the Nationals, so we'll get into that conversation as well. Plus, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, Pop is already there. You're in the crew coach seat, and you'll be doing pre- and post-game live, so make sure you look good. You're having a great hair day.
I got it all back here, John.
Yeah.
Have I been giving you the stank eye, by the way?
No, not at all. Why? Did somebody say that?
It says right here. He's giving him the stank eye. No, I'm not. I love you. I love you, baby.
Is that the Kirko script? I like it.
Can't you see it behind when they're reading?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I see it right there.
They got it all.
Yeah, I love it. They got all that back there. That is cool. Whoever came up with that, all the different Kruk and Kipe quotes there. I like it. It's very
I'm going to
nice.
watch the
Very
game
nice
from
screen.
here. I've already got the truck feed from Cincinnati. First thing I looked at this morning, the rain.
Yeah.
In Cincinnati. We'll get a weather update from Joe Rizzo. I think there's rain scheduled around game time, but right now it is a beautiful day in Cincinnati.
Very nice. All right, let's talk to Joe Rizzo about it coming up next. He will preview game 1 of the road trip between the Reds and the Giants. We'll do it next, and we'll hear on the Sports Center.
Golden State Window and Door Design is proud to be a Marvin Direct dealer with showrooms around the Bay Area. For your convenience, builders and designers can find the largest inventory of Marvin windows and the support from a factory-trained sales team. That makes Golden State a top competitor in every category. You'll benefit from Golden State's delivery fleet, which, by the way, is the largest in the Bay. They have vehicles built to handle excessive size and are capable of delivering specialized deliveries across challenging back roads or just down a tough street. So visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on Windows and Doors for inspiration and the many options available to you when you're ready to take the next step with your client. Click Request an appointment to visit the Window and Door Design showroom near you. Find out why contractors and builders have relied on Golden State for 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Joe Rizzo expected to join us any moment as the Giants hit the road. Have a few against Cincinnati, and then they have Kevin Franzen and the Washington Nationals for 4 games before they head back home. So, again, now is the time. And we will play Farhan Zaidi for you at about 11:50. If you miss him on Tolbert and Copes, we'll play the key cuts. We got about 4 of them. He talks about Blake Snell, and he talks about Luciano and a lot of different things that all the fans are asking, all the questions the fans are asking. So we'll play that for you at 11:50. But let's get out to Cincinnati. That's where Joe Rizzo is, as we will have this afternoon the Reds and the Giants. And Joe joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you, Joe?
Hey, guys. Here in rainy Cincinnati, although hopefully it'll be okay. I mean, if you believe the forecast, which can change in a minute here, the rain, the bulk of it should be in the afternoon. So hopefully we'll be all right by game time. But it is a wet day here in Ohio.
Damn. I'm in NBC Sports Bay Area studios, and I'm looking at a direct feed, the truck feed from the ballpark, and moments ago it looked clear. And now it's raining. You're right. They got a tight shot, and it's starting to come down. So great to hear your voice. Just give me this schedule. I think it's you and FP tonight. This is the only game on the weekend that's going to be on NBC Sports Bay Area. Fox has the game tomorrow. Roku has got the game Sunday morning, and that's at 9:05. First pitch our time. So you're working radio all weekend. Who are your partners in the booth this weekend, Joe?
Yeah, I'm on radio all weekend. It'll be me and FP tonight with Dave and Javi on the TV broadcast, and then tomorrow I'll be on the radio with Dave and Javi. We'll have three of us in the booth. I haven't done a radio game with Javi since spring training, maybe 5 years ago. So looking forward to that. And then I believe FP will be on with me and Dave on Sunday. So we'll have a 3-person booth tomorrow and the early game Sunday. And then FP and I will head home, and John will meet the team in Washington.
Is Javi going to do the Roku analysis work for that TV? Is that what he's doing Sunday?
I don't know. I haven't seen him yet. I think he got in late last night. I know the Roku, they usually take one broadcaster from each team.
Right.
And given that it's not Dave, it's not FP, it's not me, I for my process of elimination, I'm assuming it's going to be Javi.
Deductive reasoning. You took logic in school. I'm impressed.
Yes.
All right. I don't know if there's any common denominator or what the numbers say, but obviously the Giants have been great at home. They've been 10 over, and on the road they've been 21-33. Can you point to anything of why the struggles on the road? Is there anything in common denominators?
Well, they got a hit, right? I mean, most of these road parks, you're going into much better hitting environments, and you got to out-hit these teams, and they haven't done enough of that with these road trips. And this trip is another great example of that, because Cincinnati, regardless of what the weather's like, this is a live ballpark, and the ball's going to fly, and it's going to fly especially out to right and right center. So the Giants need to take advantage of that. They are going to be facing, I think, the Reds' 2 top starters tonight and tomorrow, and Abbott, and then certainly Green tomorrow has been very, very good. So we'll see if they're up to that challenge. But we're sitting here on August 2nd, and the Giants are in it, but they're at the point where one more bad week and it might sink their hopes. They haven't had a winning road trip since that Pittsburgh-New York trip, which was at the end of May. I mean, that was over 2 months ago. So they had the nice homestand. They win 5 out of 6, and that's great, and it keeps you afloat. But then you have to follow it up, and you got to go on a road trip, and you got to win whatever it is, 5 out of 7, something like that, to keep that momentum going, because there's some real hot teams in that wild card race right now, and it's up to the Giants to not only keep pace, but they need to start gaining some ground. So it's been a long time since at the end of a road trip you can sit back and say, all right, we hit for the entire week, we pitched, we played a complete effort, and that has to happen here starting tonight.
Yeah, they got a hit, there's no doubt. They won the game the other night behind the brilliance of Logan Webb, but one sack fly and won 1-0. So they have made the roster moves that Andrew Bagley predicted. Blake Sable, David Villar have been sent back down to AAA. Derek Hill designated for assignment. Sean Jelly is back off bereavement, and Mark Canha will make his Giant debut tonight. Encarnacion is here, Joe. Before I try to pronounce the first name, do you know how to correctly pronounce Jerar?
It is my understanding that it is Jerar Encarnacion. We'll double and triple check that. This is his first day with the club, and we'll go right to the source in the clubhouse when the clubhouse opens here in about an hour. But that is my understanding, is it is Jerar Encarnacion. I've never seen him play because he wasn't in the organization during the spring, and I got off to that great start in the Mexican League, and they signed him in May, and obviously the numbers have been terrific in Sacramento. But a big dude, 6'4", 250, right-handed power, first base, maybe left field, and perhaps DH as well. So the Giants, that right-handed bat off the bench, they don't have Austin Slater anymore, and obviously Wilmer's hurt, so they're looking for that thump. That's someone that can be in there against a left-handed starter. And the Giants, it looks like you're going to see 4 left-handed starters on this 7-game road trip. And then as someone that can come off the bench as well. And they're facing a lefty today, so I'd expect he'll be in the lineup, maybe even at first base, kind of taking over that Flores role starting tonight.
And, Joe, it kind of goes back to what you're saying. They're looking under every rock for hitting. So Encarnacion, who had been a member of the Marlins, shows really great in AAA. And so, okay, let's see if that bat can go. They pick up Mark Canha. Obviously, Luciano is going to be getting DH at bats. They're kind of looking everywhere, right, for somebody who's hot. And they've kind of done that all season long. If anybody shows a little promise at AAA, they're getting up here to see if they can continue their hot streak with the Giants.
Yeah, ride the hot hand. And I was talking with Zach Beiruti, the broadcaster for the River Cats. He was telling me that Encarnacion was making some nice adjustments with Damon Minor, the hitting coach down there, adjusting his hand placement, which has allowed him to cover the off speed much better, which was a big problem for him when he got that cup of coffee with the Marlins a couple of years ago. He's always kind of been a high strikeout guy, but he's starting to cut that down and obviously hitting for a ton of power. I mean, he's hit 30-plus home runs this year between the Mexican League and in the Pacific Coast League in Sacramento. So, yeah, you need the offense. You need right-handed power. Why not go with your hottest hitter right now in AAA? Plus, he plays positions where you have a need there. You need somebody that can play first base when Lamont's not there, and DH is a little bit of a question. It does sound like Marco Luciano with the Soler trade is going to get the bulk of the time there. He's been another hot hitter coming off a great month in Sacramento. So the time is now, and you need players to step up, and you need your veterans to produce like they have over the course of their career, and maybe you can catch lightning in a bottle again with some of these young guys, because I mean, Elliot Ramos got real hot, and then Tyler Fitzgerald. It has been a recipe for success to find these younger players this year and ride that hot hand. So maybe Luciano and Encarnacion can kind of be that next wave here as you get into the beginning part of August.
They just need, someone to take the Wilmer role over at first base. Lamont's fine against right-handed pitching, but against left-handed pitching, Wilmer's, on the IL now. His knee's been bulking. He's just not been the same guy. David Villar's been sent back down. So when, at the trade deadline, we were wondering about adding at first base, second base, and obviously center field. When you look at the organizational flow chart, and you see a lot of minor league baseball, obviously, in San Jose, we know Bryce Eldridge, and I actually saw him when I went to watch Blake Snell pitch in San Jose, Joe, in that immaculate inning. He was there with you then, and boy, he is a big, long, left-handed hitter. He has now moved up to Eugene in the High A Northwest League. What else at first base is coming, and how many years do you think? He was a high school player, so Eldridge has some more seasoning, but how many years do you think he's away before he's a possible major leaguer, Bryce Eldridge?
Yeah, Eldridge is the guy. He is the first baseman of the future in this organization. And look, he's still only 19 years old, so I think you do need to be a little patient there. I think the fact that he's already in High A as a teenager tells you that he's ahead of the game. He is on the fast track. The numbers that he's put up this year have been very solid. And he's also improved defensively to where he was playing first base in April and May to where he is now. You can see that improvement. It's kind of a new spot for him. He was a two-way player and didn't really focus much on the defensive side of things in high school and when the Giants drafted him. But it is very real power. It's some of the best raw left-handed power that I've seen come through the Giants minor league system in several years, and it's coming from a 6'7" frame. So he's a real presence in the batter's box. I'll be curious to see, given that frame, how he makes adjustments as he moves up through the minor league system. We've always talked about Double-A kind of being that real test for young hitters, because you get to Double-A, you're facing guys that have been in pro ball for several years, and you're seeing prospects every night. So whether Bryce gets up to Double-A maybe at the end of this season, I think that's a realistic goal that he has, maybe a cup of coffee in Double-A before the year is up. Certainly he's going to be there next year, and we'll get a chance to show what he can do there. But, I think there is the level of patience that you have to have. He's not going to be 20 here for a few more months. I want to see what he does in Double-A with maybe a few hundred at-bats there. And if he performs at that level, then you move him up to Sacramento. And once you're in Sacramento, I mean, you're one injury, as we talked about, or one great month away from getting the call up. And the Giants, as they've shown the last few years, they are not afraid to promote aggressively with young hitters. And if they show something in the higher levels, they're going to move you quick. So he's not going to be up this year. He's going to be someone maybe we'll get a look at in these Cactus League games next spring. He's not going to be a part of the opening day roster next year, I don't think. But after that, if he performs in the higher levels, end of next year, the year after, absolutely, I think will be a big part of this team's future.
Joe, great insight as always. Much appreciated. Have great calls this weekend and on the entire trip, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
You got it, man. That is the great Joe Rizzo. He's in Cincinnati. It's confusing this weekend. There's lots of mixing and matching and all sorts of stuff going on as far as
Roku.
The
game Sunday is at 9 a.m.
You doing pregame for that?
Hell no. It's on Roku, John. I'm doing tonight, and what's great about this, it's 2 nationally televised games tomorrow and Sunday.
You're not on.
I will be in Levi's watching
look
the
at
Niners
you.
all weekend. Schedule is great.
Very, very cool. By the way, not right now, but when you hear the sounder, you're going to give yourself a chance to win 2 tickets to see Sammy Hagar. That's the 17th of August at Concord Pavilion. So make sure when you hear it, this is the number to call. Put it in your phone, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627 between now and 1 o'clock. Those tickets are sponsored by our good friends at Live Nation. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Do we have a sounder, Danny? Do we have a sounder for that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the one. Can't drive 55.
It could be doubleheader day. A's and Giants go at 4 o'clock in Oakland.
Yeah.
If you've not been to the Concord Pavilion,
it's nice.
Great venue.
Yeah, very cool.
And it's not far from Oakland. You're right there.
No, not at all. So, 415-896-KNBR. When you hear that sounder, not right now, but there you go. 2 tickets on the 17th to see Sammy Hagar. What's that, 15 days away? So, best of luck. And again, thanks to our good friends at Live Nation. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. All right, we promised you some Farhan from yesterday. If you missed the conversation he had with Tolbert and Copes, you're in luck. Talks about why he did what he did at the trade deadline, the thought in keeping and hanging on to Blake Snell, Luciano, all those things that you want to know. Farhan tells you next, only here on The Sports Leader.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great Friday. Hope you have a great weekend planned. Look at you, man. You're loving it because you're doing tonight, and then I didn't realize that. Then because all these games being on these outlets, Fox tomorrow and Roku on Sunday, you get Niners time. That's awesome.
Yeah, it'll be nice to be there tomorrow and Sunday. I was in a really good mood until Joe Rizzo said,
talked about the rain.
I'm here from rainy Cincinnati, and then
because you got to do Rain Delay Theater.
I'm right here. I got the in-house feed from. I'm going to turn my camera around. It'll screw everything up if I do. Let me show you real quick. There is Cincinnati.
Yeah.
You can't quite tell the rain. They've been showing me a lot of Vince Coleman tarp shots. Can you see the rain from there?
Yeah, I can.
So when I
oh man,
when I heard that, the one thing, and we don't really have rain delays on the West Coast, hardly ever.
Mm-hmm.
We have them in Oakland, or they get them all the time. When you go to Pittsburgh, it seems like every series in Pittsburgh it turns, and Cincinnati. So they did have a weather delay the other night.
Thunderstorms, by the way, is what it's saying here.
Yeah, I think it's going to clear out and be okay.
It says it's going to stop in 44 minutes. It's going to stop in 44 minutes.
I'm looking at it right now, and I'm seeing rain. But anyway,
it's going to be okay.
Hopefully we get through tonight without a rain delay.
Yeah. It says, let's see, what time is it there? It's almost 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock it's going to rain, and then it clears up by 4 o'clock, which is 1 o'clock our time. So it's
been raining before 3 o'clock. So
yeah. But
they are right on the river
right
in
now.
Cincinnati, so the weather is ever evolving in that part of the country, so we shall see. But yeah, going to be a good schedule, and watch the Hall of Fame. I love Canton Weekend. We have some great see how Patrick Willis does. I think he'll be great with the speeches tomorrow. But we're going to have some really good ones. We saw, speaking of rain, how about the Hall of Fame game last night in Canton, Ohio? I mean, it just started to pour. But you got, Dwight Freeney's going in, Randy Gradishar. Steve McMichael is going to make us all cry, and Tim Ryan played with him.
Mm-hmm.
They're bringing his bust to him. He has terrible ALS.
Mm-hmm.
So his wife, Misty, was there last night. But in any event, that's going to be a tearjerker. Julius Peppers, Patrick, Andre Johnson. But I'm nominating, Deion Sanders would always say, Devin, my baby. Devin Hester, I think, will give the best speech of them all on Saturday.
That'll be good. All right, let's let you hear from Farhan Zaidi, President of Baseball Operations for the Giants. He was on with Tolbert and Copes, and if you want to hear the whole uninterrupted interview, all you have to do is go to KNBR.com. But this was the big one you and I were talking about on Friday, and the time leading up to the trade deadline was what went into keeping Blake Snell. Here's what Farhan said yesterday.
We have talked about the fact that we have young players that we're trying to get over the hump, whether it's a Luis Matos or Casey Schmid, who's up right now, or Luciano, who we're able to create this opportunity for. And if you're going to another organization and just getting a couple of their guys who are in the same boat, are you really adding anything, or are you just, creating more of a crowd for yourself? So that level of guy was not going to compel us. It would have had to be somebody that, we looked at and said, hey, this guy's going to man this position or be in our rotation the next 6 years and, has a chance to join with some of the young players and the rookies that we've broken in over the last couple of years. And again, whether it was the contract structure or the fact that, Blake has missed time this year and, really just got in the last month and pitched great. And that's why we're excited to see what he does the rest of the way. Those can be complicating factors in a market. And again, when you're talking about elite players, it's just hard to match up, with other teams, whether they're a rental, whether they're under control or not. And especially when you're in the situation that we're in, which is, we still feel like we're in the race. We're one hot streak from being, right in the middle of things again. So those were some of the complicating factors.
All right, there's a lot of things said there, but let me focus a little bit on the front part. So he's saying we have a bunch of young players that we like in our organization, and trading Blake Snell for other young players wasn't compelling to us. Is that what he said?
Well,
because I can't believe that you wouldn't want other good, like if you went to Baltimore's, Baltimore needed a starting pitching. If you went there, or the Yankees with the young players, there wasn't a compelling young player out there because you have so many young players already?
No, what he's saying was someone like Luis Matos is someone that they have a high opinion of, and baseball has a high opinion of, but he's not here yet. He's not been able to make the major leagues. And when he does, his effectiveness is sporadic. He got on a heater one week and had 16 RBIs, drove in 16, and was the National League Player of the Week. They evaluate players themselves. They don't rely on Baseball America and Keith Law and all those people to do it for them. That's what they do. They have scouts all over the country that do it. And what he is saying is, I love the line, basically what they were offered. And, say you're trying, we heard A.J. Preller was involved in a lot of it, and A.J. made the trade to get a relief pitcher. But, the way it works is they're going to tell you which players are off limits in their organization, and you can't touch those guys. Now, maybe to get Blake Snell, there was no one frozen. But what he's saying is, and the line that I liked, is that all it would do is change your Baseball America rankings and where you slot players, versus your organization before you made that trade to acquire these young guys versus after. So whatever their evaluation was, and that's what they're going on. They're going on their own evaluation. They were not offered a package that was sufficient enough that would dramatically change the future, and maybe even, very close future, very near future, where you have major league ready players that are going to come here right now, where they have a high opinion of Matos, but he's not here now, and he has not proven to be a major league difference maker yet. Sometimes it takes time, like Ramos, and still Ramos has got to lock in and do it over an extended period of time. So I understand what he's saying. A lot of what we're basing it on, and I don't have any opinion of these young minor leaguers. I haven't seen them. I have no idea, and I don't know the evaluators that are ranking them. So I don't, unless I see it with my own eyes and have an opinion, I have no opinion. So, but what he's saying is that's what they do for a living. It's their business, and they were not offered a package of enough near major leaguers or minor leaguers that they felt would change the trajectory of the organization. So they didn't do it. It could have been a bunch of guys that they evaluate the same way they evaluate Matos. Or I'm kind of generalizing, and Matos looks like a good AAA player, but he hasn't been able to contribute here at the major league level. So the one thing I don't know if anybody asked him, and I heard part of that interview, John, with Tolbert and Copes. I'd like to hear more, and we'll play more. Has there been any overture to Scott Boras to extend Blake Snell? Did anybody reach out to him? Because we'd like to keep you, Blake, but you could opt out and leave us in 2 months, and then what do we do?
Well, that's kind of...
What are your thoughts about staying here long term? Can we extend you right now and pick up the option and tack on some years? Otherwise, we're not trading you. But, he did acknowledge maybe the package coming the other way wasn't significant enough because players, people around baseball view him as a 2-month rental. And although he could be a difference maker in October, they wanted more certainty that he would pitch for their franchise, that they were going to give up the A-list prospects that he was seeking.
Yeah, and look, I don't claim to know who they're getting, although I'm going to keep a close eye on the 3 top 5 prospects that the that the Marlins got for Tanner Scott in that deal. And it seemed like, if you read everything, and you're right, they evaluate different than what everybody else does in terms of these guys who are writing about it. It seemed like everybody was an overpay during the deadline, so it seemed like it was seller's leverage. So we'll see ultimately what those players become. The contract absolutely played a part, because what teams want is they want kind of certainty so they can map out their future. So certainty that he's going to stay or certainty that he's going to go, and you don't have that with somebody who's got an opt-out deal. So I'm not saying it was an easy deal. I just kind of didn't follow some of the logic, because to me, the only one who's come out of the minor league system and I feel really excited about is obviously two pitchers and Ramos. But from a hitting standpoint, nobody else has proven anything. So if there's somebody there's got to be somebody in somebody else's system or two that has a higher upside than what you have so far. Because if we look at guys like Schmidt and Matos and the guys who have come up, outside of Ramos, nobody has excited me over a long period of time. I like Fitzgerald, but he's hit the skids, and now he's got to make an adjustment. I don't know if he can do that.
Well, what he's saying is their evaluation of their own players and then the players that they could have traded for in the minor leagues, you know, their own players are getting stuck at the major league level. They haven't been able to get over the hump and be everyday contributors. Matos, it sounds like he's not coming back until – and rosters don't expand the way they used to. It's not like the old days where you go to a 40-man. You may want a third catcher and bring Blake Sable back up. He may not. What are you going to do with Tom Murphy? Is he coming off the IL? And then you got to make a move with Casale. So I don't know what Matos is, but they evaluate their own and they have a handle there. They just felt like there was not a package offered to them that was a difference maker where they could get major league ready players. We'll see. Time will tell, and we'll see exactly. I don't know if we're ever going to really know what they were offered or not, but other players that were moved, minor leaguers that were moved, will track their career, but that's how they evaluated it.
All right, let's go to this one. You've talked about this. Luciano, they just want him to focus on the bat, and they'll worry about the position later. Here's Farhan talking about Marco Luciano.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. I mean, look, some of this is we want to figure out what we have, at least in terms of his bat. We know his defense is a work in progress. We're trying to win games, so we're not really in a position to, see him develop defensively at the big league level, which is why the DH spot opening up for him has value. But from what we've seen in AAA and what we've seen in little stints in the big leagues, I mean, he has quality at bats. We know he has power, and we want to see what he does with these 150 at bats down the stretch.
What's interesting, too, is he was talking about his approach. You talked about this because Soler wouldn't do it, his approach to right field. And obviously that's where a lot of times, especially for right-handers, balls go to dime, and it's nice to go oppo, but if you're going oppo and trying to hit home runs that way, it doesn't work great as a right-handed hitter. But he says that the defense is a work in progress. I just wonder long-term, because he's 22, where ultimately he ends up.
Well, one thing I want to see today, and I'm at NBC Sports Bay Area, so Jeff Kuiper and Jim Lynch have already given me the truck feed from Cincinnati, and it's early in the day. I think they're starting to take the tarp off the field there, but it's 3 o'clock, so they're going to start rolling there early. So my thing with Marco, and I said it to you, and I said it on TV, he's 22 years old. Do you want to make him a full-time DH at age 22? But what they are doing is they want the bat at the major league level now. You heard Joe Rizzo say they're going to face 4 left-handed pitchers on this road trip. They got 1 tonight, and then it looks like Washington will pitch 3 in the 4-game series when they get to Nationals Park. And this guy tonight, Andrew Abbott, he looks like J.P. Sears. He throws a lot of fastballs, and they're up, and they are away to a righty. You cannot Jorge Soler this guy and try to pull everything. You're going to roll over. You've got to shoot him to right field. And I think Mark Canha will do that, and we'll see if Marco's proven that he can do that. But as far as what I want to see in the in-house feed is, even though he's DHing in the game, they are getting him out early to work on his infield defense. And I want to see what they're actually doing. And you've got Matt Williams there. Wody doesn't travel with him as much. I saw Wody in the in-house feed the other night. At home he was working with him. But Ryan Christensen, Bob Melvin himself, just whatever they're going to go through. And they're going to give him a long workout, whether it's short, whether it's second, whether it's first or outfield, so they can give him, at the major league level, a full day of work. That's what I thought. Kapler's staff was really good at that. That's what Gabe did with the L.A. Dodgers. He was the minor league farm director. They drafted guys, but they developed guys at the major league level to become better players. And maybe they feel like, let's just get his bat up here. We'll DH him, and then we'll have our major league coaching staff, Matt Williams and the guys, really hone in on trying to make him a better defender, and we'll figure out what he is. So I think that's what they're doing with him. But you don't want him at age 22 being locked into being a DH. If his bat is that great, and he's going to have to be, if you're going to be a full-time DH, you got to hit 30, 35, 40 homers a year, drive in over 120, 100. I mean, you got to be a force. So maybe they determine he's not good enough defensively. His feet are slow. He's just kind of gangly. Maybe we have to make him a first baseman or a corner outfielder. I don't know. But one thing I do want to watch when I'm in studio here, John, is just what work are they doing with Marco Luciano pregame with the glove, working on his infield, outfield, wherever they play him. And then if they do DH him that night, that's fine.
Let's give you this one as well. We talked about Birdsong and Harrison being what Farhan called in the press conference the other day the best rotation in baseball, a couple of 22-year-olds. But you and I have discussed, well, how many innings can they throw this year? Here's what Farhan said to that.
The key with some of these younger guys is maybe limiting the high-stress outings. It's not so much about making every turn, starting every turn the rest of the way, and what your total innings count is, as much as it is avoiding those really high-stress innings and high-stress outings that can really set a guy back. So, we may be careful with that. Bob himself talked about maybe being preemptive, going to the bullpen in some of the games where these guys are working pretty hard. But we expect them both to be in the rotation the rest of the way.
So that was, I guess, when I heard that they had traded Alex Cobb, I thought to myself, well, that's a perfect guy. And if you were going to try to get under the salary cap number, I understand that. That's not what they did. Now, maybe if they fall out of this, that Angels thing that everybody's talking about where you start releasing players to get under that number, I don't know if they would do that if they feel like they were out of this whole thing. But it confuses me because they're going to limit their innings. So if you're going to make it this thing about pitching, defense, timely hitting, those two 22-year-olds aren't going to be able to give you a lot of bulk innings, and then you have to go back to the bullpen, which is already tired.
Yeah, and I think they have other guys at AAA. As far as Alex Cobb, he just got hurt. He got hurt badly. He had the hip surgery in the offseason based on – he pitched for 2-3 months with that hip last year. We talked about the 131-pitch outing against these Reds at Oracle Park. He's never been the same. That was a bad surgery. And then, he tried to ramp it up to come back, and he hurt his shoulder. And that was delayed, and now he's got blisters. Let's see when he actually makes his debut with the Guardians and Stephen Vogt. We'll see. I mean, the calendar kept turning, where he's going to pitch in April. Maybe we'll see him before Memorial Day, June, July, All-Star break. He never pitched again. And maybe they just said he's not going to be able, and even if he does, he's not going to be able to go deep in games. So I think that's what they're looking at. Speaking of pitching, and Eric Fetty got traded during the deadline, John. He's made his St. Louis Cardinal debut today at Wrigley, and he got bombed. He gave up 2 home runs already.
A 3-run shot.
6 hits and 5 runs. He's still on the mound. We'll see if they pull him, but he went 2 innings, and he's already down 5-0 in that game. And that's, St. Louis is one of those teams. The Cubs are behind the Giants a little bit, so when the Cubs are playing the Cardinals, I guess we root for the Cubs to win. St. Louis is 56-53, and they're 2.5 games ahead of the Giants. So maybe a day where you can pick up a full game on them, assuming they don't come back, because Eric Fetty got whapped today. He got bombed.
He just did. I just watched Michael Busch just hit one to give him a 5-0 lead.
That went opposite field, didn't
he?
Off the right field. Wow.
They're in their City Connects, and so he hit one out, and it's 5-0 Cubs. So not every move that you make works. So that's what's going on. So as we keep an eye on everybody else. So again, this afternoon hopefully you'll hear and see, in your case, the Reds and the Giants. Got a little bit of weather going on, so we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on there. We'll also get you caught up on what's going on with Niners camp. They are back at it today, and I know you're going to be there this weekend, so a preview of what you're going to be looking at. We gave you an update on Brandon Ayuk, and Matt Mayoka already joined us from Canton. Patrick Willis going into the Hall of Fame, so we'll get you caught up on all that stuff next, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Missed any interviews this week for 49ers headquarters? We were down there a couple of times. The morning show was there. Just about every 49er you want to hear from. Just go check it out on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hold up. My mom's in there. Oh, she about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Thanks for joining us. You have a lot
You know,
to
that
do.
sounds a lot like,
What?
he would never advocate smoking weed.
Of course not.
And I don't even know if he went to Canton with his former teammate, the great Patrick Willis, but that sounds a lot like our guy, Dante Hittner-Whitner, doesn't it? Sounds just
Does a
like
little
him.
bit. Does a little bit. Chris Tucker sounded like Dante a little bit.
Little bit.
Yeah,
Little
for
bit.
sure.
Got
Absolutely.
good news on Spencer Burford. Kyle has said his broken hand will not require surgery.
Okay,
And he
good.
should be out about 3 weeks total, which will take him out of all training camp. Training camp actually breaks August the 21st. He won't play at any preseason games, including the last one against the Raiders, but he should be good to go for September the 9th against the Jets. So no surgery for Spencer Burford.
Very good. We're going to get your thoughts on what you're going to be looking at camp and what we've seen so far and everything. But really, really quick, I know you're busy right now with all the Giant stuff, but they were, of course, off last night. Did you catch Simone Biles last night with all the Olympian basketball players? And Steph was there.
I did. They were all there.
I mean, that was pretty cool. I mean, you get an opportunity to watch the best ever, which everybody says she is. And I watched that whole thing, and it was going back and forth, and you do the different, things from the balance beam to the floor, and then she just nails the floor routine and vaults to the top, and we had Americans win gold and bronze. But when you're watching the best of all time, that's pretty cool. And that place was packed with, it's all the stars last night. That was cool to watch.
She's been, the most decorated gymnast of all time. But then on top of this and everything that she had to overcome, kind of a form of and I had that, a little bit where you lose, what do they call it? The twisties is what she calls it, or whatever it is. But, I had that where you kind of, there's a balance in your ear for a while. Could you imagine competing the way she competes and what that is? And, I could see in her occupation and what she does for a living athletically that the twisties could happen. But she's just so powerful. And then, the NFL tie of her husband, Jonathan Owens, the defensive back, and him getting away to be able to go there. And he's a member of the Houston Texans. They were playing a game last night, and it was an extra game, so he'll go back. So, yeah, great. I've been watching the Olympics from the inception. The opening ceremonies a week ago at this time, and the rain that they had going down the Seine was just extraordinary. Performance for Lady Gaga, and it was just so beautiful, so Paris-like with high fashion and just very sophisticated in every way. And they've had some obstacles over there, obviously, that Mark Spears told us about. And so I'm watching all of it. And then Team USA and what they're able to do. And I think they're playing great. They had a little bit of a hard time in the run-up. The game against South Sudan in London and the game against Germany. And Germany's just really physical. And if they do have to play them, you got to bang with those guys. I remember watching Luka Doncic before he was drafted and watching the league that he played in, and you're like, is this street ball? These guys are just beating the crap out of each other, and they don't call anything. But Team USA is starting to really get an identity. They are locking in. They're so skilled offensively. And Steve, every choice he makes is for defense. And he's got, some players are not as skilled offensively, but great defenders. They're all good offensively, but if you don't lock up defensively. So I think overall, John, we're only a week into it. It's been an amazing Olympics so far.
Yeah, I really enjoyed last night, and I think where people get confused is, they don't like a specific sport or don't watch a specific sport. With gymnastics, it was about, the drama around all of it, and one of the best in Simone Biles or some of the swimming that I watched last night where, world record holders, and it's really cool for the drama of those events, even if you're not a specific fan of that. And like you said, the other thing, since you mentioned Steve Kerr, is that drives me absolutely bananas. There were some of the talking head shows that were criticizing Steve Kerr this morning. what do you think Steve Kerr is trying to do? I mean, you all these, every single one of these guys on this team, on the Team USA, is a superstar, and you can't play everybody at once. And what he's doing, and he's told these guys, is certain matchups are going to favor certain guys, and not everybody's going to play. And so everyone's still stuck on the Jason Tatum thing, not playing in a certain game. It's like, look, they're trying to win gold. You went over there. You knew everybody wasn't going to play, 40 minutes. Just relax. I mean, watch Steph Curry. I mean, Steph is just enjoying the entire experience, huge smile on his face, taking videos of Simone Biles, and I mean, just enjoy the experience. You're not everybody's the superstar in the team. It's not a personal affront. It shouldn't hit your ego. You're trying to get a gold medal, have a little bit of fun, and come back home. My God, everyone relax.
Well, Steve has had a lot of coaching mentor in his life, going back to Cool Hand Lute and Lute Olson in college, and Lenny Wilkins and Phil Jackson, and in the NBA, but Greg Popovich, it was probably most. And Pop, even before Pop took Team USA, and those Spurs teams, you didn't have to tell them. They were just selfless guys, starting with David Robinson and Avery Johnson and Sean Elliott. But that's why Tim Duncan was so perfect there. But Pop had a line whenever you walked in the gym: check your ego at the door. You come in here, I'm going to coach you hard, and we're going to play as a team. And then when he coached Team USA, you take it to a higher level, because you got some of the most egotistical athletes that have ever walked the earth. They're all rich. They're all amazingly skilled, and you got to become part of a team. That's why watching Kevin Durant play for Team USA is just so beautiful. The skill that he has, but he brings out the other skills and accentuates them. The way he does playoff time, just lockdown defense, the passing ability, just plays the game the right way. LeBron always does that. LeBron is playing amazingly. Steph's trying to find his way a little bit. That the ball is different. The three-point line is different. You would think because the three-point line is closer, you would be able to get better shots off. They tried that line in the NBA one year. I remember going to a seminar during the Major League Baseball lockout in '94. I could never go, but I went that one year, and they moved the line in. And everybody thought, well, the shooting percentages will go up. It's a shorter shot. And Hubie Brown got up and said, no, they're going to go down because you don't have to extend as far out on the floor to guard. They can get Steph Curry. Now, with Steph, he doesn't need that line. He could step out to half court or three-quarter court and still. But he's still playing well in all the other aspects of the game. But the shot's just not going, but he's playing great. And there's just some matchups. Tatum is not the defender that some of these other guys are. And I know they're hard on Steve in Boston, but, hell, he's playing your whole backcourt. He's playing a lot of minutes of Drew Holiday and Derek White. Derek White made Team USA. They didn't even invite Jaylen Brown. That tells you the kind of player they're looking for. So I think Steve's doing a great job. He's the one guy not to follow social media. He doesn't give a crap about all this. Talk about it. They're ripping him. Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A-hole are disrespectful to Jason Tatum. It's just what happens. In the next game, he started Jason Tatum, and he didn't play Joel Embiid. So we'll see what he does. It's no foregone conclusion USA is going to win the gold because they got some challenges coming up later on, John. But he's the perfect guy to block it out and take the heat. I mean, he takes the heat coaching the Warriors. Warrior fans are all over the guy. He's won 4 NBA championships here. It's just amazing. But it's been fun to watch that team come together. And I think they are starting to really lock in on both ends of the floor now.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. A little update from Paris. Very cool to watch Simone Biles last night with everybody in attendance. A lot of drama there. Very, very cool. Let's get to the 49ers. We promised you we would. Plus, we had a foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. Some guys are at the podium, including Ricky Pearsall, which caught up on the latest, plus what Pop's going to be looking for this weekend when he heads down there. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Top of the hour. We'll give you a foreplay at 1 o'clock. But Ricky Pearsall is talking.
I'm listening right now.
Yeah.
He's got the Patrick Bailey do-rag on, only it's in red and gold. Covering up his entire forehead.
It is.
He's got a little swag to him, Pearsall.
He does.
Slick Rick.
Yeah. So we're hearing good things about him so far in training camp. They asked Kyle a little bit. I was listening to him about Purdy, same old stuff there. So what are you going to be looking at this weekend? You're doing your stuff tonight, but then because the Giants are on Fox on Saturday and they're on Roku on Sunday, you get an opportunity to head down. So what are you going to be keeping an eye on?
I wish I had like 4 sets of eyeballs because I need 2 behind me and 2 in front. So I'll just everything. I mean, we got a preseason game coming up next Saturday, John, in Nashville, and I haven't been able to be down there as much as I normally am because of doing the Giants stuff, and then mainly it's the show. I mean, I check with Kyle on the schedule. I say, can you start practice at like 2:01? Every day, and he said, no, I don't want you here. So they do practice right when we do the show. In the regular season, they do practice later, and I can go watch like almost the entire Wednesday practice and a chunk of Thursday. But anyway, I'll be everywhere. You know me. I'll be rolling from field to field. I try to get into a middle spot of the field and just walk and just spin, and it's an overload. And I'll get a hold of the video after and watching what I'm missing. But I mean, the bottom line, I want to see Ricky Pearsall if they have pads on this weekend and how he's getting separation. He's a clean route runner. I mean, just broad strokes. What are they going to do at backup running back? And I think I mentioned this to you in the offseason. I thought at some point last year, as they approached the deadline, that Elijah Mitchell may be someone you would listen on. And they didn't do it. Elijah does get hurt a lot. He's in the final year of his contract. J.P. Mason can play. And J.P. Mason's gotten a lot better as a route runner, just being around Christian McCaffrey. He's a really good runner. Elijah Mitchell, the nickname they gave him is Drano because he always finds the right hole, where J.P. Mason is just a sledgehammer. He's a finisher, a closer. He just runs right over people. But he is, I think, picking up a little bit of the running game subtleties where he doesn't just truck people. He kind of jukes them a little bit. Garendo's hurt, though, and he may be out for a while. So, obviously everything there, what they're going to do at right guard, now that Feliciano's back, can Pooney, hold up there? And the wide receiver room minus the ex-wide receiver. I did talk to Chris Conley and Jawan Jennings at length about a week ago at camp, and they can both play X. They love playing X wide receiver. If Ayuk does not get in camp in time, or he's not practicing right now, but he starts to miss meaningful snaps. Would they move somebody over to full-time X there and leave Debo's at Z, or how would they do that? The front on defense and how they're rushing. You always get down there early when practice starts to watch Kasarik go through the drills. He's just a madman getting those guys off the ball. And I spent a lot of time watching when I was there last weekend, Devondre Campbell, and I am concerned about his change of direction. He's not the same player he was in 21 when he was first-team All-Pro in Green Bay. I did see him pick up McCaffrey on a wheel route when I was there, and I was pretty impressed with that. So just everything. I mean, it's just one of those that you don't go into it, trying to lock on one or two things. There's 90 guys in camp. I got to get them all down, and just a lot of it for me is not only how they fit. Right now you're looking at skill set, and it's like Marty Lurie's mosaic and the, how you put all the jigsaw pieces into the puzzle. You look at the individual skill of the players. Later on, they'll start to get pieced together in a football team that'll have a role on the team. So you're looking at skill set and then just how they run, the way it's easier for me to identify a guy based on body type or the way they run. You know, certain guys, I don't even have to see a number. I can just tell who it is by how they run. So I wish I had like a couple of more eyeballs, all around, front, back, side to side, everything. Can I get like a QB simulator that does that for me, John, where I could have like, be able to see like 8 different things at once?
That would be
amazing.
I do that? That would be really nice. Like almost like the Red Zone channel on a Sunday where it's just flipping.
Right. But I need to lock on every one, and then my brain just kind of processes it all. But I'll see as much as I can see. It'd be good to be able to see both days, Saturday and Sunday. Because next week they're playing. I mean, the other thing is, in the preseason game, what's going to be the biggest storyline? Joshua Dobbs and Brandon Allen. And I kind of thought Dobbs would overtake that spot just based on ability, what I saw in the OTAs, and he may, but Brandon Allen knows the system. He's been in the system in some form every stop of his NFL career, not just in Cincinnati, but Scangarello had him in Denver, and, of course, Scangarello was the QB coach here. So that's probably the obvious one. We get into preseason games. It'll be who's going to be Brock Purdy's backup quarterback this year.
By the way, a couple of days ago, and this was when we were down, this was Wednesday when this happened, when we were down at 49ers HQ doing a lot of the interviews, was it, of course, Brandon Ayuk was walking in the middle of the field, and he gave John Lynch a handshake, and then he bro-hugged with Kyle Shanahan. People made a big deal. And then
they asked Kyle about that today?
Yeah, and then, of course, Colin Cowherd put out the thing that maybe was getting close.
Kyle bro-hugs everybody.
So that's
what'd he say?
He said that's it. He was asked about that thing. He said, quote, "It's usually how we greet each other, big bro hug." So nothing to see here is essentially what he's saying there. That's how he greets people. So
he does.
Has he greeted you that way? He's never greeted
No, he
you.
does that, and then I give him the Italian greeting, which is a kiss on each side of the cheek.
How does he like that?
Which means either I love you.
You're talking Italians?
Either it means I love you or you're going to be floating with the fishes. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
And Kyle's too good at what he does, so we love him. No, he's a bro hugger, I would say.
Okay. All right. So nothing to see here apparently, and we have not heard anything. We asked Matt Mayoko about it, and he joined us a little bit earlier from Canton. I know that you've texted with Mike Silver. Silver actually tweeted something out, too, that there's been no information. So
where did Cowherd get that from? Because I heard he got it from Silver.
I don't know. He didn't text me back yesterday, and so I don't know where he's getting it from. But like you said, Silver said there's no information, or at least he tweeted that there was no information as far as he was concerned. Mayoko said the same thing. Those guys are dialed in, so I don't know. I don't know where that came from. There was a minor frenzy during our show to try to find what the source was. I don't know. What was that, about 11 o'clock or so yesterday? But then nothing's happened since then, so we don't know.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Well, I can tell you because it was sent to me. I'll tell you what time it was. But isn't it amazing? Social media is just cattle. One cow turns left, they all go left. It's like
that's what happened. That's
you
what
have
happened
your own
yesterday.
thought. I mean, it's just all of a sudden it starts to fly. Like,
we're all.
Yeah, it was about
sitting there
11 in the
anticipating.
morning when I sent the text
Right?
to Silver. So
Yeah.
a few seconds before that.
So that was that. But yeah, we're not hearing anything, or we haven't heard anything since then on Brandon Ayuk's situation, and you've updated us on Trent. Obviously, this is going to take a minute on Trent. We have not heard anything new there, but it's pretty obvious on Trent still, right? With Tristan Wirfs getting the deal done, there's no other big offensive tackle contracts that are going to be done this year. So he wants to top that number. I mean, isn't that pretty obvious? Wants to top that top.
Yeah,
of the
and
tackle
I
number.
think it's a couple things. He wants to be, the contract's not guaranteed in anything, so they're not going to cut Trent Williams off the team, but. If he does suffer a debilitating injury or something off the field happens, and even if something off the field happens, the contract would not be guaranteed. So I think he wants more guaranteed money, and he's a prideful guy. He's looking around at Canton weekend. He's comparing himself with the greatest tackles that have ever played, whether it's Anthony Munoz or Jackie Slater or anybody you want to mention. It's not, and I'm sure he has great respect for Penei Sewell and Tristan Wirfs, but he's not comparing himself to those guys. He's the yardstick, all those guys. And a lot of those guys, Trent kind of raised in the NFL. Darrisaw was someone that Trent kind of developed. I remember when we went there and worked out with the Vikings, Darrisaw was like following him around. So, I mean, Tristan Wirfs, as far as average annual salaries, making 28.1 with a new deal. Penei Sewell, 28. Darrisaw, 26. Laramie Tunsil, 25. Andrew Thomas of the Giants, 23.5. Trent's making 20 this year. A lot of it was already paid out, so I don't know where that's going to go, but I would think he would want more fully guaranteed money since he doesn't have any on the contract, and an overall pay raise where he's thought of as the best tackle in football. He wants to be paid, I would think, like the best tackle in football. How do they appease that? How do they do it? And the one thing that the other guys that I just rattled off have on him is that they're younger.
Yeah.
They're going to play a number of years to spread that money out. How do you handle Trent's money and the guarantee that he's age 36?
Yeah, that's a great point, because for people to understand how these contracts work, they give them a bunch of money and you see all these AAVs, but it's spread out over a number of years so that the hits aren't so high. But when you're 36 and he may play only a couple of more years, like you said, how do you do that? Because it's almost like putting him on a high year to year, like you're franchising him or something, which you're not doing, but you don't have the years to spread it out over. So, by the way, at the end of his contract, because Matty was saying this today, that at the end of his contract they gave him this $32 million number. That's not too far away now. Like at the beginning when he signed that, it wasn't that crazy, but now, I mean, Wirfs is at $28.1 million. I mean, we're not far away from that number. That's what's kind of funny about it. It's not an outrageous number. By the way, the other thing I saw NFL related this morning, I've always thought and dreamt of the Bosa on either side of the line. Joey Bosa had a quote yesterday. He wants to stay with the Chargers. He said, "I've made it this far with this team and been through so many changes with them. They're a part of me, and I'm a part of them." But this is the last year of his contract. Just saying. So
he just needs to stay healthy. I appreciate. I saw his first ever NFL game after he held out. He played against the Raiders, and he looked like Mark Gastineau. He had a long neck, and he had a couple of sacks right away, but he just has not been able to stay healthy. I think Joey joining Nick and just being around Nick's lifestyle and the way he prepares, the way he practices would be good for him. But we'll see where it all goes. He makes a lot of money. He's not making as much money as he used to make, but I think it'd be just for his own benefit. And we're not playing the Chargers this year, even in the preseason. I'd like for Joey Bosa to be able to play all 17 games, or at least 15, 16 games this year.
And then he might be done because, like you said, they restructured his deal. There was speculation that he or Khalil Mack were going to be released. They released the receivers, and they didn't release those guys. So we'll see what happens after this year. All right, we'll get into a little bit more football before the top of the hour. The foreplay coming at the top of the hour. But there was a football game last night. There was a kickoff rule that was changed. People were freaking out over it. The game did get called short as well. But the other thing that we have not discussed was Jason Kelce made his debut last night. And I thought it was very good. I actually
wearing
think
a beret.
Games. Yeah, and underwear, as they said.
Wasn't a raspberry beret.
No.
He just came from the Olympics in Paris. That's why he had the beret on.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. He was with Scott Van Pelt and Ryan Clark and some of those guys. But I thought he was really good. But we'll get into that. We'll play a couple of cuts for you. Then we'll get the foreplay to you at the top of the hour, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. Got some Niners in there. Of course, the Giants getting ready to play the Reds as well. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Forward to disgusting now with Marcus Spears and Ryan Clark. I'm Scott Van Pelt. You know us. I wondered if he might wear a tie. He did not. You're
looking good.
But Jason Kelsey's back from Paris, rocking a beret. You feel good. It looks good on you.
I feel Parisian. Yes.
You look
what you call it? What you call it? A beret?
A beret.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a first. It's a first on this program. We've got an hour to get loose and just see where the wind takes us. But let's
like you about to shank somebody.
Jason Kelsey made his debut on ESPN. I think he's going to be outstanding. He talked about his beret. He likes the new kickoff rule. He talked about special teams. He mentioned that now that he's on ESPN, unlike when he was a center in the NFL, he did not wear underwear, he said. But he says, of course, he'll wear underwear here because he said he was wearing a gray suit, and it was dangerous to not wear underwear with a light gray suit. So we are off with Jason Kelsey.
He did. I thought he was fine. He just got back from the Olympics in Paris. He wasn't thoroughly prepared, I think, like he will for a regular season game, but it's a preseason game, and nobody played. He's going to be fine. I think he's going to be a natural on TV. I mean, his brother, when he hosted Saturday Night Live a couple of years ago after they beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl, he was just stupendous. They're just naturals. And so he's not going to have he's not going to be – some guys, when they go in a TV studio initially, it can be the bright lights of it, take them away. He's not going to have any of that.
No.
I thought actually he would be on a bigger show. I wondered about putting him in the booth. Whether it was Monday night or Sunday night or Thursday night with Al Michaels on Amazon. And I remember he did have a big appearance last year when the Eagles were off on an Amazon pregame show on a Thursday, and he was great. So he'll be fine. I think he'll get better when there's more to prepare for and it's a real game. But I mean, the one part of it is, and I didn't always agree with what he said, but I thought RG3 was really good on TV. And he's the one guy they've eliminated from that show, and I'm not sure why. Ryan Clark sometimes says some really wild things. He was good last night talking about the importance of the preseason and how he played in, had a lot of tackles in one game, in a preseason game, or maybe the Hall of Fame game. And the coaches in Pittsburgh looked at him differently the next day, and he elevated. He was really honest and good last night. But sometimes he does give you a little bit of a hot take. I don't think Jason Kelsey will be a hot take guy, but he was solid. I mean, for an overall first performance in the studio, he's a natural. We'll see what he actually says to teach us the game. There haven't been a whole lot of offensive linemen make that transition. Dan Dierdorf was probably the one that did it the best, and Dan was really good and wound up on Monday Night Football. I think Jason Kelsey has a chance to be like that or even better.
Yeah, look, he had a nice little breakdown of special teams and how important he thought it was on the kickoff rule. I just think he's going to be really good. I think eventually he might end up on games. Maybe his personality can't come out as much in games, so maybe they won't do that. But I like his analyst work. Like you said, he was coming back from the Olympics. I think he was having some fun and everything, which I think some of the shows on ESPN could use some levity. But I do think he's going to be really good. And like you said, the number one thing that pops out for him is because he's done this podcast for so long, because he's been such a part of the media thing in Philadelphia, he just walks in there like it's nothing. He's completely relaxed. He's not tight. He's kind of like, yeah. Did you hear where he and Travis Kelce are trying to sell their podcast right now for $100 million?
Are you serious?
$100 million. Yeah.
What?
So, yeah. So,
what are we
I don't know
doing,
how much
Jan?
he's.
Why aren't we in the podcast? You are, but why? I got to get the podcast.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
$100 million?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. So, anyway,
how many listeners do they have? There aren't that many people listening to their...
I think it's sports. In sports, I think it's the 4th most listened to sports podcast in the country. So,
wow.
Pretty good. I would say that's pretty good.
So there are some that are worth $400 million and $300 million and $200 million?
Maybe. Could be.
Well, that's how McAfee got going, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
With his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
The other part of it was watching the new kickoff rule, and Kyle was just talking, Kyle Shanahan.
I got that cut in our foreplay, yeah.
So he said there were 8 kickoffs last night, and he saw 3 of them, and they were kind of weird and didn't go well. In the preseason, they're not going to show anything. They're getting used to it all. A few guys moved. The longest return was beyond the 32-yard line. It just looked like a basic play. I think the key thing is going to be when you get into actual games, how much are they willing to play with that kickoff, where you really do try to, as far as I know, Jake Moody's been taking them all with the Niners. I thought Wisnowski would be a natural for it with his ability to put different spins on the ball. But that's a punter. It's a little bit different here. And Mitch, history has shown when he does do kickoffs, he's not as good as a punter. So maybe they don't want him to do it and they can have Jake do it. But we saw pretty much standard kickoffs. I mean, were there any that hit the ground last night and you made someone try to field the ball? I know one thing the Niners are looking at is just Kyle Juszczyk and Debo. And there was a ball in practice the other day that Jake hit it. It was off the jugs, that it was a low-line drive, and it bounced. And Kyle Juszczyk can do anything. He fielded it like a shortstop and just picked the ball up right off the ground. So I think, when we get into actual games, and that's an oblong ball, and if you're pushing it side to side and you're trying to, line drive it, it could take a funny bounce. And then all of a sudden it goes out of bounds and does not hit the goal line. It's on the 40-yard line, just like the old days. So I think that's going to be the interesting part of it, John, is they get used to how they line up and how they block. And you got to catch the ball first and foremost. So will the kickoff guys make it difficult to catch the football and really try to spin it, line drive it, and get that ball to bounce?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll probably see some guys the teams keeping it pretty generic in the preseason, and we'll see what happens in the regular season. So anyway, it is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We'll give you the foreplay in a minute. There are cuts from, as you said, Kyle Shanahan, or Patrick Willis, going to the Hall of Fame, of course. Kyle Shanahan in there talking about the kickoffs. We also have a little bit of Ricky Pearsall for you, and also Farhan talking about Mark Cannon. The reason we have that in there is because the Giants line up, like you said, against a lefty. Tyler Fitzgerald's going to lead off. Mark Cannon is going to play first base and hit second. Ramos, Chapman, Bailey, Encarnacion comes in. Harar is how it is said. Is that what
you car rammed it?
Said?
You rolled that off the tongue. That was good. Harar. Encarnacion.
He's going to play in right, Conforto in left, Casey Schmidt at second. Marco Luciano will hit ninth and DH.
He's hitting ninth?
Hitting ninth. Blake Snell's
They led off with the DH in Jorge Soler. Now they're going to have the DH bat ninth in the lineup?
I guess so. That's what.
Even a right-hander? I mean, the only lefty in the lineup tonight is Conforto. They don't have Yastrzemski in there, so interesting.
Yeah, so anyway, there you go. All right, let's get to the foreplay. Let's lead it off with some 49ers stuff. Here is Patrick Willis asked about what it's going to be like being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's going to be a special day. I remember being that kid watching classic NFL games and wanting to inspire to be an NFL player. And, man, here we are years later and going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's truly special.
There you go. Very cool for Patrick. Very cool. And, Matty was saying this, that whole, maybe not for everybody, but what did Patrick play? 7 years? I mean, the fact that that these guys now can get in. And he mentioned Terrell Davis and other guys. Luke Kuechly had some injuries as well, didn't play as long. So it certainly seems like it's going to that whole thing of what you did in the time that you were here versus having to play, 15 years.
Well, I mean, Gale Sayers was the exception forever, and he was. I mean, after Jim Brown and OJ, I'm not sure there was a more skilled player, and maybe even including Kansas Comet. That one game he had against the Niners in the rain when he had 6 touchdowns, he was just so amazing. But Terrell Davis didn't have a long career, but he was a Super Bowl MVP, and he rushed for over 2,000 yards, and he was a difference maker on 2 Super Bowl winning teams. Matt mentioned Tony Baselli, the great Jacksonville tackle, did not have the length of career. So once Terrell Davis went in, though, I think you could look at Patrick and say he's worthy of it. But 7-time Pro Bowler, 5 times All-Pro. He was a Defensive Rookie of the Year. Unlike Luke Kuechly, he never won Defensive Player of the Year. And I think Kuechly, they were different. There was no smarter linebacker that's ever played than Luke Kuechly. That guy was just brilliant. And he could do everything that Patrick Willis did or Brian Urlacher did as far as dropping into coverage, blitzing. Luke Kuechly was a genius. So there's no question he's a linebacker that should go into the Hall of Fame very quickly in his career. And he, because of all the concussions, he didn't play as long. But, yeah, Patrick Willis, John, played from 2007. Really, he played in 14, but only played 6 games that year. So I think as far as, being the height of his powers, obviously his rookie year. And then was he ever the same after, like Bowman, when he got hurt in the championship game in Seattle? Maybe was he ever the same player like after that Super Bowl, those 2 years when they went to the Super Bowl and lost the championship game in Seattle?
No, and he was pretty honest about it. I remember talking to him. We had him on plenty of times, you and I, and the injuries got him. And for a guy, it's not all Patrick could do, but you see this in a lot of sports. He relied a lot on his athleticism and speed, and when that left him, he didn't want to do it anymore. He wanted to be at the top of his powers or nothing, but when he couldn't run like he used to run, that took a lot of his powers away. And he
retired at age 29.
That's nuts.
He was 29 years old when he retired.
Wow, it's crazy. You just talked about this, the kickoff rule. It's being talked about a ton. We've talked about it quite a bit on our show here. Is Kyle Shanahan impressions from seeing it in action in the Hall of Fame game last night?
I think there was like 8. I probably saw 3 of them, and it looked kind of messy. So I'll wait to see it on the coach's film to maybe see if we can figure some stuff out. But I mean, we're all trying to learn, and that was the first time everyone got to see it. So I think I saw 3 of 8, so it was messy, but I'm sure they will be throughout the preseason. We'll get as much info as we can on it and adjust as the year goes.
That is going to be interesting. The smarter teams are going to be able to figure this thing out, or however the case may be, but you certainly have to watch the kickoff now. Don't get a sandwich or get a beer, and it's going to depend on how these teams adapt and how quickly they can adapt.
The dynamic kickoff return is what they're calling it in the NFL. Wasn't all that dynamic last night. It was fine, but it was the first game out. The one thing about the game last night, and there were 8 kickoffs last night because there was a lot of scoring in the game. What was the score at halftime? 17-14? I mean, there was some good quarterback play last night.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was also, too, you saw Caleb Williams out there, but he obviously did not play. He went through they wanted him to go through the process. But they did a teaser. Did you see that whole teaser for the Bears, by the way, for Hard Knocks? And they had Caleb Williams go up there, and he said, Caleb Williams, USC, and he says the $25.5 million. They show Tyler Bajan.
Signing bonus.
The signing bonus was $20 Bajan, and I looked up his contract because he was acting like he was going through convulsions, That kid has a 3-year, $2.7 million contract, and his signing bonus was $25,000. That's the backup quarterback. My God.
Well, I don't even know. I mean, Rippon played his ass off last night.
He did, yeah.
That guy had 3 touchdown passes. And Davis Mills, I always liked him coming out of Stanford.
Yeah, right.
He had some really good plays last night, threw a touchdown pass, avoided the rush, but his 1-loss record in Houston is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't been able to win, and they get C.J. Stroud in there last year. And I mean, if C.J. Stroud ever does miss games, though, I think they can win with Davis Mills. That guy's a player.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. I don't think – I'm not saying he was the solution, but he certainly wasn't the problem. Houston just didn't have any talent when he was playing, so it wasn't really fair. Here's Ricky Pearsall. We just told you he was up at the podium a few minutes ago talking about his improvement already, putting on the pads. Here's where he is in camp. Here's Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I think I've took big strides since I've got here. In the beginning, yes, it was a little difficult, coming into a offense like this that's very complex. There's a lot to it, and trying to, learn it all in one day is impossible. So I just kind of told myself that over and over again, and just, each day how I can get better and improve and, knowing the playbook. And I think that I've made a big strides to this point.
Everybody is loving themselves some Ricky Pearsall. What are your thoughts on him so far?
Well, I want to see him. I haven't seen him since the pads went on. I saw him in the OTAs and the mini camps, and his ability to beat man coverage as a rookie. I haven't seen that really in any rookie that I've been in the camp with since Amari Cooper. Ayuk was good as a route runner as a rookie, but this guy, no matter where you line him up in any kind of route, he can win. Now, pads are on now. He missed the first block because of the hamstring, and they eased him back. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Kyle said there's going to be a longer practice tomorrow, and they're going to do one-on-ones. So, I know Furster doesn't love the one-on-ones when his old line is blocking Nick Bosa in that front. But as far as there's certain ones you want to watch. You want to watch, back on a backer and see Fred Warner match up with Christian McCaffrey is so great to watch. But, Charvarius Ward, Isaac Yadam, and Ike also did talk to the media today with their length. And, even some of the younger guys, Renardo Green, and when they just get up and it's one-on-one with a wide receiver against an elite corner in the NFL, the guys don't want to get up and get handsy with him? Are they afraid if they get on him physically and they miss him, he gets behind them? So I'll have more of an evaluation for you on Monday, John, after seeing certainly tomorrow and Sunday and being there all day. But Kyle said they're gonna let him do one-on-ones tomorrow, so that'll be a further evaluation.
All right, we'll have more for that on Monday before we get to Farhan and the final play of the four-play because of the Giants lineup, which we'll give you again. The Madden rankings continue to come out. The top linebacker is Fred Warner. He is not a 99. He's a 97. 97.
He's 11 overall.
Yeah, 97 in Madden.
So did Purdy come in just slightly ahead of Bosa?
Yes, in the top 100 in the NFL. Yeah,
Purdy's 26, Bosa's 27.
Or no, it's the other way around. It's Purdy
Nick's
28,
26?
Bosa 27. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Bosa's just one.
So
one ahead of him.
baby Bosa's still behind the original Bosa.
Yes, he is by one.
Now, when are they doing the top 10? Where are we going to find out about CMC and Trent?
Yeah,
Williams?
I was looking for that this morning. They don't have it out yet. I don't know if they're. 5 o'clock today is the top 10. Okay, so we'll find out. But yeah, Trent is in the top 10. CMC is in the top 10. Obviously, Mahomes and the MVP. So we'll get into that on Monday when they finally unveil. They've done 90 of the top 100 for the NFL. So that's that. And then as far as the A's are concerned, as we told you, Tyler Fitzgerald leading off, but Mark Canha comes over from the Tigers, the former A, and of course Bay Area product, went to Cal. He's playing first base and hitting second. Here's what Farhan said with Tolbert and Copes yesterday on why he was attractive to the Giants.
It's interesting over the last, month and a half, we've just had these changes in terms of our bench, with the trade of Austin Slater, with Wilmer Flores going down, and having those right-handed bats off the bench. The more versatile they are, the better. I know from a managing perspective, Bob loves having those guys and being able to mix and match a little bit, whether it's starting against a lefty or bringing in a guy late in the game. The more versatile, the better. And obviously, he's got history with Canha from Oakland's one of his favorite guys. Feels like he can really positively impact our clubhouse. So that all factored into our interest with him. This road trip is obviously huge for us. We're facing 4 lefty starters in these 7 games. And I would imagine he's going to be in there for at least all those games. So he's definitely going to get his chances to impact us. It's a quality at bat. I'm sure he's going to be hitting in the top of the lineup. And, again, the history with Bob and some of the other guys on our coaching staff factored in big, too. They think he can have a big impact on us on and off the field.
All right, Mark Canha hitting second. That was the rationale. So, first base.
He is a Bob Melvin favorite, both from the Bay Area. He went to Bellarmine Prep, but I think the key, he's a Cal guy. And Bob Melvin loves himself some Cal Bears. So as far as a guy who played for Cal and played for both the A's and the Giants, It is a short list that Mark Canha joins. Darren Lewis, the great D-Lou, who was actually involved in, for decades, the only Giant A's trade with Ernest Riles, the great center fielder, and Darren Dalton, the right-handed pitcher.
Wow.
Only 3 guys in history have played for the A's and Giants and also played in Berkeley at Cal. And the third one is Mark Canha.
So Canha will be in the lineup and hitting second. And I like Mark Canha. I don't know that we're going to see the guy that was so defensively versatile play all the outfield positions. I think he's more of a corner guy and a first baseman right now, and he's going to be in, like you said. And this is a role, as crazy as this seems, Lamont Wade Jr. has definitely fallen off, but that right-handed role, I thought, early in the season that, when you get Flores some at-bats, he'll come around. He'll be the right-handed guy in that. That's not a problem. I mean, God, they've tried they've tried Flores, has not worked. They've tried David Villar, our guy that we like so much, but he couldn't get it done. I mean, it's been amazing that as we talk about all the different issues, and I'm not saying this is the number one issue on the plate for the Giants because it's not, but man, this has been a hard role to fill for the Giants. This right-handed platoon at first or whatever.
Well, everywhere. I mean, look at the guys you envision being right-handed thumpers for you this year: Jorge Soler, Thairo Estrada, Wilmer Flores. Soler's gone. Estrada's been hurt all year. He's been a shell of himself. And likewise for Wilmer, led the team in home runs last year. I mean, it's an issue. Casey Schmidt's playing at second base tonight. And you got Tyler Fitzgerald playing at shortstop. Luciano's in the lineup, but he's batting ninth. And he's DHing. So, I mean, specifically, they traded for Mark Canha to get him from Scott Harris, the assistant GM that it was with Farhan, now the GM of the Tigers. And then they got Herrera Encarnacion with the right-handed sticks. And Joe Rizzo told us they are facing Andrew Abbott tonight of the Reds, and he's a lefty. I think they're going to see 3 left-handed starters. We're going to check with Franny, John, but I think it's 3 left-handed starters they're going to see at Nationals Park with the Nationals.
So this is going to be a lineup that's going to be key to this whole thing because, like you said, the only guy in this lineup that's left-handed is Conforto, and I kind of scratch my head on that one because he hasn't been hitting well as well. So this lineup scares me a little bit in that Fitzgerald's down a little bit. We'll see what Canha's bringing. Chapman's hot and cold. Bailey's been off a little bit. Encarnacion's coming from AAA. Conforto hasn't been hitting. Schmidt isn't hitting, and we'll see with Luciano. So I hope I'm wrong, but that makes me feel that's not a lineup full of fire.
And this is not the big red machine.
No,
the Reds are not a great offensive team, but my guy Jonathan India is leading off tonight in that Ellie De La Cruz.
He's going to have a big night just because we're talking to him up to the deadline.
The Yankees were all in on Jonathan India, and then Chaz Chisholm Jr. got traded to them, and they're playing jazz all over the place. But the matchup tonight is, and hopefully he won't reach first base too much, but when De La Cruz gets on, him trying to steal against Patrick Bailey is so fun to watch.
That will be fun. That's good. By the way, Kyle was asked about Brock's interceptions again, and we did talk to Brock.
Kyle Shanahan or Kyle Juszczyk?
Kyle Shanahan. He said, quote, "We never won a lot of picks in practice, but Brock's really never had an interception problem." So for the second consecutive year, we're talking about that, and we explained earlier what that means. But anyway, he felt
he gets him in bulk.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, after he's concussed and he's woozy,
right.
The Bengal game late, and they're not playing on Christmas this year, right? Last Christmas he had a 4-pick night.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Yeah, Baltimore had it. Yeah. Mike McDonald in Seattle. That's interesting.
Kyle Hamilton can play. What do you have, 2 that night?
He's really good. Yeah, he's really good. All right, that is your foreplay. 4 pieces of sound, a few from the 49ers and 1 in regards to Mark Canha, who's going to be hitting second and playing first base. We'll update you, get you ready for this whole thing. What is your monitor saying? Is there still rain?
All I'm seeing is the Giant bullpen. And I watched Robbie Ray throw his bullpen.
Okay.
I watched Sean Jelly throw his bullpen. And now I'm watching Spencer Bivens throw his bullpen. So I don't know if they got a canopy in the bullpen or not, but it doesn't look like it's raining right now. But I did see...
Oh, look at that. I love that you're showing that to us.
I did see...
Bivens.
I don't think Brock's in Ohio for Patrick Willis's induction. I did see a John Deere on the field that I thought was going to take the tarpaulin, the Vince Coleman off, but
yeah,
last I saw, the tarp is still on the field, so But apparently they got some kind of a covering in the bullpen because they've been throwing.
Yeah, they
down
must. Yeah, because they're down there. Okay.
Robbie Ray got his full uniform on to throw his bullpen.
Wow.
The whole. I got my tight pants. on.
Man, he does. I mean, look at Bivens right there. You're showing us Bivens. He's got nice loose pants, nice comfortable.
Yeah, I think Robbie Ray may want to go to the baggy pants next time he pitches.
Robbie Ray goes in there.
I mean, the guys that wear the tight pants,
man.
Walker Buehler, Spencer Strider.
Right.
Even Dave Stewart was here. I saw him last week. Smoke. I mean, they were, tapered guys. Robbie Ray.
That's what I'm saying.
He's got tight pants on because he gained so much weight one off season, and he put the same pants on from the year before, and they're like 5 sizes too small.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you said.
If I'm him, I'm gonna get rid of those tight pants.
Those guys are all skinny. Robbie Ray, man.
Plus, they're all hurt. Walker Buehler's hurt.
Right.
Spencer Strider is hurt. Maybe there's something about the
blood flow,
the circulation into the groinal area, John, that you got to be careful about. I don't know. I think you want a little ballroom when you pitch, don't you?
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
That's what it's all about.
Robbie Ray was in full gear. And I'm like, is he pitching tonight? Why is he?
Yeah.
He had the full tight pants and the full uniform on. He takes his in between starts bullpen seriously.
Wow. Yeah, that is true. I never thought about that. He's bulky versus the skinny guys who can get away with that kind of stuff. It's the skinny jeans theory, but. Well, that's what he wants to do. All right, we will preview this for you, this road trip, some of the positives, what Farhan said yesterday with the guys. We'll get into that conversation. We got a caboose for you. I sent you guys a caboose yesterday. More people playing with eels and the backside. That's not good.
Oh, I saw that.
You don't want to do that. Yeah, you want to keep an eel away from that. Anyway, all right, we'll do it next. Pop and Lund on your Friday on here on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday edition of the show. Oh, very cool. A little Papa's Playbook.
What is that?
I just
Am I doing Papa's Plays of the Week this week? I haven't. We didn't have any giant. We want a sacrifice fly from Logan Webb.
Yeah, that's it.
From Brett Wisely and Logan Webb's game. Would that be the play of the week? We didn't have a whole lot of plays of the week this week.
Oh, during the season. Okay.
Yeah.
No, Walter just sent me that, and I was like, "What is that? Is that today?"
As well.
Oh,
I saw that. And
it's from the Super Bowl.
You know what's not in my playbook? Rain in Cincinnati, John.
Oh no.
That is the tarp. Is still on the field. The tarp has been on the field for hours. It's been on the field since about noon our time, 3 o'clock there, and they haven't taken it off. I thought they were all poised to pull it, and they didn't. They got the now they're running some production stuff with a flashback. Barry Bonds was why are they showing the home run off of Mike? What's the date today?
August.
You hit the home run off of Mike Bassick today? No, not August the 2nd.
No, I don't think it was.
Wasn't that August 7th? I don't know. Anyway, the tarp is still on the field in Cincinnati.
Okay.
You'd rather have it be on the field now than in about 2 hours' time, but that will impact what I was talking about, and I wanted to see Marco Luciano go out and take ground balls and work, but if they don't do anything infield-wise or BP, they can hit underneath, obviously, but the tarp is still on the field in Cincinnati. So hopefully we start on time.
Okay, that would be good, yeah, because rain delay theater, you get all that stuff. By the way, if the game goes off today on time, have you already had like a production meeting? Do you know what you're going to be focusing on today?
Production meeting?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You know how I am with meetings.
Yeah, I know you hate them. Probably more than anybody.
Chelsea already sent the rundown. We're all good.
Okay, so you're all good.
We got Richie Rich in studio, former Red, knows the Great American
right.
Small Park. He.
We do have game notes out already too. I just saw the game notes. Oh, very nice. Richie had a great point yesterday. He was on with Tolbert and Copes, and he was talking about Tyler Fitzgerald just being able to focus on one position, and he was going over, the fact that he was only playing short, but then he went in and said, I can do this, and so then he ended up he's playing second, he's playing third, he's playing first, all this kind of stuff. So it was really good. By the way, Mark Canna will wear 16. Yeah. Angel Pagan's old number, right?
Angel?
Is that what did Ahmed wear? Did he wear 16? What did he wear?
I think he wore 16 or 18.
Yeah, 16, I think. Anyway, whatever. So there you go. Encarnacion will wear 59. 59. So there you go. Man, I'd want a better number than that. So anyway, and Mark Canna, 93 games for the Tigers, hitting .231, 17 doubles, 7 homers, 38 RBIs, and a .687 OPS. A little bit better in July. So
way better in July to .729 OPS. So 17 doubles, 7 home runs. He can, and he played in 93 games. So I mean, he's specifically going to be in the lineup. We'll see if he's in right on right, but this is the role. This is the Wilmer Flores role.
Yep.
They've been searching for. No one's been able to take Wilmer Flores' role, so they'll give it to Mark Canna. But they're going to see a lefty tonight with Andrew Abbott. And again, the key with him is everything's Not going to say he's J.P. Sears, but he looks a lot like him. He'll throw, mid-90s, low 90s. Everything is up and away to a right-handed batter, so just don't try to pull the guy. Shoot the ball to right field. And you could leave Great American Small Park going the other way, but you don't have to hit home runs. Just try to hit the ball in the gap or down the line and hit the ball where it's pitched. So Mark Canha will do that, and Marco Luciano will do that. That's something Jorge Soler he couldn't do, wouldn't do, whatever it was. He didn't do it. So now he's an Atlanta Brave, and they're playing him in the outfield in Atlanta. It's unbelievable.
That's amazing.
I thought it would ease his burden a little bit if he played in the outfield and not just DH, but they're so badly injured. When Michael Harris comes back, I think he'll go to center, but he still may stay out there. They just had so many injuries in that lineup.
All right, here, you can steal this for tonight or for today. Tonight's outing will be Blake Snell's first in this ballpark, meaning he'll have thrown a pitch in all 30 active MLB parks after tonight. How about that?
Wow.
Blake Snell has never pitched in this park, but this will be he'll complete every park tonight in pitching in Cincinnati at the Great American Small Park.
Since he was an American leaguer with Tampa Bay.
Yep.
Eesh.
How about that? So there you go. And he's
hopefully he'll have a lot of strikeouts tonight. Says the ball does fly in the Great American Small Park.
Yep. So there you go. And again, it's got the road thing in here. 21-33, fifth lowest road winning percentage of any team in the majors, ahead of only Miami, Oakland, Colorado, and Chicago. Ooh, those are some bad teams. So there you go. That's it. Blake Snell. Last park he has not pitched in, Cincinnati. So there you go. It's still weird to look up as well as Blake has pitched and see 0-3 and a 5.10 ERA. That's what he's got. Versus Abbott, who's 9-7 with a 3.38. But he has not won a game as a Giant. So there you go.
But the team has won. That's all that matters. He beat Colorado in this. He didn't win, but they won.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodger game, he pitched well enough to win. They wound up losing that game 3-2. The game before that against Minnesota, they won. The game before that against Toronto, they won. The Pittsburgh game, they won. The Philadelphia game, even though he didn't pitch well. So, it's nice if he pitches well, but he doesn't have to. And he certainly pitched well enough to win all those individually. But the important thing is the baseball team wins. They need to win. And the Reds, they're right behind the Giants, John. I mean, that's what's key. You got to catch the teams in front of you. And St. Louis is losing today, but the Reds almost have the same record you have. Same loss total, which I always look at as the loss total to start. The Reds have lost 56. The Giants have lost 56. The Giants have played 2 more games, and they've won 54 to Cincinnati's 52. But it's a big weekend. If Cincinnati sweeps or takes 2 out of 3, you're going to have a problem here.
Major.
You need to push them back. If you can sweep them or take 2 out of 3 from them and win the season series, then I don't want to say you eliminate them, but you push them down a little bit.
One other note from baseball that we haven't mentioned today, and we were talking about it earlier before the trade deadline with Tim Kawakami writing the piece on Mike Trout. He's done for the year due to that meniscus tear. So he only played 29 games this season. He's missed 382 games the past 4 seasons, and he's only played 1 game after the All-Star break in 3 of the last 4 seasons. So is somebody gonna trade for that guy? Is he gonna stay there? What do you think is the future for this
trade
guy?
For him? Is he gonna be able to play? I mean, a meniscus tear is a bad injury, and to have that occur in late July, August is it's gonna interrupt his off season. I assume he'll make it back by the start of spring training next year, but they're paying him a lot of money. Arguably before this run of injuries that he's had, he was the best overall player in baseball. Before Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, it was Mike Trout. And it's just no matter what uniform he puts on. And I always thought he'd wind up in Philadelphia one day, being such a huge Philadelphia sports fan. But it's rough, John. I mean, right now, is he a Hall of Famer? I'd have to say he is.
His numbers are so ridiculous, and the analytics love him. So, yeah, he'll be a Hall of Famer if he didn't play another day. And he's
a little like Patrick Willis, where he didn't have the career as far as the length that he got interrupted, but he was so dominant as a younger player.
He's won 3 MVPs. I mean, yeah, he would be. But, man, it's just not seeing him in the playoffs other than the one time and then having all these injuries, where he's still can be a really effective player. I mean, didn't he hit 10 home runs in April or something like that this year? I mean, the guy got off to a great start and then got hurt.
He had 10 home runs in 29 games. He was hitting .220. But he had some years that were just monstrous years.
Right.
So he will be a Hall of Famer.
But it's just
you never know. I don't know. Bonds is not in the Hall of Fame. Clem, that's different reasons, but you never know. But he just, basically from 2012 through 2019, he was as dominant as any player in baseball. And then starting the 2020 year was 53 games. That was the pandemic year.
Right.
So he was healthy that year.
So
It was the year
21,
after the pandemic when he played 36 games, 119 games, 82 games. And now this year, 29 games, and then in a minor league rehab, he tears the meniscus. So, and it's late. It's late July, early August when he did that. How long of a rehab will he have with that?
Right. So there you go. All right, we'll give you a little bit of caboose coming back next. Plus, we got a couple of remnants before the top of the hour where we'll get you out of here as well. If anything else was good said at 49ers camp when the guys met with the media, we'll let you know about that as well. All to the top of the hour. And then it's Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Theater.
Greg Papa here, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you sooner than you think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact my friend, huge Bay Area sports fan, Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a free review of your financial situation. And do it today. Do it right now. The number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm going to try to clean this one up a little bit because maybe people are eating or something. But anytime...
It is fitting, though, that we're going back to the genesis of the caboose pistol, John. We're going back in that general region.
Well, this is anytime I find one of these because of the, like you said, the origins of the caboose pistol and the story of the caboose pistol. That's WGN if you're new to the show, and it was about a pistol that was in a certain spot or a woman.
What?
And that's what they were talking about.
That was years ago.
I sent you guys a text. I didn't receive anything back, strangely enough. Vietnamese doctors removed a live, I tell you, 2-foot eel from a man's abdomen. Chewed through his insides. It got in there because he put it in there. He
didn't put it in the abdomen, John.
No, he didn't.
He put it in the A-gap.
Yeah,
and it got up into his intestines.
Yeah, it was a live eel, like a live eel. Like so.
The pitcher for the New York Yankees, Luis Eel. Him?
I mean, what do you?
He's bigger than 2 feet tall.
Right.
Why?
A live eel. A live eel.
I know. Richard Gere. The whole gerbil story.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And a 2-footer.
Man, live eel. I mean,
you put that entire
2
eel.
Feet? My
So if it's
God,
going up
man.
into your intestines, you put the entire body of the 2-foot eel.
And the thing's
It's
just trying to
24
find its way
inches.
out. It's not its fault, you know.
Wow.
But I mean, God, I'm just thinking of the thought process of it's like, you know, your kids make dumb decisions all the time. We've all made dumb decisions in our life. But I mean, it's like, hey, Bob, what do you think about a 2-foot eel, live eel? Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me. Let me know how it works out. I mean, my God,
Hey,
man.
Bob, what do you think about it? I don't know, Dick. I think I'll try it.
2-foot live
So, I
eel.
mean, the one thing, you know.
Oh, my goodness,
Do you
man.
have to, if you are going to put the two, couldn't you put like 23.5 inches in?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Pull it out if it's causing a problem.
Well, I mean, if it all goes in,
Right.
is it all going to know the way out? It's dark in there. You make it
That's
lost.
what I'm saying. And that's what happened.
What kind of vision does an eel have? I mean, so they couldn't you just, I could, put it in, but don't you want to be able to pull it out?
Yeah.
And you're putting it in yourself or somebody else doing it, and then all
lot
of a
of
sudden
questions.
And then
Lot of questions.
how about the inside of your intestines?
Man.
The eel chewed through
I didn't
the
bring that part up,
intestines.
but yeah, it did.
How
Yeah, it did.
painful would that be?
God. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, there's so many questions like when you get to the hospital, what do you tell the doctor? And I mean, what are you thinking? Where do you get the eel? I was thinking that too. Like, what do you just you out in the ocean and you see him and you
I was
fish him
eel
in?
fishing, Doc.
where do you get this little
My
guy?
tackle
the
box
big
got
guy.
all upside down.
Anyway.
So what's the end game here?
Yeah,
did
he's
it all
okay.
Come out, did it all come out well in the end?
Yeah, I mean, they
How'd they get
got
it
the
out?
thing
What
out
did
of
they
there.
do?
That's a great
Did they take
question.
it back out where it came from, or
No, I think that has
did
to
it
be
come back out
surgically
through the
removed.
esophagus?
No, I think
Maybe
I
that's
think
how
that's
Dustin May got hurt.
that has to be surgically
the whole
removed.
story. We haven't had one of these in
Anyway,
a while.
No, but again, I feel compelled because of what we've established here that if anybody does anything in that region, that we have to bring it up because this is
And again,
the caboose pistol after all.
I'm just naive to the whole thing here.
Me too.
The human element is amazing that people do things, and this is done for physical pleasure. I assume.
guess.
And it just went. It just
I don't know,
didn't turn
man.
out
I
well
mean,
in the end.
I have, especially in my younger days. I hope I've matured a little bit. I mean, look, I'm not sitting here judging the guy. I've made a lot of questionable decisions in my life. But
Yeah,
man,
but you only used a
2-foot
foot and a
live
half.
eel.
eel,
Exactly.
Not a 2-foot eel. And you had
Anyway,
a clamp on the end to be able to
2-foot
pull the eel back out.
Live eel.
Wow.
So I don't know, man.
I hope
That's
he's
crazy.
well. Is he fine?
Yeah.
Is it all?
They say he's fine. Probably wasn't the greatest feeling once the thing started chewing in there, but anyway, I think I've made a mistake.
Now his large intestine has become several small intestines.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the thing was like, all right, I'm getting out of here somehow. This was alarming to me. I read an article yesterday that said the top 10% of alcohol consumers in our country consume 74 drinks per week. 74. So you know,
6 a day.
God. So if you think about it, you know when you go into the doctor and you pretty much lie to him because you're embarrassed. At least I am.
How much
and
alcohol
he says,
do you?
How much alcohol?
Moderate.
Well, 1 or 2 a week, or one or 2 drinks a week. Nothing
light to
big.
moderate. So that would be 6+ a day.
Yeah.
Now, are we talking
Every
hard
day.
alcohol, or does beer count? Wine count?
Yeah, I mean it's
not all equal.
No, it's
That's
not.
a lot of drinks.
74. I mean,
that's
a
6
week.
a day.
Yeah.
No,
my
not 6
gosh,
a
you got
day.
to put an eel up there to clean it all out. I mean, 74 a week. I mean, if I was being
No, it's
honest,
more. What am I saying? It's 6 a day is 42.
yeah.
My math's all
I mean, you're
off.
in the
This
double
whole-
digits here. I mean, it's
This whole
Eel thing?
Trent Williams
Threw you
contract. It's
off?
10
Oh,
a day.
contract.
74 a week.
Yeah, 74 a week. You're
Yeah,
over
there's
10
7 days
day.
a week, right?
Yeah.
And it's 10 drinks a day.
Yeah, 10 drinks a day. That's the top 10% in our country in consuming alcohol. Go more than 10
that's
a day.
an alcohol consumption problem.
Yeah, that's an issue.
It's either an alcoholic or a functioning alcoholic.
Yeah,
or
10 a day. I mean,
10 a day.
That's going to alter your day.
So
I mean,
the top 10% of drinks
on average
are consumed by someone
74 a week.
consuming 10
10 drinks
beverages a day.
Yeah. And
Wow.
even, like, I was thinking about this when I read the piece, was even if I'm on vacation, right, and you got nothing, you're on a beach, and, you know, there's people bringing you drinks or whatever like that, I still don't think I don't even think, like, let's say I go on a 4-day I don't think I consume 40 drinks. 10
No.
a day? I mean,
No.
you're getting after it.
Well, are
That's
they like
no work.
little tiny, you know, are they solo cups? Or are they talking like
At home,
a little
usually.
shooter?
Well,
Are
if you're
they a
making.
shooter?
Yeah, that's a good question, too. I would assume this with most people. You can hit us up on the text line or YouTube and Twitch. If you're at home, your drinks are double what they are usually if you're out, right? Like,
Really?
well, I make pretty stiff drinks at home. If I'm out if you're out having dinner or having drinks or whatever, you know, they got to make money, the place. So maybe they're putting 1.5 ounces in there, maybe 2 ounces tops. If you're at home, you're tipping the bottle up. You know?
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Well, you don't have to drive. So
Yeah,
that's
that's-
part of it.
exactly.
Plus, you're your own bartender.
Anyway, that's a
So
lot.
the earlier story about the 2-foot eel that shoots
I
through the
knew we
man's
were going to
intestines.
come back to this.
Was
I
he?
just knew it.
Was he in your 10%? Was he in your 10 a day club?
You would think he would have to be, right?
Was that at all related in the eel?
Man, yeah. I mean, you're not doing that sober, are you? That's not a sober venture.
I don't know.
I wouldn't think.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I have no idea.
What else do we have here? Oh, did you see what Robert Downey Jr. is getting for compensation for Marvel now for changing characters?
What?
You saw this?
What's he getting?
He's getting about $100 million for these 2 movies. $100 million, so 50 that. Private jet travel to and from. Dedicated security on set and a whole trailer encampment. So he doesn't have a trailer; he has an encampment for this whole thing.
He should.
And he's topping $100 million for this venture. So that's pretty good. As we're talking about Trent Williams and who needs to make money and all this kind of stuff, that's a pretty good deal for Robert Downey Jr. No more Iron Man. He's going to go to the dark side. But anyway, pretty good deal if you're Robert Downey Jr.
He's
and
had
remember,
quite the life, Robert Downey Jr.
has he ever? I mean,
He's been in your 74
Yeah.
for him. It'd be daily,
right?
I think he's.
I mean,
he's
think
had a
about
hard
that.
life.
You know, before Iron Man, and remember he was in those courthouses in L.A. Like he was an
well
addict.
aware. Yeah.
And so for him to come down and have this kind of career after that, man.
What a great talent, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I read this
good
too.
news in Cincinnati, John. The tarp
go
is
ahead.
off the field.
Oh, that's great.
They are taking the tarp off the field. So I think it stopped raining in Cincinnati. We should start on time.
So no
Anyway.
rain delay theater. That's no
Well, I
fun.
hope not. I don't know.
Rain delay theater
But
is. Oof.
No, we don't like
Oh,
that.
okay. You got a batting cage up there and everything.
Yeah, they may
Looks
take
good.
some on-field hitting here a little bit.
Very good.
We got
You're
some.
on with Richie. No Sean.
Rich. Sean wanted to go back home for a day because the games aren't on. We don't have the game tomorrow. It's Fox, and
Oh yeah. and so
Sunday
it's
is
just one-
Roku.
You're just doing the one.
He'll be back for Monday next week in Washington, but he didn't want to hang around. You know, they were off yesterday. For one game, he would have had to hang around 4 extra days, so didn't
Yeah.
make sense.
All right. By the way, this is an interesting one. I don't know if you saw this. Your old pal, Sean Elliott, he got a heart procedure. Yeah. He's fine and everything, but it was because of his Apple Watch that warned him. And so,
oh, really?
Yeah, his Apple Watch warned him.
Where else did that happen? I heard about that happening with somebody else.
Yeah, I remember. I think we might have reported on it, you and I. But I read the story yesterday where his Apple Watch alerted him of a heart issue, and he had a procedure. He's going to be fine and everything, but it was thanks to his Apple Watch. So, best wishes to Sean Elliott, our pal. Who's
remember when he had the? So he retired from the NBA. He was working with me, and then he got a kidney transplant from his brother.
Right.
His brother gave him his kidney, and he was able to come back and play in the NBA. So Sean is an amazing guy. He's already been a medical marvel. So was the heart attack bad? I got to text him.
Yeah, I text him. It's let's see. I'm looking at the story itself right here, but he's recovering from a atrial fibrillation. Yeah, procedure. Yeah. After his Apple Watch warned him that his heart was beating irregularly. So that's what happened. So, but he seems to be fine. He says, grateful for the gift of health and Apple Watch and my very best healthcare system. Sean wasn't experiencing any symptoms, but for the last couple of weeks, his Apple Watch had been warning him that he had problems. Also, AFib is what they call it. AFib.
Yeah, right.
That's easier. AFib. So he went in.
Bruce Bochy had an issue with that.
Yeah. So, yeah, he even shows his watch right here.
Boch had stents put in.
Yeah, it says right here that he had AFib. He's showing his watch on this story, and it says it's warning him that he has it. And it says if you have not been diagnosed with AFib by a physician, it just warned him to go in, and he did. They fixed it, and he's all good to go. How about that?
I just sent him a text. He's in my phone. I have him listed as Shino Black. That's his alias on the road.
Is that right?
Yeah, whenever we checked in, it'd be
that's classic.
Tim Duncan, David Robinson are all right there. Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, and then Shino Black. Who's Shino Black? Oh, my God,
that's hilarious.
Sean Elliott. What a guy.
There you go. So that's the good news today. All right, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Turn it over to Tolbert and Copes. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, spoke with Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss how the Giants fared at the trade deadline and how he believes this Giants team could get a wild card. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a few more minutes with us, and then Tolbert and Copes come up at the top of the hour, and it looks like we're going to have baseball, right? Looks like
Sharp
it's
is
clearing.
off the field. It's clearing up. I think we're going to start on time, and obviously a big start for Blake Snell to follow up that 15-strikeout masterpiece last Saturday against Colorado. And Giants just need to win this weekend, John. It'd be nice to sweep Cincinnati and push them back a little bit. They do play well in this ballpark in recent years, but Washington, for whatever reason, has been a problem for them. So it'd be nice to get the win with Blake Snell. But, yeah, the tarp is off the field. The batting cage is on. They may even be able to take some on-field BP, although the game is going to start here in about an hour and a half, so we'll see. Sean Elliott, great news on him. It was the new version of the Apple Watch, John, that told him his heart was exhibiting symptoms of AFib. He said he never felt any symptoms at all, and he said his heart just needed a little bit of a reboot. And in typical Shino Black Sean Elliott fashion, he was out playing golf the next day. So I think I got to go get it's the new version.
Yeah, I got to get
the
one
Apple
too. I have
Watch
one,
that
but it's an
saved
older
him.
one.
So I think I got to go buy a new version of the Apple Watch. We've heard that story.
Yeah,
from a few people about it. It alerted and it kept people. I don't know. It was a mild, heart attack that the other person had, but Sean didn't even really feel anything at all. But it tipped him off that he was getting symptoms of AFib, so he took care of it.
Very cool. So we got baseball coming up. You're going to be on TV, you and Richie, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. Also, I saw this. This was kind of interesting. So we've seen rankings of stadiums before by sport, but there were a ranking came out yesterday of every NFL, Major League Baseball, and NBA stadium, and they were all ranked together. And so it was ranked.
Too?
Yeah, so all of them ranked at once in one group. So it's ranked by average review rating on Yelp, Google, and TripAdvisor, and Facebook as well. So it's not exactly scientific. It's all online. Not surprisingly, Lambeau Field was at the top of all stadiums. Lambeau Field was one.
That's an old one. That place is classic.
PNC Park was 2. Camden Yards was 3. Busch Stadium 4. And Oracle Park was 5.
So were those just baseball stadiums, or those?
No, everything. So they put them all. They put baseball, basketball, and football stadiums. No hockey.
And Lambeau was number one overall.
Lambeau was number one
of baseball, and
all
Oracle
the
was 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
The bad news was Levi's
Where
Stadium
was Chase
ranked.
Center? Where was Chase Center?
Geez, let me see.
Where was Levi's?
Chase. Levi's was 87 of 90, which I don't know why it's always gotten a bad rap. I like it, but
Where
a
was
lot of
Chase
people
Center?
don't. Where is Chase? That was one
It's hard to compare
to look.
stadiums versus arenas, though.
Well,
isn't it?
yeah, because I don't know. It's not that I don't like Warriors games. I do. It's just I love being outside. So to me, baseball stadiums are just really cool, and they're all kind of different. So basketball I love it because in basketball it gets so damn loud, like especially in the playoffs. That's really fun. But it's, like you said, it's kind of hard because Chase Center's 83. That's shocking to me. Does anybody love Chase Center when they go there?
Chase Center's 83 and Levi's is what?
87.
Out of 90?
Yeah.
So Chase Center was 83 out of 90?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Joe's not going to be happy
No,
with
he's
that.
not going to like that.
What was Golden One Center? Where was that ranked?
Oh, yeah, I did see that one. Where was Gold? It was near the bottom. 86.
It was?
It was 86.
Whoa.
Yeah,
What's the number one basketball arena?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me see here. Miami. They call that
The
thing
American Airlines Center or
Yeah, it's
American
called
Airlines Arena?
Casia Center or something like that now, but it was
Whatever it is,
ninth. They had it ninth. So, again, this is not scientific, but it's based, it's average review on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. So, it's not just random. But anyway, we got Oracle Park at 5, which I think we all would say it's better than Busch Stadium. Come on. But I would probably
Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Busch 3 is 4?
Yes, 4. That's ridiculous.
Where's Wrigley? Where's Fenway?
Wrigley is 8. Fenway is 7.
If they love Lambeau, don't they love the old ones?
The top-rated baseball park is PNC.
All right, here's one for you.
PNC's nice. But
Number 90 overall is the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum.
89. 89.
What's
the only
90?
one. This won't
What's
surprise
90?
you because
Tampa Bay.
they used to hate the owner so
Tropicana
much. Commanders Field in Washington because they hated Snyder. I think that's part of it, right? Where
What's
they
that
just
place
hated
called?
Snyder
Is
so
it
much.
still FedEx Field? What's it called?
It's called what the heck is it called? Commanders Field. I don't know if it has.
That's all it is. They don't have a title sponsor there.
I guess not. So Commanders.
In Rail
Field.
John, remember when he named the city after his kids?
Yeah. By the way, Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, 88. How about that?
What?
Allegiant.
They just had a Super Bowl there.
That's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
So the old home of the Raiders is 89, and the new home of the Raiders is 88?
Yeah.
Wow.
Quite the upgrade.
That was a big
Mark.
upgrade, leaving Oakland to go to Vegas, Mark.
Good job, buddy.
How about
All right.
Wrigley Field, where Sutter Health Home Park?
That's probably going
to
to take over 90.
Well, that's
probably
got to
gonna
be
take over
next year.
90
You're gonna
next
have to put
year.
where's the Great American Small Park? Where's that?
Oh, yeah, that's where we're playing tonight. Let's see.
And the sun
Where
is
heck
out.
that?
The Reds are actually out taking batting
Yeah,
practice.
I was reading that before, so they did say that.
Hallelujah.
That was going to turn around. You weren't going to have to do rain delay theater. So they've got little logos by it. So I'm looking I'm trying to find the Cincinnati Reds logo here, and I can't seem to find it. But it must not be that high. Baseball stadiums you'd think would be a little bit higher, but yeah, I'm scrambling
I don't
through.
think I've ever
find
seen
it.
a comparison between arenas
All the
and
parks,
stadiums.
right? Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? That's why I thought
Yeah.
it was kind of fascinating. But yeah, I don't see where Cincinnati is. It's got to be out here somewhere. I just don't see the tiny little logo. Anyway, there you go. We did get the good, which is Oracle Park at 5, but Oakland is 89 out of 90, and Levi's is 87. Golden 1 is 86. So yeah, they didn't like those ones. Jeez Louise. I think it has to do with winning. If you win, you like your place, right? So anyway,
I was thinking of ordering in an eel dinner tonight. But I think I'm
you want some eel sauce?
I do like seafood on Friday, but
I do like eel sauce on my sushi, but not anymore. That's over.
I think I'm gonna pass on that one now.
If you didn't get that joke, I'm sorry that you weren't here earlier, but it probably benefits you and your appetite that you weren't here. All right, enjoy. Have a great weekend. Friday tonight you'll be with Richie, and then the rest of the weekend we'll get a report from you on Monday about the Niners. Should be good. Good stuff. All right, Pop is off to do TV. We are off for the weekend, but don't go anywhere. Tolbert and Copes are coming up right now. Thanks to Danny, as always, and Walter. Great work all week long as we were with 49ers on Monday and Wednesday, too, so we appreciate everybody's help this week. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? What's up, Lou? Mark Spears going to join us today. JT Snow going to join us today. Copes and Tolbert with you. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude?
All right, I got to ask, for those people that are watching on the stream, how many people had this game growing up, the one I'm wearing on my shirt? How many had the football that you just turned? I mean, there's no strategy whatsoever. You just line them up on the electrified field, turn it on, and it went. And the quarterback spun around, and the guy got in the pile, and he ended up going the wrong way for a touchdown. It's like, no, you're going the wrong way. It was cool.
Is it electric football? Is that what it's called?
Oh, it was electric football. Yeah, you turned it on. It had a little button, and you hit the button. It was
I've
like
seen them. I didn't have one. I was too young for it, but yeah.
Oh, I got it every year, and it was so stupid because why would you get a second
I was like,
one?
why do you
get
need
the
more?
First one.
Yeah.
You don't need more. You didn't need more. You just needed more because you wanted the new uniforms, which weren't even uniforms. They're just stick-ons that you had to put on each individual uniform, and then you had the runners, passers, blockers.
So they weren't actually playing the game. They were just buzzing on.
You just lined them up.
You just watched it?
And then you'd hand it. I don't know. I don't even remember how you handed it off. It was like a little cotton football. It was shaped like a football, but it was a piece of cotton.
The Jets and Browns, the Chiefs and Colts, the Giants and Bears, the Vikings and Packers, the Rams and Cowboys, NFL, electric, football. You start the action with two complete teams like the Rams and Cowboys in their own colorful uniforms. NFL electric football by Tudor.
Do we have
Tudor?
That'd be a Tudor. It'd be awesome. John Tudor.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
It'd be awesome if we had the sound for that. But yeah, that was 71. So I had that growing up. I mean, I loved that game. And it was just because it was NFL stuff and it was real NFL uniforms. Anything with real NFL uniforms, NFL helmets. I love that stuff. So I got it. My dad probably got me 2 or 3 different versions of it. I mean, they're not even different versions. They're just different uniforms. They could have made less money and I would have bought more if he'd just given me different uniforms. But once you put it on, it was hard to peel it off. But it was you had to see it. I wish I had
video of it. Yeah,
I wish I had one to bring into the studio.
They're out there. They're $100. I was just looking on Amazon and
Sharp. Really?
They got some. Yeah, there's some out there. I don't know if they're more modern versions. I'm sure you can get an older one on eBay or something too. But they're out there.
We should get one and just bring it into the studio and put it on the. What's that table we have? We have the.
It's like the shuffleboard table in there.
Shuffleboard table.
Yeah, when we got the tabletop on it, we can watch some. We can watch some real NFL electric football.
Ferdinand Orangutan, because it's something else. But I mean, that was the thing back when I was growing up. People loved to play that game, but you didn't really play it. It was kind of fun lining it up. Lining it up
it looks cool lined up. I'm looking at a guy who's lined him up. And by the way, he hasn't done anything yet. It's 45 seconds of him just being look how cool this is lined up.
Yeah, I know. You line it up. It's cool. You get different formations and stuff. And then you
I am
start
watching it. Okay, yeah.
And the carnage starts. You have no idea which way anybody's going. Like it's like everyone's drunk.
Yeah.
It's like all the pieces are drunk, and they just do what they're going to do.
Middle linebackers in the opposite end zone, and the ball's moving the opposite way of the field.
Absolutely.
You know? That's
no,
pretty funny.
literally, if they gave drug tests at the end of that game, they'd all fail.
So how does the play end? Like, how does it run for a certain amount of time, and then it just stops buzzing? And then you set it up again for another play, or like or does it just buzz until you stop?
You know what? I don't know if like you had to touch him. Like, you had to touch the guy, and that was it. The passing was, like, the dumbest thing ever.
It's impossible to pass, right?
The passing, a guy went out for a route, if you want to call it that, and then the quarterback had his arm like this, but you could bend it back, and then you bend it back. And I remember if you could hit the guy.
As a catch.
If you hit the guy, then you could put the ball in his arms and just start the game over, like, start it up again and just see where they go with it. I mean, it was, like, really, I mean, like, everybody has Madden now. These are the games we had. We had this one, and we had one that was a box that you'd put a disc in, a black disc in the game, and you'd pick an offense on one side, and they'd pick a defense on the other side, and then you'd put it in, and it'd be the play-by-play call of what happened. And that was
just tell you what the play was based on what you ran and they did.
Oh yeah, it was really cool for about the first half an hour, and then after that, you already know what happened. Like, you drop back for a pass, and you'd already know it was a pick six 5 seconds into the play. Dots back. Oh, no! The linebacker undercut him. It's like, oh, no.
It says since 1947, electric football has been the world's favorite tabletop football game.
47?
By the way, how many other tabletop football games are there? I mean, it's the favorite. Easy to claim that.
I can't.
We're the number one pizza in the city. It's like one of those things. Who says that? Where's this vote?
It's the only one I ever got. It's the only tabletop football game I ever got. That's it.
Yeah.
And it was like, I mean, it was so basic, and it was loud, like loud. My mom and dad made me go in the room and shut the door. Like, I couldn't play. I wanted to play. I wanted to play in the living room, and it was like, and Dad's like, boy, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That damn thing out of here.
Get all that racket. Yeah.
Come on, Pete.
Yeah, it was really, and it would like vibrate. Because that's how the guys would move, right? It'd vibrate and shake, and the guys would just start going everywhere.
I think they move smoother now than they used to. Like, now, I think they're making modern boards, is my point.
Are they really?
I think so. Based on the look of it, like, these can't have been from, some of the ones I'm looking at here can't have been from the 70s. These are, like pretty modern looking, and the guys are moving fairly smoothly.
Yeah, we got to get one of those put in the studio. That thing's incredible.
They got like an 86 Super Bowl edition. It's like the Super Bowl field. That's pretty sick.
Did they really?
There's some cool ones. Yeah, they have a bunch of different versions of it.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely got to find a way to get one of those. I'll spring.
But Tudor makes them all.
I'll spring for it.
Yeah. We're only getting the Tudor brand.
John
I want
Tudor?
it if it's not Tudor, it's not for me.
If it's not Tudor, it's not authentic.
If it's not Tudor, it's not Tolbert &
We don't want knockoffs.
By Tudor.
Yeah, no, I don't need the Safeway brand version. Doctor Football or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think most of the people. I mean, there's probably some people who listen to the show probably had that. I bet you. I know there's a lot of people maybe between your age and my age that listen to the show. At least those are the ones we met down at 21st Amendment. It's probably not. Probably they were probably a little young for that. Because by the time you get into the 80s and you get video games, and once you got video games, you're not messing with that stupid electric football. You're just going to the video games. I mean, I did. I wasn't playing that when I could play Nintendo or ColecoVision or whatever the hell it was back then. But before video games, man, that was just it. The feeling like I've told you, I had the pillowcases, the sheet, the sham, the comforter, all licensed NFL stuff. Like, it had to be authentic.
Officially licensed, yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to be authentic stuff. You didn't want them to knock off Wheaties stuff.
You didn't want to buy it on the wall.
George Brett with a helmet on, just blue helmet.
Right, exactly.
Garbage. I don't want that.
Or on the walk. Yeah. You didn't buy it on the walk bridge to the Coliseum. You know what I mean?
No,
like before
I did not. I did not. I wanted authentic. So buying this game, it had the uniforms, like the helmets. You had to put all the stickers on and stuff. Right. But that was part of the fun.
Part of the fun is you're putting it together
and stuff. Yeah, so it was very cool. I want to say the one I had, God, what was it? I wanted to say it was Steelers Cowboys, but that'd have been too late because I didn't have it in the mid '80s. I had mine like early mid '70s. It could have been Dolphins. I could have had a Dolphins Cowboys one back in the day. But yeah, I mean that was it. That's how you amused yourself. Like just set it up. And the great thing about it was you could play it by yourself.
Yeah.
You could just set up a basic defense, basic offense, and you never knew which way the play was going anyway. So it's just as much a surprise to you as it was to anybody.
Did you root for a team? Because what will happen is you bring that in here, we do that, we're going to start getting action on these games.
Yeah. I don't know if I rooted for a team, but I was such a nerd. I kept stats for like the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, like rushing attempts, passing attempts. Passing was really low, let's put it that way. It was very Army-Navy type game.
Yeah, you were 3 yards in a cloud of dust is what you were doing. Yeah, you were just
it was a lot of run. And I want to say
run.
there was a punt, too. You could actually punt it, the cotton ball, and then wherever it landed, that's where the other team took over. So, yeah, I definitely got to get one of those and bring it in. That would be classic.
707 says they also had several of the versions of the game. They said there was a cheap knockoff version that was not as good as the good one. And then 916 says every time Dad went out of town, my mom would borrow my electric football game. Whoa, hey. 619.
I don't remember it having attachments. I don't remember that.
That's a hell of a line. By the way, first text that person has ever sent. Ever.
Very good.
Tolbert comes with you on a Friday afternoon. We're off to a good start, and going to be a quick one today as the Giants open a 3-game series in Cincinnati. We'll get you out to Cincinnati for the pregame at 3:10 today for a 4:10 first pitch. Mark Spears, 2:30. JT Snow, 2:50. Giants pregame, 3:10. We come on back. I'll tell you how you can get tickets to go see Journey, Def Leppard, and the Steve Miller Band. And it's a quick one, so tips and picks are next. Team USA basketball. We can decide how mad anybody will be at the roster or who plays in the next game. Steve already said it's looking like maybe Tatum won't play again against Puerto Rico. That's next on the Sports Leader. The Giants open a 3-game series in Cincinnati today. First pitch at 3:10. We'll get you over to Cincinnati for that game for a 4:10 first pitch. Andrew Abbott against Blake Snell. Only here on the Sports Leader. Everybody, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life to retirement, I imagine it's jarring, it's disorienting. It doesn't have to be that way. You can get help. That's where Greg O'Donnell and his team at O'Donnell Financial Group come in. They're dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, because sooner than you think it may be time for that, and you'll have an entirely different lifestyle than you do right now, but it doesn't have to be in one huge leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to help you transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. You can contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of the O'Donnell Financial Group. Great guy. I know him personally. We were talking ball the other day. Give him a call. He can help you with a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. To make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
We'll get right into tips and picks momentarily here, but we got to get into the giveaway because, again, Giants pregame in less than an hour now, 50 minutes away. Journey Def Leppard Steve Miller Band coming to Oracle Park here in San Francisco on August 28th, 2024. Listen between now and 3:10. We'll give you the cue to call. When you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio. So listen, within the next hour, you can win tickets to Journey Def Leppard and Steve Miller Band August 28th at Oracle. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. 896-KNBR, the number to call. Furnished by by Golden Voice and AEG. Grab the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Encarnacion, 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 Encarnacion.
So Gerard Encarnacion, is that how you say his name, was called up today? I think it's Gerard, is that it? Encarnacion. Anyway, he's in the lineup today, and when you hear that sounder again between now and 3:10, you be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. All right. Let's get into tips and picks, which is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. 8:15 on Sunday morning, Team USA against Puerto Rico. The spread on the game, 33.5. There's not really anything good going on to bet on. Somebody was telling me yesterday they took the over on that football game, the Hall of Fame game, and it got called. Yeah, they got their money back, which sort of stinks. They were looking okay.
Because you were. I think they were. I only watched the first couple drives. Actually, I didn't watch much. I just fast forward to see what the kickoffs looked like, and I'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, I mean, all you needed was one more score, and I wanted to say the Bears were in the red zone going in again. So yeah, that sucks. You have the over there, 31.5, and it's 31 points scored in the first half. So it is preseason, so you're not sure you're going to win, but you're pretty. I mean, you're 95th percentile, so that
it was it was low. It was like 30 something, wasn't it? Like
it was like 31 and a half.
Yeah, it was low.
And they scored 31 at halftime. So you need 3/4 of a point. And I liked his ads, but rules are the rules. You got to go 55 minutes, and you don't go 55 minutes, bets get refunded. So bad break. Got to look at the weather. The cat and weather can get nasty.
Yeah, he was like, I don't think you considered they were going to call the game. Get nasty, and they were like, whatever. It's a Hall of Fame.
Well, it is preseason.
It's preseason. Well, yeah, no, who cares? Like, anybody hurt?
They're like, whatever. Let's get the hell out of here.
So Tim in my ear very I was sort of blew off that it's a 33.5 point spread, and the over-under's 188. Tim's like, it's a big deal point differential in this game for Team USA because it could help them finish first in their group. But then it's more about who you'd play in the quarterfinal anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it much matter? There's no home and away. Like, I don't really care who Team USA plays, to be honest.
I don't think they care.
Yeah.
Well, just not to counteract what you guys are saying, but Steve kind of came out and said, we not only want to win, we want to smash because they want to be in the one position. It puts them in.
He went Hulk smash?
He went Hulk smash?
Steve went Hulk smash.
I'll get the actual quote. But
I get the quote.
Then should we just lay the points?
I ain't laying crap.
Steve said, no, I'm not going to bet it either, but Steve said, I want to smash. I was like, all right, then that sounds good. Anybody's looking to lay money on I don't know. Have they covered every spread thus far?
Well, no, they didn't cover against South Sudan.
No, not in the
29.5 points.
Not in the friendlies. I mean, in the actual tournament.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, it was 29?
29.5. They won by 19. I don't know who else they played. They played Serbia. I have no idea. I have no idea what the spreads are.
They beat Serbia by 23, maybe, or 26.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was over 20.
That was probably a cover. You would think, because they couldn't have been favored by that much if they were favored against South Sudan by 29. You would think Serbia would probably be in the high teens somewhere, maybe like 13, 14, somewhere around there.
South Sudan 2-0 against the spread against Team USA.
South Sudan
It's incredible, dude.
The fighting little dangs.
The fighting dangs, dude. By the way, yesterday, True Blue on the YouTube chat said, call him South Sudan, which I liked. That was pretty good. What about, does the over-under, do you know anything? I mean, it's obviously lower scoring games.
I'm not going to tell anybody to bet anything.
I don't even I don't have any advice on any of this.
I have no idea. Like, none idea. I would rather go with, I'm gonna have to look it up real quick to see if what the Reds do against lefties. But I saw the Giants switched. My scoring app had Harrison starting the game yesterday. Now it's Snell.
Yeah.
And the way Snell's been pitching, and I think they're a small underdog. I'd rather go with the Giants than I'd rather go with that basketball game, just because the Reds aren't great, and Snell's been fantastic lately. And if you can get a guy that pitches that hot and that good as a dog, then I might give the Giants a shot. Even though I'm not, this is by no means an endorsement of like what I think the Giants are going to do.
Tom doesn't feel good about betting Team USA basketball, but he does feel good about betting the Giants.
I feel good about betting Snell.
Yes, Snell.
I feel good about betting Snell.
So you're looking for 6. Yeah.
It's 110. So they're not underdogs. They're basically a pick 'em game. And I know Abbott's been good for the Reds this year. I'm going to check real quick.
Are you ever in then when you're on a starting pitcher like that? Sometimes I'm more confident just in the starter. Will you ever go first 5?
Not usually.
The juice usually isn't good enough.
Yeah, because I know the first 5 would probably be favorites first 5. And the Abbott's good. I mean, Abbott's 1.26 WHIP. He's got a 3.39 ERA. 89 strikeouts, 45 walks, 117 innings. And I always like to check to see how they've been pitching recently. Yeah. He gave up 4 and 4 last game. Didn't give up any against the Nationals in 6 2/3 the game before that. And the game before that gave up 5 and 3 1/3. So in the last 3 games, he's given up 9 earned runs in about 14 innings. So he has not been great, giving up 4 home runs in that span. And, here's one for you.
This is Abbott, right?
Yeah, holy smokes. This is going back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games he has walked. In his last 6 games, he's walked 10, 14, 19. So about 3 a game. And he's only averaging about 5 1/3. So we'll see. I mean, he's been good. And, it's always a little scary counting on the Giants offense, because I don't know if the Giants offense is something you can count on, but I might take a shot because the price is pretty low, and the fact that Snell has just been basically unhittable.
I mean, he's off the best performance of his career, right?
Yeah.
There's 15 strikeouts over 6 shutout innings. Turned out to be a no decision, by the way, for Blake Snell in that game.
It's not like the Reds have been great. I mean, they took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, but before that, they lost 2 out of 3 to the Rays. So I don't know. I feel like with that type of pitcher, he's capable of dominating for 6. And the bullpen's a little shaky, but if I can get a pitcher that can dominate for 6 and get a pick 'em on it, I might give that a shot just because he's been pitching so well. At least I feel like I know a little something about that. I know nothing about Puerto Rico. I know they're terrible, but when you start getting up into the 33, 34.5 points, it's like
I told somebody that about the first time they played South Sudan. They said, "Would you have laid that? Wasn't it like 40 something or
43.5?"
And I was like, I wouldn't lay that for anything.
Yeah,
maybe Alabama Colgate or something like that. You know what I mean?
It's a ridiculous number.
Georgia Colgate.
Well, Steve says we want to smash him. You can smash him by 32, can't you?
Yeah, and you're not covering.
You're not covering. So just because you say you want to smash him doesn't mean you're going to cover the spread.
Too bad Steve didn't say he wanted to cover, because if he said that, then I feel pretty good. Yeah.
I want to cover this team.
I want to cover this team and
That's
smash
what I want to do.
Yeah. That'd be great. By the way, just a little wrinkle. Blake Snell has never pitched at Great American Ballpark. First time in his career. It's the last ballpark that he has to throw a pitch in before he hits all 30. And then here's the other wrinkle. He's never faced Texas at their stadium, but he pitched for the Rays in the World Series there in 2020, so he's pitched in that ballpark. So there's just a little wrinkle there. Snell has never he's faced the Reds once in his career, but never at Great American Ballpark. So there you go. If Tom's taking a lean, it's on the Giants tonight behind Blake Snell. Off a career performance, and we'll talk more about it when we get you to Giants pregame coming up at 3:10, just about 40 minutes away. When we come on back, we got Mark Spears, then JT Snow at 2:50. Mark Spears, we can talk maybe a little bit about Puerto Rico and whether or not Team USA will smash them on Sunday. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Northern California Honda dealers. Looking for a great sports car? Get a Honda SUV. I know you're thinking, not a sports car, Tom. What are you talking about? Yes, I know you're saying, but it is a perfect ride for families that are into sports like mine. CRV, Passport, the 3-row Pilot, room for the whole team, all the sports gear. Great for carpooling to practices, games. You know, Honda's legendary reliability. It's always going to get you there. And back in the day, we don't do it anymore. Although 2 grandkids, those days will be coming back, I'm sure. Loading everybody up to go to the soccer field or the baseball field or football, basketball, whatever the case may be. It was always a bunch of girls, a bunch of boys, a bunch of gear, a bunch of rappers. You got to take them out to eat after, all that stuff. So it was a lot of fun. I do miss those days. And with the Pilot, never had to worry about having enough room or reliability to get them where they needed to be. You can get great deals now on every Honda SUV at your NorCal Honda dealer. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
action. Time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday. Giants baseball coming up at 3:10 for a 4:10 first pitch. But before we do that, we got to catch up with our guy Mark Spears, who is live from Paris, where he's out there covering the Olympic Games. What's up, Mark? How are you, man?
I'm actually in Lille, standing outside the stadium where Germany just beat up on France. Very, very interesting game. And from the looks of things right now, to me, Germany is a team for USA. If there is a team to worry about, it's Dennis Schroeder, the Wagner brothers in Germany.
Yeah, I saw that game was on a little while ago when we got here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's sort of like soccer, Tim was saying, where USA's game on Sunday, point differential, is that going to be a factor?
Yeah, I mean, I got to look at it, but, I mean, they're playing Puerto Rico, man. I think they'll figure out how many points. The good thing was that France came back a little bit, so they closed down that number a little bit. So if maybe my guy can look it up real quick and look at the standings. All you have to do is see the point differential between USA and Germany, and you'll know what USA needs against Puerto Rico to get the number one seed. Steve Kerr said today it was extremely important to get that number one seed, because I think what happens is ends up getting you away from Germany and likely Canada. I think they'll be 2 and 3, assuming the USA handles business tomorrow, which is a huge thing, because you look at the rest of the bracket. I mean, like, France is in disarray. Wimbiana is not playing well. He doesn't have the physicality to play on this level yet. I don't know outside of Canada and Germany if there's anybody they'd really need to worry about. So it would be kind of like a cakewalk to the gold medal if they could get that number one spot.
So how many of the writers there and people that are following the basketball team are writing stories and talking about Embiid and Tatum not starting and or playing because they're bored and they have nothing else to talk about?
I think that's more of an American thing, man. I mean, we asked Steve about it, and he was passionate talking about it, but it's the talk show people, man. It's good fodder this time of year when football really hasn't started yet, and, you know, baseball's baseball. I mean, they need something, right? So, I mean, I give Steve Kerr credit. He ain't missed yet. Like, all of these lineups have worked and worked outstanding. I mean, so I mean, ultimately, and Steve said it best, the goal isn't to make everybody happy.
Yep.
The goal is to win a gold medal. And what he's doing is every single game, he's patterning the lineup based on who they're playing. And that is an extreme luxury that he has. And I asked him, I'm like, you know, do you have a good problem that all the other coaches wish they had? And he's like, basically, like, yeah. He's like, I'm not watching social media. I'm not paying attention to what everybody's saying. And I don't care what everybody's saying. He sounded like you. He sounded real grumpy the other day, man. It just was like,
what?
Just don't care. You know, like when you get
I'm
grumpy.
not grumpy.
You know, you're not grumpy right now. You're actually pretty jovial. Like, you're jovial.
Jovial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But he was kind of grumpy, man. He was kind of grumpy about it, which is like he's just annoyed. Like, isn't the goal to get the gold medal, not to make sure certain people play? I mean, I get it. I mean, it's probably the first time Jason Tatum's not played in his life. Tyrese Halliburton's dad, like, gave me a mouthful from their hotel today.
Did he?
And I was like, oh, yeah, man. He's a feisty dude, too. I was like, boy, I hope Steve don't bump into him in the elevator in the lobby or nothing like that, man.
Dude.
Oh, it just kills me, because it's like, isn't it good enough to be – I mean, I understand that it's not, because these guys are the best of the best. So I get they all want to play and they all feel like they deserve to play because that's how they view themselves. But it really, we talked about this, and Steve's talked about it, Mark. Nobody cares 5, 10, 15 years from now how many minutes you played, how many points you scored. Either your team,
did you get a gold medal?
Your team won a gold medal or it didn't win a gold medal, period.
So I got a story on Anthony Davis out on Tuesday. I think played pretty great, right? And I experience. And he said, "Oh, I was a towel waver." I had forgotten that he was the one pick in the draft, that they were still putting college guys in. He was like the last guy on the bench.
I think Mark dropped there for a sec. See if we can reconnect with him. I think he's moving around. He's outside that arena, he said, out in, what city is he in? Lil? Is that it? Never
Lil
been.
Kim?
Thank you. She's fat. PH. Nice. Dude, how about that, though? How about Tyrese Halliburton's dad giving Mark Spears an earful at the hotel because he's not getting run? Like he's like a little league dad. Like he's like, bro, your kid's in the NBA. He's killing it. Like, it's fine. Conference final. We got Mark Spears back on the line. You cut out there, Mark.
Yeah, well, no, I was just saying that I talked to Anthony Davis the other day, and he was talking about how he didn't play in 2012. He was a towel waver. But I just remember he won a gold medal in 2012. That he was on the team. I don't remember all that, but he reminded me of that. So I mean, shoot, Draymond didn't get major minutes, and Harrison Barnes didn't get major minutes several years ago, but they're gold medalists, and I think that's ultimately when you get up on that podium. I'll tell you what, I'd rather play a little bit and win the gold medal than play a lot and get nothing.
Exactly.
Do you feel the same about Leitner? Is that how you remember Leitner too?
I mean, he was on the dream team.
I know he
Can't take
was,
that away
but I
from
mean,
him.
it's the one that always stands out to everybody because he was the amateur on it.
Hey man, he can still say he was on that squad.
He was.
I mean, he's the only one that's not in the Hall of Fame. You know, but that's all right. I'm in it, so that's all right.
We are talking to Hall of Famer Mark Spears here on the Human Guest Line. That's all facts. You can see, show me the lie in that sentence. Mark, I want to ask you, the Lauri Markkanen contract extension date's coming up on Tuesday, the 6th. What do you think's going to happen with that?
That's not good for the Warriors, right? If he ends up getting that. I don't know. Maybe that if the Warriors truly do want him, that accelerates things and gets them to, get something moving. I've told you guys this. I love the idea of him coming. I talked to Steph Curry a couple weeks ago, and I think he really loves the idea of them doing something major. I mentioned about, how Kobe ended. And I mentioned how Dirk ended and the lack of talent they play with. And you can see it in his eyes. That's not what he wants, and I'm saying it over again. Like, when you're with these dudes for 45 days or however long it is, man, they start talking about things and they start getting his ear. And so I just really hope for the Warriors' sake that they get something done. Because he's made a whole bunch of new friends right now who are willing to make a call to try to get him.
Oh, I bet they are. Hey, before I let you go, I wanted to ask you about Devin Booker, because I thought that was interesting reading that Steve has played him. I don't know if he started him every game. Maybe he has. But he plays with all these different lineups because he's been the most versatile guy, not just scoring but defending and doing all the other things that he needs to do. And I found that kind of interesting and kind of a cool thing to find out about Devin Booker, that like he's willing to like do all these little things and is capable of doing all those little things at a high level.
No, I mean, Book got the right mentality. He's not won a gold medal, I believe. I might be wrong. But, he's a better defender in a lot of ways, and I think he gets credit for. He's obviously a great shooter. And so, I mean, he can do something that, Drew Holiday's the best guard defender on the team, but not a great shooter, right? Yep. Derek White's okay. I do think this team is a little light, actually, at the guard position. They're really, really heavy at forward. So I actually think he's been a sensational pickup, and he had a fun thing today. He was, or yesterday, he was walking the streets of Paris, and he saw a guy wearing his jersey. Usually it's Steph and LeBron, right? Mm-hmm. And he stopped and went up to the guy, introduced himself, took a picture with him, and gave him his shoes.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Very cool.
Mark Spears. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
No, I was going to say enjoy the games. We will let you get back. What time is it there?
It's 11:42 at night, and I might drink a beer in your behalf.
Yeah, please do.
And, but I'm probably going to look for some. I was told I'm getting Italian wine.
Getting what?
Some Italian wine.
But you're in France.
Why wouldn't you get French wine?
I was just told not anymore. So, my French friends changed their minds.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, then do something
Well,
on
then
our
go get it
behalf.
then.
Yeah.
Go-
I don't
go
know.
drink something. Go do
but I
it.
will tell you this. Even if you get dessert that comes with French fries. Everything
Hell yeah.
comes with
Really?
French fries.
Nice.
So if you like French fries, this is the place for you.
Not really. Too high cholesterol.
Mark Spears, the Hall of Fame and Jovial Mark Spears on the Uma guest line. Mark, we'll talk to you next week, man. Have a good time.
See you, Mark.
All right, take care.
Good deal. Still wild. Phone better in Paris usually than it is.
I
Like,
know,
when he's
isn't it?
overseas, it's wild dude, than it is in
Isn't that
Alameda.
crazy?
It's insane.
France, I don't think France is known for their beer either.
No. I don't know.
I think France is known for their wine.
And their love
champagne, sparkling, all that. Not beer.
The cuisine, not the beer.
Not beer.
Yeah. Or French onion soup, maybe. Not the beer. It's opening comes on a Friday afternoon. I thought it was a ska Friday, but I guess
How
not.
about French dip?
I guess it's not. We got one ska. I don't believe you. When we come on back, JT Snow for his weekly conversation. Tom, we have to get out by 3:07 today to get to Giants pregame.
I heard that.
Don't hose me like last time where I had to cut off
Hoser?
JT to know the answer, dude.
Hey, hoser,
Made me
hey.
such a bad guy. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to put it on you this time. Tolbert and Coach JT Snow next on the Sports Leader. We've got a very special giveaway going down next week. You'll have a chance to win 49ers regular season tickets. Tune in all next week to hear how you can win on your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Encarnacion, 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 Encarnacion.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow squeeze, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh no! It's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time for a weekly conversation with JT Snow. JT, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. How you? More importantly, how you doing, Tom?
Feeling better. Feeling better.
Good.
Yeah, heading in the right direction. Another weekend of doing absolutely nothing, sitting on my butt and watching baseball will do wonders. So I'll be good to go.
Yeah, I was listening to you yesterday, and I started laughing when you said we started checking stuff out on the internet about illnesses. Like that's
You're
not
dead.
a good path to go down, right? You're dead.
You're dead. You will die.
Yeah.
I guarantee you will die. You might not die, but you're going to die on the internet. That's just the way it is. Everything leads to death.
I think we're better off not. Yeah, we're better off not knowing anything and stay off social media, stay off the internet of health questions, and we'll all be fine.
Yeah, don't put your symptoms in there and expect it's going to go well. Like, if you want to do it, you go ahead. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm just telling you where your final destination is going to be. I can guarantee you that you will die. At some point during your internet journey, you're going to die.
Right.
So let me ask you your thoughts on the trade deadline. They didn't do a whole lot. Brought Canna in, traded away Soler and Jackson. It wasn't a huge deal, but I'm just curious your thoughts on, did they do the right thing and just kind of hang, not doing too much, but kind of hanging in there and seeing what this pitching staff does?
Yeah, I think that they probably didn't have, like, we don't know what offers they had, right? If you throw Snell out there, we don't know what Farhan heard back. And you said that yesterday, which is a good point. And people have been saying, you don't know what people are offering. But I do think I think Farhan has a little bit of a point. Like, if Webb and Ray and Snell can pitch, I mean, that's a pretty good three-man rotation. It just puts a lot of pressure on the offense, which it's done all year, right? And then I think there was a false sense after the Rockies, sweep, and I think if they probably split that game or win one or maybe win three or one, whatever, maybe something else happens. But it still comes down to the offense, and it still comes down to, what has they played 110 games this year, and the last few years the wild card usually been about 85 or 86 wins. So they got 52 left. They probably got to win 32 games they got to go 32-20, which doesn't look good, but they also have a pretty weak schedule. So who knows? After I said what I said last week, and then they rip off 4 in a row, and I'm like, wow, maybe I lighted a fire. Maybe maybe I'll get voted. Maybe I'll get voted a playoff share for getting going.
They do listen, yeah. So right.
Anyway, but it's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be hard because coming down the stretch, you got to play a lot of games against the Padres and the Diamondbacks who are in front of you. So you can't swap games with them. You got to take 3 or 4, or 2 or 3, or you got to sweep.
Is the pitching good enough to? Because I said this yesterday too, and I do agree that if you have to go on a run or you do go on a run, you have to have good starting pitching to do it. Like when you have one good starter and he's the ace and he's the stopper every 5th day, it's really tough to go on a run. When you have a good rotation, you can be carried through some bad offensive days. Were you on any teams, or can you remember situations where you're looking for the offense to do something this late in the season consistently that you haven't seen all year long? Because I think that's where our hang-up is.
Yeah, I felt like the teams I played on, we knew offensively we're gonna score runs, and we'd go up to starting pitcher, whether it was back in the day, whether it's Kurt Reeder or Jason Schmidt was a shutdown guy, even Levon Hernandez and some of these, we're gonna go get you 4 or 5 runs a night. So if you can hold them, we're gonna win, and then if you can turn it over to the bullpen, get the closer in there, we're gonna win. But it's been frustrating this year, right? Logan Webb did a great game the other night, but they won 1-0 and they got 4 hits. It's like that's really hard to ask your starters to go out when they get the ball every 5th day and hold a team to 2 runs or 5 hits or 4 hits. It's really hard, and it puts a lot of pressure on those starting pitchers to go out and almost try and pitch perfectly. And we saw with Robbie Ray the first game in LA was awesome. And then, give him a little bit of a break. It's his first home opener, and he probably came down a little bit from the adrenaline and all that. But, it's hard. I think the offense has been the thing that's really been frustrating and head scratching all year because they just don't put the ball in play, and with guys in scoring position, they just strike out a lot. And it's kind of the way the game has gone. We've talked about this all year on the show. It's just they don't have enough guys that seem to put the ball in play and put pressure on the defense and give in a little bit with 2 strikes and make something happen.
I think the problem, and they've had this problem for a little bit now, JT, is they don't have a middle of the order that you have to be wary of.
Right.
You guys had Jeff and Barry, and then Richie would hit in front of them, you'd hit behind them, but you guys had guys like in the middle of the order that is like crap.
Yeah, Burks at one point, like when Ellis Burks was there,
yeah,
too,
Burks,
mashed,
yep. Like they even the Giants of the 10-14 vintage, it was Posey, Belt, Pence. It wasn't like a murderer's row, but that was pretty. You got to that point of the order. These guys don't have anything close to that, so it's kind of hard to consistently score runs, and I'm not sure. I have my doubts, I guess. I'm going to say that they can do that because they just don't have that meat of the order that I think a pitcher kind of has to worry about.
Yeah, and I think we watched them over the course this year, and they can be pitched to, right? And I think offensively around the league, offenses are down pretty much everywhere. Yeah. And, guys can be pitched to, and I know. I've had people say to me, well, the pitching's better now, right? Guys throw harder and guys throw, 100. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what pitching's all about. I go, we've also seen in the last few weeks, like guys get hit in the face with fastballs because pitchers don't know where the ball's going. And there's something to be said for control and changing speeds. And you're right. It's just like the World Series teams, or when we play there, if a guy didn't do it, there was a guy behind him that could do it. And you just don't feel like that with this team. And like, I'll tell you what, the other night when Soler was gone, I was like, wow, the offense kind of looks a little different, even though Soler struck out a lot, but he was kind of a threat, like in the middle, like he could go deep, and then he's gone. And now, they're going to bring up guys, and the lineups, they're just trying to see what can stick and what maybe something can ignite this team. And these next 3 games in Cincinnati will be interesting because this is a hitter's ballpark, and you've got to score runs in this ballpark. You got to put up 6, 7, 8 runs every night in this ballpark.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line here. I just want to ask you, I know you spoke to Susan Slusser about what's going on with the Ballers and some of the issues that they're having. Well, I mean, just what's your take on that? What's your thought on that? I know you're not with them right now, but what's going on with some of the stories that we've heard and the conversations you had with the organization?
I think it's when you start I don't care if you start up a baseball team or a business, like when you start it up, there's a lot more things that go into it that sometimes people that haven't been in that industry don't know about and gets overlooked. And I haven't been with the team the last month, but I was there for a month and a half, and some of the stuff that was going on, it's growing pains. And I talked to Susan, who I have a lot of respect for. I think she's a really good baseball reporter, and I've had a relationship and a past with her in the baseball world. And just, she just had some questions. And I was there, and I was players. These are young kids, and these kids are great. I mean, I would go to bat for them and stick up for them. And these are kids in their first year of professional baseball, playing every day and learning some of the ins and outs and the nuances. And there were some things that needed to be a little better than they were. And that got brought up, and then she asked me about them, and I was honest with her. And the kids were coming to the coaches and saying, is this normal? Is this right? And some of it wasn't. And so that stuff needs to be brought up, because these kids are chasing their dreams. They want to get signed with an organization, and who knows how far they're going to go. Maybe they get to A-ball or AA, maybe they get to the big leagues. But some of the stuff over there was not going the way, or maybe got overlooked. And it's all about the players. It's all about making them comfortable, giving them the best chance to succeed on the field, and putting them in the right position. So I think some of the stuff that was brought up after being there and seeing it was very true and credible. And it just, I think in the end, I think it'll be good, because sometimes you have to have tough conversations and you have to bring stuff up to make a change and make things better. And there were some things that were subpar and they weren't great, but hopefully they'll get it corrected. I think it's going to succeed, and everybody wants the Ballers to succeed and have a positive influence on the community and the city. But like I said earlier, it's hard when you have a startup, because a lot of things that people that aren't involved in the baseball world, they don't know about, but they got brought out, and I think they're going to get fixed.
Good.
If the players weren't being treated fairly, what do you think they need to do to rectify that?
Well, that's hard, because a lot of these, it's hard for young kids that are, and I went through it after I got drafted, and I was 21 years old in A-ball, and hopefully you have a good agent that can help you speak your mind, because it's intimidating for a kid that's come out of college and a player that's not even drafted, right? These guys are signed, and it's hard to talk or go in front of somebody and bring up your displeasures or whatever, but you need somebody on your side. And I think that's where at this level the coaching is really important, because I had a lot of players confide in me, and I still talk to some of the players. A lot of the players text me or ask me questions now. So it's hard, because they don't want to get out front and say something wrong or maybe get released. And that was kind of the culture that was going on with the guy that was managing the team. They were afraid to speak up because they thought they might get released and be gone, and they don't want that. They just want to show up every day and play. It's a 90-game schedule, and but it's hard when you're 21, 22 years old to get out front and speak up your mind, because you think it might backfire.
JT, before we let you go, I saw this tweet come out earlier this week. Ryan Spader, who's a baseball writer, he's a big Barry Bonds Hall of Fame proponent, and I always grabs my attention. He said, "I'm once again asking the Giants to offer Barry a prorated league minimum deal for an opportunity to pinch hit in one game at the end of the season so that they reset his Hall of Fame eligibility." Forget that part of it. Are we that ridiculous for thinking, like, yeah, Barry? Because, like, some people ask every once in a while, what could Barry hit in a season now? Like, you think he could do it? You think he could hit one out? You think it'd be hilarious if he took it at bat and they walked him. That'd be the best. But, I mean, what do you think? Could he still play? Is it that ridiculous of a thought?
To play nowadays?
No, I'm not saying come back and play. I'm saying, like, could Barry in and at bat in today's game, you still think he could be okay? At this age?
Well, I think he just turned 60, right?
Yeah.
So,
looks good too.
Yeah, I was bummed I wasn't invited to his birthday party, but I know other guys were. But, anyway, you know what? I wouldn't put it past him to go up there and throw a good at bat on a guy. I know he'd get on top of the plate and look for a fastball, and if a guy throws it, with some velocity, he probably could still put the barrel on it. Yeah, there's probably no doubt. Like, he'd go up there and sit on 100, and but like, who knows? That's a pretty interesting one.
Yeah. Okay, real quick, in 30 seconds, who gets to the Hall of Fame first, Barry Bonds or Pete Rose?
Okay, I got 25 seconds left, right? So I'm going to milk it. No.
You're on the pitch clock. On the pitch clock,
use them all if you want to.
I'm on the pitch clock. I've always been a very big saying that I don't think guys that did steroids, they've already let a bunch of guys into the Hall of Fame, and guys that went under the radar, and we know that they did it, and so they're in. So I think what Pete Rose did, you can't gamble. I don't care for managing or. So you know what? They've already let steroid guys in, which I don't think is right. So why don't you just let them all in, and then everyone's. It's all hunky-dory.
It was part of the game, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it was. But like the guys that didn't do it, we can have a stance. But they've already let guys in that did it, so just let everybody in. And everybody
let them all in, and Pete can still sell merchandise across the street from Cooperstown.
Yeah, right.
All good.
I'm more cruel about it. I say lifetime ban. When Pete dies, you can put him in then.
No, come on, man. That's rude.
I'm like, I'm the bad guy now.
That's
he cheated the game. He knew the rules.
Come on.
He doesn't get to see himself go in, but his story should be told. That's what I'm saying.
That mean.
Yeah, the what is it called? Posthumously or whatever? Posthumous.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. There's guys that should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't. Like, you can argue there's a bunch of good players like that we grew up watching that just because they didn't have 500 home runs, but and the one thing I'm amazed, I know there's not a lot of Dodger fans on this, but how do they keep giving out number 6, Steve Garvey's number, to like a Dodger player that's like a fringe player? Like, Steve Garvey would put up some unbelievable numbers, like, and they just keep giving out his number to some AAA guy getting called up. Anyway.
No, I totally agree with you. Hey, man, have a great weekend. It's always good catching up with you. We'll look forward to doing it again next Friday.
Okay, you guys got it.
All right,
Later,
JT.
bro. See you, JT.
Have a good one, man.
Good stuff, JT Snow.
God, you were rude.
I was rude.
Let him in after he dies.
He knew the rules. He broke them anyway.
Don't let him in then. Don't ever let him in.
No, I like being mean about it.
No,
I like that. Yeah,
I can see that. He dies. You'd be the guy that would let him in like that night. He'd die during the morning, and you go.
I'd cast my vote. I'd cast my vote. Yeah, right then. We'd be like the. It'd be like with the Pope. It'd be like the Pope when they blow the smoke up. By the way, JT
really
Snow.
Gonna have the smoke come up?
JT Snow was sponsored by the Hayward Police Department. Visit joinhaywardpd.com today to learn more about how you could be the difference. Yeah, dude, I'm saying he knew the rule. He knew that if you bet on baseball, you were banned.
Yep.
And also, the thing about him is he's not just like he bet on baseball. He's a scummy dude.
He's like them jugs.
There you go. Come on, Pete. He wrote that New York Times bestseller about how he didn't do it.
Come on, Pete.
He made a bunch of money off of that. And then like 20 years later, he's like, by the way, here's another New York Times bestseller. I did do it. And he made more money like this guy.
And remember, they released that book on the day they announced Molitor and Eckersley were going into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
I'm sure that wasn't him. That's the editor, but publisher.
Come on, Pete.
But come on. You can't release it on that day. I mean, you can. You did. But I'm with you. I just don't know. I don't know if I could be that mean to like let him die and then put him in. Not that he'd know. I mean, he wouldn't care.
That's my point.
But he just, when you watch this special, you never get the feeling he takes full accountability. Like, just, well, what did I do? It wasn't that bad. I should have just beat my wife, or I could kill her, or robbed somebody, or murdered.
Then I'd be in the Hall, is his point?
That would have been better for me.
Then you'd be the juice, dude. That's
then
you'd be the juice.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like,
that's his equivalency?
Like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Like, yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing they don't get. It's all about the integrity of the sport, period. Murdering someone has nothing to do with it. Name any crime you want to. It doesn't have anything to do with the integrity of the game. You can go. I mean, look, if you can hit 350, and you want to be Ted Bundy and kill a bunch of people outside the game,
hey, you could hit.
I mean, you're probably going to go to jail if you get caught. But that doesn't have anything to do with the integrity of the game. So, by that logic,
that's the juice situation.
It's logic, yeah, that for the integrity of the game, it's worse that you bet on the game than you killed 10 people. It is. It absolutely is. But this isn't real life we're dealing with. We're dealing with sports. And Pete doesn't get that. Pete still thinks like the person that kills somebody is worse off than him for betting on the game. And yes, he is. Absolutely is when it comes to society. But we're not dealing with society. We're dealing with the game of baseball. It can't be WWE. It's got to be real. And when you're betting on the game, it turns it into that. So he doesn't get that.
Come on,
Pete. Come on, Pete. All right, let's get out of here. Let's thank Mark Spears and JT Snow for joining us. But I'm glad to see you have that mean streak in you. That's something I learned today.
Yeah,
I like
I'm
that.
still not as bad as
He's
Pete.
dead. He's in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim.
Have the red smoke come out of my chapel. Yeah. Put him in.
I think it's white and black smoke, actually.
I know, but for Pete, it's red. Yeah.
Oh, very nice. So look at you. You're thinking ahead.
Not that he'd
All
know.
right, let's get you ready for the Reds and the Giants here in these Sports Center. Take it away, Derek.
So got them drugs, don't you?
Oh, my God.
The Giants have arrived in the Midwest fresh off a win and a complete game shutout from their ace, Logan Webb. Welcome to Cincinnati, everyone, the Great American Ballpark for the first of a 3-game series between the Giants and the Reds. It'll be 3 lefties for the Giants this weekend, and they'll start the Southpaw Parade tonight with Blake Snell. All he did last time out was strike out a career-high 15 in just 6 innings. The Reds are going to counter with a left-hander of their own, Andrew Abbott. I'm FP Santandro along with Joe Rizzo, and we'll bring you all of tonight's action. Let's see if the boys can get the bats cranked up in a ballpark made for offense. The Giants pregame show starts right now.
Everybody, it is August 2nd in Giants history, our first this date of the month of August. And we're going to start by going all the way back to 2001 when the Giants were at Pacific Bell Park. Kids, ask your parents what Pacific Bell Park was. Giants are taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they're trying to sweep a 3-game series. So it's a Thursday afternoon getaway day for the Pirates. Scoreless game, bottom 6. See what's going to happen here. Starter Tony McKnight for the Bucks facing Marvin Bernard, and not known for his home run power. Marvin Bernard does this.
Bernard swings, hits a high drive to center field. Going back, Giles still going back, way back there, and that ball is gone! A home run! Marvin Bernard drives one over the 399-foot marker in dead straightaway center, and that is the first run of the day. 1-0 Giants.
Yeah, it's a significant pop for Marvin Bernard. By the way, his 9th homer of the season. Probably slept on his power abilities. Doubles by Calvin Murray and Jeff Kent made it 2-0. And then Bernard scores an insurance run when Jeff Kent hits a sacrifice fly. Giants win 3-0. How about Kirk Reeder? Vintage Kirk Reeder. 7 innings, 1 hit. Giants win 3-0 against the Pirates on August 2nd, 2001. And hey, before we go, our ongoing tribute to the late, great Willie Mays. August 2nd, 1967. Giants were at Candlestick Park taking on the Pirates. So Willie just said, okay, I'll go 2 for 4. I'll hit a 2-run homer in the first. I'll hit a double. I'll score 2 runs. I'll drive in 3. What else do you need? Giants 7, Pirates 2. Also starring Jesus Alou, 3 for 4, and Gaylord Perry, who has a statue. He threw a complete game, allowed just 2 ninth-inning runs, 1 on a Roberto Clemente home run. He struck out 4 and induced 5 double plays. Get those ground balls. That was on August 2, 1967. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, time to get you ready for the Reds and the Giants, and to help us do so, Joe Rizzo. Hello, Joe. How are you?
What's up, Joe?
I'm well. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Pretty good.
Stop me if you've heard this from before. It seems like this is a pretty important stretch for the Giants.
Yeah, biggest game of the year tonight. I mean, this is what it's all about. It's August 2nd. Now we get serious. It is. It's an important stretch. You're right. We've been saying this for months now. It's just when you're a 500 team or just below it, as the Giants have been for a couple of months, and you haven't had a winning road trip since late May. I mean, you keep turning to that next stretch, that next week. All right, is this going to be the time where you finally break through? And we're at the point now where you're kind of out of time, because you've got, 4 teams you've got to pass in that wild card race, and another 2-5 road trip like the last one the Giants had coming out of the All-Star break. I mean, that might be enough to sink this team. So it's got to happen now.
Who are you looking at from an offensive standpoint? Because I know the pitching has not been great this year, but it hasn't been healthy. And now that it's healthy, it's looking like it's as healthy as it's been all year, and I'm expecting they're going to start carrying their weight. But the offense has really been sporadic, and I'm curious, are you looking at any either part of the order or person to try and kind of get this thing? And maybe person may be too strong, so I'm not sure if there's one person capable of carrying it, but what are you looking at that offense to try and get this thing going? Because I think 4 or 5 runs a night, they'd be golden.
It would, although I think it might take more in a park like this.
That's
Cincinnati is a great place to hit, and it's not a very big outfield, especially out into right and right center. So even with how well the Giants starting rotation has been the last couple of days or couple of weeks, it may take more than that. For me, I'm looking at the middle part of the lineup. Look, Tyler Fitzgerald, that was a great run. You can't count on that from a rookie player. We're all hopeful that Marco Luciano, with now increased playing time, he's going to be out there as the DH most nights and maybe sporadically at a middle infield spot, that he can take the opportunity and run with it. But this is the time. This is August. This is where you need your big bats, the guys that you are counting on in the middle of the lineup. And I think Matt Chapman, it feels like he's getting hot again. That was a nice homestand. 8 for 22, and half the hits were extra base hits on the homestand. A homestand where not a whole lot was happening offensively. And we saw a couple of months ago where when Matt Chapman gets hot, I mean, he carries this lineup and is just a threat every time he is in the batter's box. So I look at Matt Chapman, especially coming off of a good homestand and in a very hitter-friendly environment, that he hopefully can carry that over. And Elliot Ramos as well, again, where a park like this, where the ball especially is going to fly out to the right side of the diamond, maybe something that he can take advantage of. And when he gets hot, that can only help this team. So middle part of the order for me. It'd be great if the rookies at the top and the bottom can get going, and it's going to be needed at some point. But you need your big boys to step up now in these important games coming up.
Gerard Encarnacion comes up today, and he started the year. He's got a great story. Started the season in the Independent League in Mexico. Then came to Sacramento, and in 33 games has hit .352 with a OPS over 1,000. He's got 10 home runs. They were playing him at first base to get him ready for this spot when Wilmer was down and David Villar was here. This is a little bit exciting. Just another potential trying to catch lightning in a bottle here with somebody who's been around a little bit.
Yeah, he's a big dude, 6'4", 250. It's easy power from the right side. He was going the other way a lot during batting practice today. 19 home runs in a month in the Mexican League. So that'll get you another opportunity in affiliated ball. And the Giants signed him. They sent him to AAA, and the OPS was over 1,000, hitting about 350 with power. And we've seen it. The Giants aren't afraid to call people up and try and ride a hot hand, and there's absolutely a need to get another right-handed bat up there. You don't have Wilmer Flores. Austin Slater was traded a few weeks ago, so you're looking for that right-handed bat. Now, he's going to play in the outfield today. It does sound like, in talking with Bob Melvin before the game, that Mark Canha might take on more of the Wilmer role and be that first baseman as he is tonight against a left-handed starting pitcher. We may not see a lot of Canha in the outfield, so that will open up Encarnacion as a corner outfield spot. He's going to play right field today. He could also DH if he stays hot, and you need to find a way to get his bat in the lineup, not only against lefties, but against a right-handed starter. Then you'll find a role for him. But he's had a great year. He has big league experience. It didn't go all that well for him a couple of years ago with the Marlins, but sounds like he's made some adjustments. He's a confident guy, and we'll see if he can stay hot for this group here beginning tonight.
All right, Blake Snell's coming off his best start of his career, 15 strikeouts. We'll talk more about that with Joe Rizzo right after this. Back here with Joe Rizzo from Cincinnati, getting ready for Game 1 between the Giants and the Cincinnati Reds. Blake Snell takes the ball today, struck out a career-best 15 batters in 6 innings last Saturday in that doubleheader, Game 1 of the doubleheader. Ended up a no decision. How do you top that? I mean, they're just looking for him to keep doing what he's been doing.
You can't. I mean, that was probably one of the best outings of his life that we've ever seen from a Giants pitcher. Everything was working for him, and that's kind of been the case since he's come off the injured list. I mean, this is just vintage Blake Snell, second-half guy that has won him a couple of Cy Young awards. So the Giants are going to ride that. He's obviously confident. He's healthy. And it'll be a challenge. I mean, this is a Reds team that kind of similar to the Giants, where they just missed out on a playoff spot last year, kind of fell apart there in September and had pretty high expectations. With a young hitting group this year, they hit a lot of home runs. They steal a ton of bases. This is a Reds group that has more steals than any team in baseball. So it'll be up to Snell and this entire Giants staff throughout this 3-game series. See if they can slow them down, because if the Reds start going downhill, I mean, that's how the big innings pile up, and then you're playing catch-up. So a good guy to have out there when you're looking to set the tone. An important series, an important road trip, is the pitcher coming off maybe the best game of his career. So we'll see what he's got for an encore in this very hitter-friendly environment.
And Andrew Abbott's had a really, really nice year for the Reds, although recently he's given up a few home runs and he's issued maybe a few more walks than he would like, and it'd be nice to see if the Giants could maybe take advantage of that somewhat.
Yeah, just a steady left-handed starter. It's not stuff that jumps off the page. You're not seeing mid to upper 90s, but he'll go out there and he'll compete. The home runs, it's a good point. He's been giving up a lot, especially here lately, so maybe those big right-handed bats in the middle of the Giants lineup can take advantage. And you just feel like this is one you really want to get because of the way Snell has been throwing. And the Reds are going to have their ace. I mean, Hunter Green is throwing as well as Blake Snell has the last 3 or 4 weeks, and he's lined up for tomorrow's game here against the Reds. So it'd be nice going into that matchup, already up 1-0 in the series.
Joe, have a great call.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we will. Tom, have a great weekend. I'll see you next week.
Have a fantastic weekend, my friend.
I can't wait.
Enjoy award-winning.
I will. Award